Chapter 181. Marshal, is this really okay? When Miao looked at Shiryu, who had changed into ordinary clothes, and pulled her clothes, and refused to let go. Shiryu was going to the Black Triangle, and led the fleet of the Judgment Corps. But after the fleet set off, the mecha she was going to drive quietly entered the Black Triangle first. Don't worry. She patted Miao's shoulder and said earnestly, now that technology is so advanced, I can communicate with Xia Liqin here. If he wants to talk about anything, I can talk to him face to face. You just need to go to the Black Triangle with the warship. As she said this, she pulled Miao's hand away, and whispered, after all, you are the second commander of the Judgment Corps. Can you stop being so fussy? What did your marshal teach you? When Miao opened his mouth to speak, but Shiryu had already jumped into the cockpit of the mecha and disappeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. His marshal always stays in the combat command room obediently. Okay. How could she be like her? Always rushing to the front, making her subordinates nervous. Forget it. It's impossible to be nervous. The one who should be nervous is the other side. When Miao sighed, and returned to the combat command room helplessly. The rebellious First Sequence Legion is still eyeing the territory of the Federation, and the occupied Bayong Galaxy is now in chaos. The specific situation is unclear, but all the soldiers in the space station have been arrested. Xia Liqin asked to negotiate in the Black Triangle in 3 days. The lives of the soldiers are still guaranteed during these 3 days. Shiryu only brought Gu Qianqian to the Black Triangle. He was really a little worried, so he had to make preparations early. We agreed to join the Free Alliance, but he asked to meet you. Xie Jiangsa bit a nutrient solution in his mouth and was obviously absent-minded when he spoke. Xie Jiangsa didn't expect that after the incident in the capital star system of the Republic of Toyas, Xie Yuyan had made some arrangements in the Black Triangle, quietly established an organization called X here, and was still growing and developing in secret. As expected, he never lets things go beyond his control. He won't let down his guard against us until he sees X-1003. Xie Yuyan was disguised at this moment. His silver hair turned black, and he still had a long ponytail tied high behind his head. His body didn't look as thin as before, but it wasn't much better. His eyes swept over the intelligent brain, and his 10 fingers beat faster, doing 2 things at the same time. When fighting with the Republic of Toyas, he found that the Black Triangle had moved, but he didn't care about it at the time, thinking about solving the problem of the Republic of Toyas first, and then considering the Black Triangle. But what happened later made everything go off track, and he had no choice but to monitor the movements of the Black Triangle through the intelligent brain. When he found the Free Alliance, he found something wrong with this organization. Later, he hired mercenaries on the list and established Organization X through them. And he never showed up. X has not had many members until now, and the first batch of mercenaries hired by him have joined X one after another. Seeing that he was very busy, Xie Jiangsa sneered and said, you really know how to use nicknames. Y1121, X1003, TSK. I'm just very full now. Xie Yuyan didn't respond. At this time, he had never been able to win over Xie Jiangsa. Xie Jiangsa knew what kind of person he was. When he felt guilty, he would put on a cold look and avoid the topic. He has been like this since he was a child, and has not made any progress. He wants to meet you in person. How do you plan to meet him? Xie Jiangsa was a little worried when he turned the topic to the right path. Xia Liqin had a domineering personality, and liked to take the initiative in everything he did. This time he specifically asked to meet in person, and no one knew what he was thinking. Although the X organization has now agreed to join the Free Alliance. For Xia Liqin, an organization he didn't understand was destined to be a time bomb. Compared with friendly cooperation, it is more likely to swallow up the X organization. How could Xie Yuyan not understand this? His 10 fingers that were jumping quickly on the virtual keyboard stopped. He looked at Xie Jiangsa with a serious expression and said seriously, brother, you go back. Leave the things here to me. It has reached the point of no return. He doesn't want to embarrass Xie Jiangsa. If there must be an executioner, he will do it. Xie Jiangsa knew what he wanted to say. He drank the nutrient solution in one gulp and smiled at Xie Yuyan. Tell me, what was Lu Dongyan thinking when he killed Lu Shiwang with his own hands? Probably because he didn't expect him to ask this. Xie Yuyan was a little stunned for a while. Lu Shiwang meant a lot to Lu Dongyan, and Lu Shiwang broke his perfect and soft face with his own hands and showed a terrifying side, which was tantamount to the collapse of faith for Lu Dongyan. It takes great courage to end your own faith and kill the person you love most with your own hands. You don't need to do this. He categorically denied Xie Jiangsa's words. No matter what. Xie Jiangsa is special to Xie Liqin. He really treats him like a child. Xie Jiangsa was silent. But at this moment, his smart brain sounded a prompt. It was Xie Liqin. The communication he sent. At this time, Xie Liqin never contacted him again after faking his death in Talasaka Fortress. As if he was a dead man. What does he want to do by sending a communication now? Xie Jiangsa subconsciously looked at Xie Yuyan and got his nod. When Xie Liqin's image was clearly presented in front of him, he felt mixed emotions. He didn't say anything and used silence to resist. Xie Liqin could feel Xie Jiangsa's emotions through the screen. He didn't care and asked domineeringly, "Where are you now? Who told you to turn off the location? What's the matter?" His response was very cold, and he didn't answer Xie Liqin's question. When he was young and ignorant, he wanted to mediate the conflict between Xie Liqin and Xie Yuyan. But in the end, he always made things worse. No matter what he did, Xie Liqin's attitude towards Xie Yuyan was only indifferent. And he even hated him more. When he grew up a little more and knew things he shouldn't know, the fire in his heart was slowly extinguished. Sometimes he wanted to tell Xie Yuyan that there was really no need to do so much. But he couldn't say it. If Xie Yuyan didn't learn and didn't do it, he would lose more. They were obviously brothers. But they were different. He had no qualifications and no position to decide what Xie Yuyan should and shouldn't do. Is this the attitude you have when talking to me? Xie Liqin's tone suddenly turned cold. With his usual patriarchal attitude, Xie Jiangsa didn't respond. But Xie Liqin sneered, "Your mother misses you very much. You should send her a communication right away." After that, he ended the communication, not giving Xie Jiangsa a chance to speak more, not caring about his situation, and not worrying that he would ruin his own business. A hint of sarcasm flashed across Xie Jiangsa's eyes. When he saw the small pudding handed to him, he was stunned for a moment, raised his head, and met Xie Yuyan's eyes. "It's delicious." He understood why sure you like to eat small puddings. This kind of sweet and soft thing can easily give people a sense of happiness. And then forget the original troubles. Xie Jiangsa took the small pudding, tore open the package, swallowed it in one gulp. And his vague voice was full of mockery. "He warned me not to tell you and my mother that I was alive. What is this now?" Especially after Mrs. Xie and Lu Shiwang teamed up to expose everything he had done before. Xie Liqin is not a person who will be tolerant of women. Xie Jiangsa paused while biting the small pudding, met Xie Yuyan's eyes, and suddenly became nervous. What does he want to do? Letting him communicate with Mrs. Xie at this time is to tell Mrs. Xie that he is still alive. To report safety? And also, a threat. Xie Jiangsa's pupils dilated. Xie Yuyan shook his wrist and immediately opened the smart brain. "It's okay. I check her location right away." "She disappeared?" Fengsen raised his voice and asked loudly, "When did she disappear? How did she disappear? With so many of you, you can't even keep an ordinary person under surveillance?" The person on the other end of the smart brain said with a stiff face, "She said she wanted to sit alone in the garden. So we monitored her from a distance. But there was an explosion in the garden. And when we found out something was wrong, she had disappeared." After Lu Shiwang's death, Mrs. Xie had been under house arrest in her original residence. She did not resist and cooperated very well. She would sit in the garden every day. And today was the same. After Fengsen listened to him briefly explain the whole story, his face had turned black. After ending the communication, he immediately issued an emergency order to search for Mrs. Xie. Mrs. Xie's identity was embarrassing, and she had exposed Xie Liqin. But Xie Liqin was not dead yet. Who knew what he would do to her? Xie Liqin was domineering and arrogant, and his methods were very harsh. It was impossible for him not to deal with Mrs. Xie. He contacted Shiryu again, but he didn't know what happened. Shiryu communication could not be connected. Shiryu entered the signal shielding area. The black triangle did not prohibit entry and exit, but the inspection was strict. The port had turned on the signal shielding, and everyone had to provide a clear identity certificate to enter the black triangle. Shiryu kicked the inspector on the shoulder with an extremely bad smile on her face. "Investigate me? Who gave you the courage to investigate me?" She was not afraid of the people around her at all. After arrogantly saying harsh words, she stepped down heavily. With a click, the shoulder blade of the person she stepped on was broken. Gu Qianqian, who was standing next to her and had not reacted to her sudden provocation. Twitched his mouth. Very bully. Definitely can attract Xia Liqin. And people will not suspect that she is an undercover sent by the First Federation. Because no one would be so arrogant when being an undercover. Sure, your behavior can be described as bad. And others are afraid but not surprised at the same time. The Black Triangle has always been a place where strength is paramount. Killing people here is not illegal. But countless people die tragically on the streets every day. Xia Liqin announcement of the Black Triangle as an independent zone and the establishment of the Free Alliance did not improve the situation here. The system was not established at all. And the Free Alliance absorbed people who were even more evil. How could the unrighteous Free Alliance rule the chaotic Black Triangle and establish a new perfect order? Seeing everyone retreat, she sighed, her expression even more contemptuous. The Free Alliance is not that good. A bunch of cowards. It seems that I'd better go home. Dare to declare war on the First Federation with this level? Xia Liqin has been the marshal of the First Federation for a long time. Is he still asleep? She raised her foot, shook her legs in disgust, and muttered softly, if it weren't for looking for my wife, I wouldn't come to this damn place. Gu Qianqian, didn't you come here to negotiate with Xia Liqin? Sure, you was still muttering about Xiao Piliang. But a uniform sound of footsteps sounded in front of her, followed by the sound of pulling the safety bolt of the energy gun one after another. She looked back and saw a row of people pointing guns at her, with a smile on their faces becoming more and more presumptuous. She extended her index finger and hooked it. Chapter 182. Sure, your personal show was late but arrived. She ignored the dense energy bombs. For others, the conflict that could endanger their lives was just a show for her, to show her gorgeous operation. She and Gu Qianqian disappeared at the same time, and approached the person holding the energy gun in the blink of an eye. With hands and legs, and groans everywhere. After knocking down several people, sure, you took an energy gun and put the muzzle on the temple of the leader? Do you want to do it? Bastards? Her words were more provocative than the other, and the scar deliberately made on the corner of the mask looked more hideous because of her movements. Gu Qianqian was speechless again at her skilled bullying behavior, and those people were provoked by her words. They were not used to being bound by the rules, so they completely broke free from the rules and began to shoot at Shiryu crazily. Regardless of the consequences of destroying the Interstellar port, Shiryu blew a whistle and pushed the man in his hand out. The energy bombs all hit him, and blood foam flew everywhere. It was so miserable. She didn't feel guilty at all. She had read the information. The man who was hit by the energy bomb was an absolute bastard. He had raped and killed more than a dozen innocent women in the First Federation and disappeared later. Now that he met here, it was hard not to send him to hell. After Shiryu pushed him out, she and Gu Qianqian acted separately, rushed out of the Interstellar port, and began to create chaos. The Black Triangle, which was forced to follow the rules, but had not yet adapted to the rules, soon became chaotic again under her actions. Shiryu was like a burning torch, splashing a little spark here and a little spark there. She provoked all the way, but she was slippery. All the organizations in the Black Triangle that were provoked by her followed her and rushed after her, and also threatened to take her down. She pretended not to hear anything and continued to attract hatred. In the process of chasing, people from various organizations also fought, and the streets became a battlefield for a while. Air raid sirens rang throughout the city, and a group of people chased after someone until they found that they had lost him. Shiryu took a breath, while Gu Qianqian squatted beside her and gasped for air. He panted and said unhappily, originally, others didn't know who was coming. But now, your identity must be revealed. No one would be so bored to provoke in the Black Triangle. No matter what kind of person Xia Liqin was, his status in the universe was still so high that it was intimidating, and the desperate people would never dare to offend him. There were only a handful of people who were not afraid of him. But the Freedom Alliance went to war with the First Federation again, and Shiryu was a person who liked to join in the fun and didn't mind making trouble. Every time he took action, he would muddy the water. Xia Liqin was not stupid. He must have guessed that the person who was messing around in the Black Triangle was Shiryu. Shiryu reached out and patted his head. The action was no different from patting a big dog. I want him to be in a state of panic. Teach him a lesson first, so that he won't think that he can provoke me without paying any price. Gu Qianqian grinned in disdain, quickly moved aside, and warned, don't forget that the people of Beiyang Galaxy are still in their hands. Shiryu hummed, without responding, but there was cunning in her eyes. Gu Qianqian knew that she had something in mind, so he didn't ask more. Suddenly, he looked into the alley and said coldly, "Who?" Sure you had already grasped the energy gun in his hand. "It's me." In the shadows, Xie Jiangsa stood up, shrugged, and decisively raised his hands to surrender. Sure you opened his eyes slightly, and subconsciously looked behind him. How could Xie Jiangsa not notice her gaze? He rolled his eyes. "Don't look at me. It's just me." Gu Qianqian was completely stunned. He didn't know Xie Jiangsa was still alive. He looked at him, and then at Shiryu, and didn't know what to say for a moment. "Where is he?" Shiryu put away the energy gun and said unhappily, "Gone." Xie Jiangsa spread his hands. "Gone?" Shiryu instantly raised his voice, not understanding what he meant by gone. Xie Jiangsa leaned against the wall with his arms folded across his chest, looking at the starry night sky. "He just left the Black Triangle before you arrived at the Interstellar port to kill everyone. The evil Black Triangle has the most beautiful night view in the universe. Many people on the Star Network are surprised by this. But Shiryu is not in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery." She grabbed Xie Jiangsa's collar. Her attitude was not good. "What do you mean? He asked me to come, but he ran away again? Something happened. It's a long story. You come with me now." Shiryu was confused and gnashed his teeth, but he could only follow Xie Jiangsa. Gu Qianqian was still dizzy and wondering who that he was. Seeing that the two of them left him alone, he hurriedly followed. Xie Jiangsa didn't keep it a secret, and said as he walked, "Something may have happened to my mother." And Yin suspected he would threaten my mother to do something in the capital star. So I let him go. "Yes." He asked Xie Yuyan to go. He took the initiative to stay in the Black Triangle. "Tomorrow, there will be a meeting between Organization X and the Free Alliance. You go." "What about you?" Shiryu asked back. She was not completely in the dark about the situation in the Black Triangle, but she was not familiar with it either. She had heard Xie Yuyan mention the affairs of Organization X in her smart brain. "Meeting? I'm afraid it would be more accurate to say negotiation. I have other things to do." Xie Jiangsa spoke vaguely, not giving Shiryu a chance to ask in detail, and took her to the back door of the bar. "Yin Bai will help you if there is anything. I'm leaving first." Xie Jiangsa said a few words, and disappeared in the night with a few jumps. For a moment, Shiryu didn't know whether to chase him. Seeing his back completely disappear, Shiryu gritted his teeth. These two brothers are really good at making their own decisions. They tricked her here, but left a mess behind. Wait, who did they say would help her? Shiryu suddenly looked up and saw Yin Bai standing in the corridor, with a dangerous light in his eyes. Yin Bai was definitely not Xiao Piaoliang's subordinate before. Otherwise he wouldn't have been hiding. This isn't Mission Impossible. Only now, Yin Bai immediately raised his hands in surrender. Without Shiryu asking, he immediately explained the whole story. If he wasn't lucky, he would never have been able to escape death from Shiryu's hands 3 or 4 times. Shiryu listened absent-mindedly, and after she opened her mind, she found that Xiao Piaoliang had sent her a message. The dry word apology made Shiryu furious, and Yin Bai, who was standing next to her, thought he had said something wrong by accident, and instantly became nervous. Shiryu pulled down the dialogue box again, and saw another message. It was an address. Shiryu frowned. What else did she want her to do? Shiryu's 10 fingers rolled on the keyboard, sending him a bunch of question marks. But there was no response. She bit her nails, and wanted to catch someone and beat him up. Yin Bai, who was already nervous, trembled even more, and felt like crying but couldn't. He volunteered to follow because he knew a lot about the Black Triangle, but he didn't know that he would end up in Shiryu's hands. This salted fish's mind was hard to guess before, and now it's still unpredictable, which is simply fatal. He told Shiryu everything as Xie Yuyan had told him before, and then left without stopping, and said that he could contact the smart brain if he needed anything. Shiryu hesitated for a long time at the address Xie Yuyan sent her, and finally decided to go and take a look. Although he didn't say anything, it's impossible that he sent her such an address for no reason. Most likely, there was something for her to do. Shiryu's cheeks were puffed up with anger when Gu Qianqian wanted to go with her. Another message popped up in the dialogue box between the two. Little pretty, come alone. Shiryu had a huge question mark on her forehead. After thinking about it, she still left Gu Qianqian behind. She located the address on the smart brain and found that it was not far from the bar. The situation in the Black Triangle was really bad today. Shiryu had caused a stir during the day, And the Free Alliance didn't catch anyone. The Black Triangle, which had been quiet for a few days, became chaotic again. And there were many street fights. Sure, you easily avoided one conflict after another, and soon arrived at her destination. At a glance, she looked like Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden, showing an unsophisticated look. The Black Triangle was chaotic, which led to the short life of the buildings here. Except for those with huge power. No one would build their territories so luxuriously. In front of Sure Yu was a huge manor. Through the high fence, she could see all kinds of flowers blooming inside. And there was a faint fragrance wafting out. Her marshal's mansion was not as luxurious as this. What on earth did Xiao Pioliang want her to come here for? Rob the rich to help the poor? Make another big deal? Wait. Isn't this where Xie Liqin lives? Sure Yu heart was alarmed. But she saw the logo of the Free Alliance. And her doubts were added. She easily climbed over the high fence. Like a clever cat. Avoiding all the detection rays, and approaching the most central building in the manor. There were street lights on the path. But it was very quiet here. The sky was dotted with stars, casting a bright light. It was too empty here. And there was no place for people to hide. Sure you had to walk in with a swagger. Suddenly, she felt a ray of sight falling on her. And her body instinctively became alert. In the dark night, the balcony of the building was fluttering with curtains of unclear color. And a person stood beside the curtains. His silver hair was flying in the air, overlapping from time to time, and occasionally separated. The thin white shirt was transparent in the dead of night. The top two buttons of the shirt were casually opened, revealing his white and translucent collarbone, which was more beautiful than the brilliance of the planets in the night. He held a glass of water in his hand, and the starlight happened to fall beside his hand, and the silver-gray light was refracted from the ring on his ring finger. Sure you didn't say anything. Her tense body relaxed, and she looked up at the man standing on the balcony. His appearance had changed. That's not right. His body was no longer so thin, and he no longer looked like a 17 or 18-year-old boy. His facial features were sharp and angular, and the maturity and stability between his eyebrows were the same as before. But there was an inexplicable difference. Perhaps it was because she looked too silly standing straight on the path and looking up at him. He smiled helplessly and raised his hand to cover his eyebrows. Is it because you don't look good now? His voice was very light, with a bit of hesitation and lack of confidence. This was not like him. He was well-planned and confident no matter what he did. The color of Sure Yu pupils deepened quietly. She gathered strength under her feet and landed on the handrail of the balcony with a light jump. She tiptoed and half-knelt in front of him. Her eyes were higher than his. Those who act first and report later will always be punished later. In the night, she pinched his chin and looked at him from top to bottom, with a strong sense of oppression. But her tone was extremely frivolous. Hey, my little beauty has become a big beauty? Xie Yuyan pupil shrank slightly. But she bit his ear and whispered, Can I eat it? Chapter 183. No. Xie Yuyan frowned and gently pinched Sure Yu's finger on his chin. He could clearly feel that her breath had become heavier. Before he could continue to speak, she pinched his shoulder and pushed him against the wall. The sound of the body hitting the wall was not loud, but it was particularly abrupt in the quiet night. Sure Yu narrowed his eyes dangerously, pinched a strand of his hair, and circled it on his fingers. When it reached the end of the hair, he pinched the small strand of hair and swept it around his cheek, obviously tormenting him. I didn't hear you clearly just now. What did you say? Say it again. Her words were full of threats. Xie Yuyan opened his eyes and looked at her. Suddenly he laughed, put his hands around her waist, and put his chin on her shoulder. His voice was very low and heavy, like the tone of a heavy cello, which made people want to sink unconsciously. Sure Yu was still waiting for a definite answer, and poked his chest with a finger. Don't think you can do whatever you want in front of me when you grow up. You are still a scumbag. He hugged her without saying anything. When she tried to settle the score, he pulled the virtual screen from behind her calmly and said, My brother probably wants to confront Xie Liqin. Sure Yu noticed that he was changing the subject, but he had to follow his thoughts. He bit his shoulder angrily, waiting for him to tell the reason. Xie Yuyan took a breath, not knowing whether it was real pain or fake pain. Anyway, Sure Yu loosened his teeth, glimpsing a smile at the corner of his eyes. Sure Yu could hardly help but feel that he was pretending to be pitiful. Suddenly, she felt disgusted and pulled his handsome face to the side. The touch was naturally good, but the sudden ugliness made her burst out laughing. Xie Yuyan pinched her palm helplessly, pulled Yu to sit on the rattan chair next to her, pointed to the red dot on the virtual screen and said, "He thought I was gone." He already knew that Mrs. Xie suddenly disappeared in the capital star, and it was obvious that it was related to Xie Liqin. Xie Jiangsa did not choose to go to the capital star system, but stayed in the Black Triangle. So he guessed his idea, but he had no position and no right to stop him. So he could only stay quietly and contact Luo Xiaozi and Fengsen. With them around, no matter what Xie Liqin wanted to do, it would not be easy to succeed, and there was no need for him to go to the capital star system on purpose. Yu grabbed his hand and squeezed it, and the meaning of venting anger was very obvious. First, he killed someone without asking for permission, and then he took risks behind her back, and then he kept her on hold, making her unable to do anything, which was even more sinful. Yu put down the little notebook in her heart and began to keep accounts. After dealing with Xie Liqin, she must settle the previous accounts one by one. She asked, "What are you going to do?" Xie Jiangsa went to find Xie Liqin now. She didn't think he would get anything good, and the father and son would most likely have a falling out. Xie Yuyan stretched out his hand and tapped a few times on the virtual screen, and a star navigation map immediately appeared in front of the two of them. There were many icons on the star navigation map. He pointed to the icon belonging to the Judgment Core and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, the Judgment Core will arrive at the Black Triangle tomorrow. I have sent people to the Beiyang Galaxy. Once the war starts in the Black Triangle, Xie Liqin will not be able to take care of it, and the people I arranged will soon be able to retake the Beiyang Galaxy." "Do you mean that the Judgment Corps will start the war directly after arriving at the Black Triangle?" Yu frowned slightly. "It's not that it's impossible, but Xie Liqin must be on guard against the Judgment Corps. Once the war starts, it's still easy for something to happen in the Beiyang Galaxy." Xie Yuyan shook his head. "Of course not. Remember what Yin Bai said to you? There will be a meeting between Organization X and the Free Alliance tomorrow. You go with him and kill Xie Liqin." His tone was very decisive, with a strong murderous aura. Yu looked at his calm profile, and suddenly felt that the little pretty girl who hugged him and cried after Xie Jiangsa got into trouble had changed unconsciously. He was not indecisive before, but he was too cautious and couldn't make up his mind to give up. Yu grabbed his hand and squeezed it, silently giving him strength. Xie Jiangsa is slippery. It must be fine. After all, he was still worried. Otherwise, there would be no positioning for Xie Jiangsa. Xie Yuyan tilted his head and smiled at her. "Capture this place. The Black Triangle should not exist." Yu understood his determination. Xie Liqin should no longer exist in this world, since the Freedom Alliance has declared war on the First Alliance. It is only a matter of time before the two sides engage in a large-scale war, rather than setting up the battlefield on the territory of the First Federation. It is better to take the initiative in the Black Triangle and completely destroy this place that hides countless crimes. In the dark night, Xie Jiangsa faced countless energy guns and said calmly, "I am Xie Jiangsa. Take me to see Xie Liqin." He understood the reason, but he wanted to make a final struggle anyway. Maybe it was stupid, but he didn't want to leave any regrets. He stood straight. His face was about 50% similar to Xie Liqin, and no one would doubt their father-son relationship. The people of the Free Alliance looked at each other, not knowing how to deal with it. Xie Liqin had two sons. One was better than the other, and many people knew it. But both Xie Jiangsa and Xie Yuyan died in the war. Now another Xie Jiangsa suddenly appeared. Who knows if it is true or false? But Xie Jiangsa was too calm, and even threw out a photo of himself and Xie Liqin. Some people couldn't make up their minds and reported to their superiors. About half an hour later, Xie Jiangsa was allowed to enter the core area of the Free Alliance. Seeing that Xie Liqin was still willing to see him, Xie Jiangsa had a faint hope in his heart. He clenched his fist and walked in the steel and iron base. Soon, the little hope in his heart was extinguished by his own hands. He saw one person after another who could match the universe wanted order in the base. All of them were extremely evil, and they were wearing the uniforms of the Free Alliance here, with military ranks on their shoulders. Xie Jiangsa's emotions became heavier and heavier, and he also felt a sense of confusion that he didn't know what to say. It turned out that Xie Liqin had become extremely unfamiliar to him since he didn't know when, and he couldn't see through what he was thinking. He used to think that everything Xie Liqin did was for the First Federation. He put everything in the First Federation first, and even created Xie and Yen for this. He once warned himself that Xia Liqin was just paranoid about wanting the First Federation to grow stronger. But he used the wrong method. But now it seems that Xia Liqin knew what he wanted from beginning to end. And he never made a mistake in the method. Because in his opinion, the means were just one of the ways to achieve the goal. And whether it was ruthless or not was not within his consideration. After passing through one gate after another, Xie Jiangsa met Xia Liqin as he wished. He was still as tall and serious as before. But he could not have a trace of respect in his heart. He felt that the man in front of him was so strange and scary that he felt that he was not his father at all. "Are you among those who made trouble in the Black Triangle today?" Xia Liqin's first sentence to him was still a question. What started to become like this? He didn't trust anyone. Perhaps he was also guilty in his heart, knowing that everything he did could not be agreed with by the world. And his own son would not understand what he did, knowing that it was wrong, knowing that it was evil, but still insisting on doing it. Just for the supreme glory? But is it really glory that he really got? It is hypocritical self-satisfaction. Xie Jiangsa raised his head firmly and pierced Xia Liqin's false self-confidence in the most direct way. "Father, do you think the Black Triangle has a chance of winning against the First Federation?" His eyes were full of questions, and he wanted Xia Liqin to seriously consider this issue. Arranging everything in the Black Triangle was a retreat he had prepared for himself a long time ago. But he should also know that a place like the Black Triangle is not easy to control. Xie Jiangsa asked straightforwardly, and Xia Liqin heard it clearly. Of course, there is no chance of winning, no matter how powerful the Black Triangle is. It gathers some extremely vicious people. Maybe some of them are really capable. But the reason why bandits are bandits is that they can't accomplish great things. The First Federation has gone through many wars, and there are riots in the country. The situation is indeed not good. But Xia Liqin didn't seem to think that his sudden rebellion would not cause greater turmoil in the Federation, but would make the First Federation, which had become a pile of loose sand, slowly gather toward Shiryu and twist into a force that is difficult to break. The sense of honor of the country will make them united against the outside world, and the betrayal of former believers will make them angry. Unexpectedly, Xia Liqin was not angry because of his words. Not even a trace of anger. He crossed his legs and leaned back on the chair leisurely, looked directly at Xie Jiangsa and sneered, saying indifferently, "You came here just to tell me this?" He seemed to be immersed in the world he created, unable to extricate himself. Xie Jiangsa's eyes were heavy. He looked at him for a long time, but could not see any other expression on his face. Xia Liqin was proud and arrogant. He would not compromise easily, let alone overthrow the dynasty he established. He was already immersed in his own world, and no one could wake him up. Xie Jiangsa's hands hanging by his side tightened repeatedly. And finally, he could only ask the second question of this trip weekly. "What did you force your mother to do?" After Shiji rescued him, he wanted to contact Mrs. Xia, but was stopped by Xia Liqin, who said that he would wait until the right time to tell Mrs. Xia and Xie Yuyan that he was still alive. At first, he thought that Xia Liqin wanted to use his presence in the dark to make it easier to find out the Black Hand that attempted to manipulate the Federation. But now it seems that he didn't think so at all, and he had other purposes. "Want to know?" Xia Liqin asked back. Xie Jiangsa looked straight at him, without saying anything, but he had already revealed his attitude. It was hard to imagine that his father would use him to threaten his mother. It was a ridiculous fact. "What are I and Yuyan to you?" he asked in a hoarse voice. He used to think that Xia Liqin was rude to him because Xie Yuyan was the product of a genetic experiment. But now it seems that he may not be so special in front of Xia Liqin. Xia Liqin stood up and walked in front of him. The height of the steps allowed him to look down at Xie Jiangsa from a high position. A cruel smile appeared on his lips, and he said something extremely cruel. "You should be glad that you are still useful." Xie Jiangsa's pupils opened slightly, and he felt that his consciousness began to become dull. He took a step back and held his forehead, and his vision was blurred. Suddenly, he realized something and looked at Xia Liqin in disbelief. Yui knelt on the ground powerlessly before he could finish his words, and a feeling of suffocation filled his heart. It turns out that Xia Liqin has been waiting for him here. From the moment he gave him a message and asked him to communicate with Mrs. Xia, he stepped into his trap. Xia Liqin knew him, and commanding him to come here would only make him rebellious and suspect that he had other purposes. If he didn't say anything and threw Mrs. Xia as bait, he would fall into his trap obediently. He and Xie Yuyan have never been different. They are both tools that can be used. But one is used openly, and the other is used secretly. Xie Jiangsa closed his eyes, and the sneer on his lips became stronger and stronger. However, no matter how angry he was in his heart, he still felt powerless, and was finally overwhelmed by the darkness. Seeing Xie Jiangsa unconscious, Xie Liqing called someone to take him away. The chips in your own hands are the safest. It was like this before, and it is still like this now. Chapter 184. The scenery of the Black Triangle is really beautiful. Sure, you looked at the light of the stars in the sky slowly shining on the earth. Stretched inside, the light swallowed the darkness, and the destroyed ruins rolled up with gray smoke, which was an extreme beauty after surviving a disaster. Xie Yuyan gathered her collar, just hiding a light red mark, and took over her words. If you like, you can come and stay for a while after everything is over. Sure, you was slightly surprised, and glanced at him sideways, seeing that he was always cold and noble. She grabbed his wrist without saying anything. While the world was spinning, she sat astride him, and bit his ear with a low voice. I have to do a big thing today. Is there no encouragement to practice? Such a posture is really embarrassing. Xie Yuyan turned away uncomfortably, but when his eyes touched the light of the distant stars, he grabbed Shiryu's waist and took the initiative, glimpsing the excitement in her eyes. Xie Yuyan smiled helplessly and gently pressed his lips to her brow. I wait for you, Marshal Sure. After the words fell, there was another whisper, so soft that it was almost blown away by the wind. Shiryu suddenly opened her eyes wide, unloaded her hands, and collapsed on the fluffy mattress, revealing a look of being at the mercy of others, and began to play rogue. I don't mind now. Her roguery was not over yet, and the oppression disappeared. The man stood sideways in front of the French window, not only buttoned up the buttons that were not buttoned, but also picked up the coat on the chair next to him and put it on, wrapping himself tightly. Shiryu immediately turned over from the bed, showing a pitiful expression. You are really too much. Lighting a fire without putting it out. Damn tiger and wolf words. Xie Yuyan paused in pulling on his coat, then calmly opened his smart brain and started his work for the day as if no one was around. Yan Bai. Are you ready? Yes. Just as I arranged before. Yuan. Sure you. This damn man is heartless. Xie Yuyan talked for more than 10 minutes. And Shiryu knelt on the bed and watched him talk for more than 10 minutes, without any intention of moving. And his expression was aggrieved, just like a big cat abandoned by its owner. Xie Yuyan ended the call, turned his head to meet her resentful eyes, and finally sighed helplessly, walked to the bed, pecked her lips lightly, and lowered his voice to coax. It's time to work. Marshal Sure. He seemed to like calling her like this, with a little intimacy, and some helplessness of not knowing what to do with her. Anyway, very doting. Shiryu instantly revived with full blood, and before he left, he grabbed his neck and pulled him down with force. Yanbai glanced at the time again, his expression a little anxious. Xie Yuyan was never a person who would be late, but now, he was already half an hour late. There was only half an hour left before the meeting with Xie Liqing. If he didn't go, he would be late. He called the communication after 10 minutes. But Xie Yuyan didn't answer the call. After a few minutes, he replied that he was almost there. But he didn't arrive even after 10 minutes. Could it be that he encountered some trouble? It shouldn't be. With that salted fish staying by his side, it is more likely that others will encounter unexpected events. Yanbai hesitated whether to make another call. When his eyes passed by the window of the floating car, he happened to see Shiryu getting off another floating car, and the action of dialing the call also stopped. Shiryu swaggered over and got on the floating car. Yanbai didn't see Xie Yuyan behind him, so he had to look far away. But the floating car set sail. I go with you. Shiryu sat in the back seat like a big shot, holding the car window with one hand, and looked more excited than Yanbai had ever seen. Yanbai didn't know what was wrong, but time was running out, so he didn't ask any more questions. He immediately turned on the automatic navigation system of the hover car and asked casually, did anything happen on the way? Why did you delay for so long? He glanced at Shiryu with his peripheral vision, and happened to catch a glimpse of a smile on her lips. And the strange feeling in his heart became stronger. How to describe Shiryu's smile? It looked like she had succeeded in doing something bad. Before he had time to think about it, he heard Shiryu absent-mindedly say, something did delay me. Yanbai was about to ask what it was, but Shiryu changed the subject. Are you okay? I'm going to kill Xie Liqing today. When the situation is chaotic, you should be able to escape. Right? Yin Bai felt a sweat on his forehead when he heard her say that she was going to kill Xia Liqin so bluntly. But he soon stopped and popped out his chest, and reluctantly refuted the contempt in his words. Anyway, I have SSS level physical and mental strength, and I'm not so weak that I can't even escape. Shiryu then reluctantly moved his eyes to glance at him. That's hard to say. Where's Gu Qianqian? Where did you take him? Yin Bai was interrupted by her before he could say anything in rebuttal, and was led to another direction. He had to suppress his frustration and said, Commander Xie has other things to give him. Shiryu nodded and whispered, he really orders us around. The hovercraft was very fast and arrived at the destination in 15 minutes. When Shiryu was about to get off the car in her own appearance, Yin Bai immediately stopped her. Aren't you going to disguise yourself? I'm afraid you can't even get through the door in this appearance? Shiryu waved her hand. Xia Liqin knows I'm here, and we both know the purpose of today's meeting. This is a Hongnan banquet. Xia Liqin would never allow forces beyond his control to exist in his territory. So the X organization has only two ways to go. One is to be killed by Xia Liqin, and the other is to kill Xia Liqin. Tell him that I am not only Y1121, but also X1003. What kind of expression do you think he will have? I think it should be quite exciting. Shiryu took out a piece of clothing from the space bag under Yin Bai's dull eyes. This is the headquarters of the Free Alliance. There is almost a sentry every 5 steps and 10 steps. The security is extremely strict. After the two people's hovercraft entered the monitoring area, countless energy guns were pointed at them. Come here alone? Xia Liqin sat at the front of the long table, watching the virtual screen showing only a hovercraft, and tapped the rhythm with his index finger on the table, and then said contemptuously, really arrogant. But any arrogant person must have great confidence in his ability. Xia Liqin did not let anyone take action immediately, but wanted to know what in this small hovercraft could be relied on by X1003 to make her so arrogant. After arriving at the designated area, the door of the hovercraft opened. The first thing that appeared in Xia Liqin's sight was a pair of black high-top military boots, followed by a corner of the blue-gold military uniform that made his pupils shrink. Shiryu put on the military jacket of the Federal Marshal, swaggered off the hovercraft, and extended her hands to greet people in all directions as if she was holding a fan meeting. She showed a playful smile that rarely appeared on her face since she became a marshal, and waved while opening the public channel of the intelligent brain. I am X1003. Xia Liqin. According to your request, I came to have lunch with you. Where is the person? Why don't you come to greet me? Her voice was heard very far away, and her frivolous tone was full of contempt. At that moment, only her voice was echoing in the headquarters of the Free Alliance. And after she finished speaking, the whole space was so quiet that you could almost hear the sound of the breeze turning. It was only a few seconds, but Yin Bai felt like several years had passed. He never thought that Shiryu would directly provoke Xia Liqin in such an arrogant manner. In his opinion, if he wanted to kill Xia Liqin, he had to go to him first. Now that he had exposed himself openly, it also meant that the two of them had to face countless people at the Free Alliance headquarters, not to mention approaching Xia Liqin and killing him. They might be killed in return. This was courting death. Yin Bai took a deep breath, and then he realized that the clothes on his back were soaked, and the culprit had already confronted Xia Liqin. Shiryu, you are very courageous. Xia Liqin's voice sounded like several tons of iron, and anyone could tell that he was in a bad mood at the moment. Shiryu stretched out her hand and pulled the virtual screen that suddenly popped up in front of her to the left and right, as if she was wondering where this virtual screen popped up from. Her expression and actions were too frivolous, and Xia Liqin's face shown on the virtual screen was not good. Realizing that he couldn't figure out how this thing came out, Shiryu gave up, crossed his arms, leaned on the door of the hovercraft, and said nonchalantly, "Did you know I was brave the first day? Not afraid of death?" Xia Liqin laughed instead of getting angry. He has lived for more than 200 years, and has met all kinds of people. Countless arrogant people. But no one who can be arrogant to the end in front of him has yet appeared. Shiryu is very strong, and the God of War is worthy of being the strongest mecha in the universe. The attack of the Deep Blue Galaxy directly made Shiryu and the God of War listed in the list of the most dangerous people in various countries, higher than the level of the Judgment Corps at the time. But no matter how powerful a person is, there will be weaknesses. Because she is a human. Shiryu seemed to have heard a big joke, and laughed out loud. As she laughed, she stretched out her hand and turned the black collar. The low-key and gorgeous 6-star pattern on the collar flashed in front of Xia Liqin's eyes. Before he had time to think too much, an energy gun was pointed at him. Although it was across the screen, he heard the whisper of the god of death in hell. "You seem to like using the dragon very much. I think this collar is pretty. Can I help you wear it around your neck?" Xia Liqin's pupils dilated. And the next second, the sound of the building collapsing came into his ears from the virtual screen, while still communicating with him. Shiryu's black hair was blown by the wind, and gradually dyed with bright golden pupils. Mysterious and noble. Not something that ordinary people can touch. Chapter 185. Xia Liqin could feel Shiryu killing intentions through the virtual screen. But his face was calm. Not frightened by her at all. He leaned back in the chair behind him, staring at her golden eyes, squinting his eyes in thought. In the Interstellar era, people's hair color and eye color are not unique. But Shiryu's eye color is obviously not born. There is a mysterious power lingering around her, which makes her look very similar to Lan Zhe more than 100 years ago. Lan Zhe has always been very careful. After coming to the Federation, he completely regarded himself as a real human life. But humans and Zerg are different after all. And the power he possesses is also impossible for humans to have. It was he who discovered that Lan Zhe was not a human. And it was he who accidentally let it slip. He blamed himself. But later, he found that self-blame was useless. Lan Zhe could not survive. And the Federation gradually collapsed under the invasion of the coalition forces of several countries. The Federation was in chaos. And the only thing he could do to make up for it was to lead the Federation to stand up again. Only in this way would Lan Zhe die with peace of mind. He continued the experiments done by those people. Lan Zhe wanted the First Federation to be strong, so he would not mind his body and genes being used for research. He wanted to extract the part of Lan Zhe's genes that gave it powerful strength, and wanted to make human combat power not limited by the so-called mental power level. But unfortunately, this research has never been successful from the beginning to the termination by Shiryu. Xie Jiangsa was able to come back to life, which was indeed due to Lan Zhe's genes. But more importantly, it was Shiryu's transformation of his own genes. His power became stronger, but it was still not comparable to the power Lan Zhe possessed. Perhaps Shiryu had been lying to him all along. Lan Zhe's genes must have been successfully extracted by him and used on Shiryu. Otherwise, how to explain the mysterious power she showed? Xia Liqin suddenly clenched the armrest of the chair and quickly released the force, raised his hand to sweep the virtual screen, and ended the communication with Shiryu. He looked down at Xie Jiangsa, who was tied up and thrown on the ground, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "It's okay if you can't get Lan Zhe's genes." The war god that descended from the sky shocked everyone in the Free Alliance base. Countless gun barrels turned around, trying to kill Shiryu before she entered the cockpit. But just as the gun barrel began to accumulate energy, it was constrained by an unknown force, and the internal structure began to twist and collapse. It was obviously not an accident that the energy cannon malfunctioned at this time, and everyone in the base received an absolute order from their superiors, and teams of mecha troops poured out. Shiryu just jumped into the war god cockpit and received a communication and a topographic map from Xiaoyan. "This is the topographic map I captured by invading the Free Alliance after the system was destroyed. Xia Liqin is currently in this position, and my brother is imprisoned here." Shiryu nodded, and immediately sent the topographic map to Yanbai, and reminded him, "It is estimated that there will be chaos outside soon. You have to be careful." The people of the X organization had been arranged by Xiaoyan in various key places in the Black Triangle early, waiting for some action here, and then began to intercept the troops coming here to support. At this time, Master Wen Miao had already led the Judgment Corps to the star field where the Black Triangle was located. It would not take long for them to form a siege here. Shiryu did not say any more nonsense. At this moment, the god of war was like a demolition machine. She razed one building after another to the ground. There were countless mechas rushing over, but she did not bother with them. During the chase and escape, the base of the Free Alliance was destroyed more seriously. Yanbai did not take out the mecha. He got off the hovercraft at the beginning of the chaos, put on the Free Alliance's mimic exoskeleton, mixed into the crowd, and went to the location of Xie Jiangsa quietly. As time went by, the Free Alliance base gradually turned into a ruin. But Shiryu felt something was wrong. "I always felt that everything was too smooth. So smooth that it was unbelievable. But the pressure caused by those vicious people in the Black Triangle was still there. and I couldn't tell whether it was smooth or not. Sure, you had a vague premonition that Xia Liqin would not be so easily ruined by her. But now the base of the Free Alliance was almost ruined. But he never showed up. Is he planning to run away? This is not like Xia Liqin's style of doing things. And with Xia Yuyan in charge of monitoring, Xia Liqin simply cannot leave at this time. The Black Triangle is the basis for Xia Liqin to challenge the Federation. If he escapes at this time, he will never be able to turn things around. Sure, you kicked away the mecha that was fighting with her, and threw out the beam sword from a distance. Seeing the cockpit broken, she withdrew the beam sword expressionlessly. At this moment, the support dispatched by Xia Yuyan also fought with the people of the Free Alliance. The Judgment Corps had also killed to the Black Triangle and confronted and fought with the troops of the space station. It was only a matter of time to capture the entire Black Triangle. Xia Liqin will be defeated. Sure, Yu's ominous premonition became stronger and stronger. She tried to contact Yin Bai, but found that the communication here was blocked at some point, and the intelligent brain could not be used at all. The radar of the God of War covered the entire base of the Free Alliance, but the communication was still unusable. At this time, a call came into her intelligent brain, which showed Xie Jiansa, who was tied up, and he was wearing a collar with a 6-star pattern around his neck. Sure, you almost burst out a swear word when she saw this scene. Xia Liqin really didn't deserve to be a human being. He actually threatened her with his own son. There was also a line of words on the virtual screen, which was a coordinate. The meaning was obvious. It was Xie Jiansa's current location. Xia Liqin wanted to lure her over, and then use the evil dragon to get rid of her and Xie Jiansa together. What a good plan. Xia Yuyan's face was very gloomy. He just received a communication that the people of the X organization found the evil dragon somewhere in the Black Triangle, and then found 2 more in less than 10 minutes. He tried to contact Yu, but the communication was not connected. Xia Liqin's purpose has been very clear at this point. He wants to destroy the entire Black Triangle and Yu. No matter how powerful the God of War is, he can't resist the dense explosion of the evil dragon. Using an entire galaxy to bury Yu and the God of War is really a big deal. Xia Liqin didn't want to set up a competition between the Black Triangle and the First Federation from the beginning. His goal was to lure Yu to the Black Triangle and then kill her. Without Yu, the First Federation is no different from a tiger with its teeth pulled out. It is no longer threatening and will become a mess again. Commander Xia, we must leave here now. The program of the evil dragon has been activated. There is less than half an hour left before the explosion. Someone urged. The fact that Xie Yuyan didn't die was probably the only mistake in Xia Liqin's decision. You go first. I'd be there later. He took out the judge, who had never been used since he got it, and later gave it to Kuwait for remodeling. After the genetic defect was repaired, his physical and mental strength remained the same, but he was not unable to even drive a mecha. After debugging, the driving mode of the judge was repeatedly downgraded, and all the abandoned attack modes were turned into defense. For him, the driving intensity was not high, and with the upgraded gray light shield protection, ordinary attacks could not cause him any harm. Xia Yuyan avoided those who wanted to persuade him to leave, enter the cockpit of the judge, and at the same time open the public channel that could communicate with the entire Black Triangle, and switch the voice to Yu. I am Yu from the First Federation. Please pay attention to all residents of the Black Triangle. The Free Alliance has released a large number of dragons into the Black Triangle. The number found so far is enough to blow up the entire Black Triangle. Please leave the Black Triangle as quickly as possible. Xia Yuyan didn't care whether the people in the Black Triangle believed it or not. He repeated what he had just said 3 times, and the judge rushed to the Free Alliance headquarters at the fastest speed. He knew that she was very sensitive, and that she would not easily get into trouble. But he was always unconsciously nervous in his heart. She was so strong that everyone was afraid of her. But he couldn't help but worry about her. No matter how powerful Yu was, he was still a person. He couldn't sit back and relax in a safe place and watch her wandering on the boundary between life and death. There was a golden light in Yu's eyes. If anyone still had the mind to pay attention to their surroundings, they would find that the ground in a certain place in the base began to rise, and the buildings originally built underground protruded upward at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yu took a deep breath. It was still too much for her to lift the entire underground base from the bottom. She was about to jump out of the cockpit when she suddenly sensed a terrifying and dangerous aura. The floater floating beside her immediately turned into a spear. Without any hesitation, she fired a shot in the direction of her premonition. when the particle beams intersected with each other. A huge and terrifying force radiated to the surroundings. The energy waves that burst out in an instant almost lifted everything around, and the already dilapidated buildings were destroyed again. Shiryu subconsciously looked at the base that she had just lifted from the ground with her supernatural power, and saw a white mecha, which was Yin Bai. He couldn't use his conscious communication, so he just opened the speaker. Marshal, sure. There are at least 10 dragons buried here. Once they explode, everyone will die. There are still 10 minutes before the dragons are activated. We must leave here immediately. The dragons are powerful, and it takes a long time from charging to exploding. Shiryu squinted his eyes, and threw out 2 beam swords. The next moment, the god of war disappeared from the spot, and fought with the black mecha that suddenly appeared in the air. He asked Yin Bai with some concern, "Where is Xie Jiangsa?" The beam swords intersected with each other, and the torn arc seemed to be able to create sparks. The pilot of this black mecha is very strong and experienced, and he must have spent a lot of time on the battlefield. Yin Bai opened his eyes wide and looked at the black mecha in the air. After a long time, he said in a hoarse voice, "I brought the person out, but he has a dragon on his neck. We don't have the key, so it's impossible. Give the person to me." Xie Yuyan's voice interrupted. Shiryu, who was fighting with the black mecha, kicked him on the shoulder, and also saw the judge in the simulated sandbox. She gritted her teeth, and the strength in her hand suddenly became stronger. The black mecha, which had not yet stabilized its body, narrowly avoided the sword she chopped. At the same time, virtual particle wings almost like the god of war were opened behind him. The wings turned slightly, and the black mecha disappeared on the spot. Shiryu raised her eyebrows in surprise, thinking of the guardian that Xia Liqin had given her. Whether it was this black mecha or the guardian, they were all made after the Ares. Xia Liqin was really obsessed with the Ares. But a fake is always a fake. The black mecha disappeared quickly, and the Ares was not slow either. The 2 mechas clearly made some moves one after another. But the silver-blue mecha appeared behind the black mecha, raised the particle beam sword high, and chopped it down heavily. It was the sound of the mecha being cut open. Shiryu kicked the back of the black mecha, and appeared in front of him the next second, sending the beam sword into the cockpit. The black mecha was so powerful in less than 2 minutes that it was completely defeated and fell from the air powerlessly. Shiryu put away the beam sword and immediately flew towards the judge, but saw that in the cockpit of the judge, Xie Yuyan was embarrassedly avoiding the energy bomb that had brushed past his neck. And in front of him, Xie Jiangsa was holding the energy gun against him. Chapter 186. It's a fake. Xie Jiangsa would rather die than attack Xie Yuyan. The god of war landed from the sky, and Shiryu jumped out of the cockpit. The dark golden scimitar flashed a dark light in the sky, and blood sprayed with it. Shiryu jumped into the cockpit of the judge, and saw Xie Yuyan holding his bleeding shoulder, his face almost frozen. "Why are you here?" She put away the god of war and said, "Give me the driving authority." Xie Yuyan knew that he had done more harm than good this time, so he quickly handed over the second driving authority of the judge to her, and said in her cold eyes, "I'm fine. Xia Liqin has buried the evil dragon in the entire Black Triangle. There is less than half an hour before the explosion. It is absolutely impossible to dismantle it all. The Black Triangle will be destroyed soon. Everyone evacuate first." He probably has left. The hemostatic agent was injected into his arm, and the pain was slightly relieved. He did not wait for a response, and immediately ordered his troops to evacuate. He had just stated the current situation of the Black Triangle through the public channel. Some believed it, and some did not. Of course, the people of the Free Alliance would not listen to him, and when they could not contact Xia Liqin, they began to panic. Shiryu didn't bother at this time. The people of Organization X had already started to evacuate. After the transformation, the speed of the judge was even faster than that of the god of war. Seeing that Xie Yuyan's injuries had eased, she immediately drove the judge away. "Do you know where he went?" Shiryu ignored Xie Yuyan and spoke coldly when she found that Xie Yuyan was approaching. It was the first time she spoke to him in such an attitude. Xie Yuyan was a little stunned. After a few seconds, he stretched out his bloody hand and gently pulled the corner of her clothes. He looked a little pitiful. "Sorry. I'm afraid something will happen to you." But after he said this, Shiryu's expression not only did not ease, but became even uglier. Xie Yuyan didn't know where he stepped on the landmine, and heard Shiryu repeat the words just now coldly. "Do you know where he might have gone?" He was referring to Xia Liqin. Xia Yuyan pursed his lips and said, "The capital star system." Sure Yu suddenly turned his head to look at him. Xia Yuyan secretly pinched her index finger, but said obediently, "He is obviously going to abandon the Black Triangle now. With his ambition and character, he will not allow himself to become a loser who cannot see the light in the future. He must have taken my brother away. If I am not mistaken, he may have arranged in the capital star system, and my mother is very likely to be threatened by him." At first, he only thought that Xia Liqin wanted to use Mrs. Xia to create chaos in the capital star and let Sure Yu use magic crazily. But from the current situation, he did not want to use the Black Triangle to rise from the beginning, but wanted to use the Black Triangle to trip up Sure Yu. Even if no one wants Sure Yu life this time, she can't easily return to the capital star system. As long as the arrangement in the capital star system is perfect, it is very likely that the First Federation will change hands. Sure Yu's eyes flashed with danger. She glanced at Xia Yuyan, who was quietly pinching her fingers but pretending that he had done nothing, and said coldly, "Where is Gu Qianqian? What did you ask him to do?" "Captain Xia, you made such a scene in the Black Triangle and buried a bunch of evil dragons. Do you want to leave?" Gu Qianqian led the fleet to block the impulse that was about to start. His voice came from the public channel and accurately reached Xia Liqin's ears. He was originally responsible for the sneak attack on the space station that Xia Liqin had just built. He suddenly received a communication from Xia Yuyan in the middle of the way, asking him to meet with a fleet that was quietly hiding outside the Black Triangle and intercept a fleet that went out of the Black Triangle. Neither he nor Xia Yuyan thought that Xia Liqin would be in this battleship at first. They just thought that he had other actions. Xia Liqin's face was very ugly. He originally wanted to use the meeting to delay Sure Yu until the dragon was fully charged. By then, even if Sure Yu had the God of War, he would definitely not be able to escape from such a dense explosion. Yes, he guessed that the X organization was related to Sure Yu. Sure Yu made a big fuss in the Black Triangle and disappeared quietly. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find any trace. There was only one possibility, that there was a force in the Black Triangle protecting her and erasing her traces. Xia Liqin thought for a long time, and finally locked his target on the X organization. He had a thorough understanding of the strength of other organizations, but the X organization surrendered on the surface. But he still didn't know how big it was in private. He took a gamble, betting that Sure Yu would kill him by taking advantage of the meeting between Organization X and the Free Alliance. And she did win the bet. But she never expected that Sure Yu would still play against the rules as before, provoking the entire Free Alliance base alone, causing the conflict to break out early, and even exposing the fact that the Black Triangle had buried a large number of evil dragons in advance. What he didn't expect was that Xia Yuyan was still alive. Thinking of the horrific explosion in the deep blue galaxy, the gloom on Xia Liqin's face deepened. "Blast it," he gave the order decisively, without any intention of talking nonsense with Gu Qianqian. Those who stayed in the Black Triangle were all those who surrendered to him later. They were in the same mind with him on the surface, but they were planning other things behind the scenes. Those people were also used as bait by him. Now those around him are elites he can absolutely trust. He has absolute confidence that the fleet led by Gu Qianqian is not his opponent. As long as he can reach the capital galaxy, everything that originally belonged to him will return to his hands in the end. Xia Liqin smiled cruelly, but in the next second, his smile froze on his face. Xia Jiangsa, who was originally tied up and thrown to the ground by him, disappeared without a trace. Xia Liqin's pupils dilated slightly, but the cold muzzle of the energy gun was against the back of his head. At this point, "Is there anything else you want to say?" Xia Jiangsa's tone was unprecedentedly calm, but his hand holding the energy gun was shaking slightly. When he injected Xia Jiangsa with a large amount of weakening potion, and it was impossible for him to wake up at this time. "Father." "No. Reg, do you think that after you have done so many things, I will still trust you as before, and will still be defenseless against you?" Xia Jiangsa's tone was obviously sarcastic. He came to see Xia Liqin, probably to extinguish the last illusion in his heart. Only after meeting him, only after truly understanding what kind of person Xia Liqin is, will he completely give up, not hold a grudge, and have a chance to make him unable to do anything. But you taught me personally." A simple statement made Xia Liqin fall into silence. Sometimes he would also wonder why Xia Jiangsa, who was obviously taught by him, had completely different views and cognitions from him. and was even stupid enough to protect a tool. Finally, he attributed this to weakness, indecision, and the fact that Xie Jiangsa resembled his mother. Xie Liqing put his hands on the armrests of the chair and sneered. I taught you countless times before, but you couldn't learn it. Now you can. Maybe you didn't have such a real experience before. Xie Jiangsa interrupted him and opened the safety of the energy gun. Don't you want to know what happened to your mother? Xie Liqing threatened with narrowed eyes. Xie Jiangsa's finger on the trigger paused for a moment, and a smug smile flashed across Xie Liqing's pupils. He completely ignored the energy gun pointing behind his head, and leaned back in the chair with a contented look, and crossed his legs. You really inherited her indecisiveness. If I were you, I would never say a word to me, and would kill me when I pointed the gun at my head. Xie Jiangsa's eyes suddenly turned red, and Xie Liqing's smugness floated on his face. He said with great malice, if I die, she will definitely be buried with me. He responded with a shot from the muzzle. The energy gun fired an energy bullet at the back of Xie Liqing's head. With a plop, he fell to the ground, and blood flowed out from under him. Xie Jiangsa's eyes widened. He took a step back and gasped for breath. In just a few seconds, fine and dense cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and gathered into a thin stream from his jaw to his throat, and then to his collarbone. He was rolling with hot air as if he was burned by fire, and his mind was blank. When his eyes touched the pool of blood on the ground, he knelt on the ground with the energy gun in his hand. He could clearly see Xie Liqing's face, and the pride that had not yet been restrained. But there was a moment of surprise in his eyes that had not yet completely surged. Dead? Xie Liqing dead? This idea was spinning wildly in Xie Jiangsa's mind. For a moment, he could not tell what the emotions that surged in his heart were, and how much they were. Tears flowed out of his eyes uncontrollably, and flowed down. He knew what it felt like when Lu Dongyan killed Lu Shiwang with his own hands. No, maybe it was different. He never had high expectations for Xie Liqing. He had warned himself in his heart a long time ago that the image of his father, who was like a mountain in his mind when he was a child, had slowly collapsed. The former first marshal of the Federation had become blurred and untouchable in his memory. Xie Jiangsa supported the ground with both hands and suddenly laughed wildly. It's over. Everything is over. That's good. There will be no more sacrifices, and all the sins should be completely buried. He slowly stood up by holding the wall, and without even glancing at Xie Liqing, who was lying on the ground, he left the cold command room in a panic. At the moment the door closed, Xie Liqing, who should have been dead, had his pupils move for a moment, then shrank sharply, and in an instant turned into a pair of compound eyes. Chapter 187. Sure you control the judge. And out of the black triangle, the judge was so fast that one could almost see the afterimage. Xie Yuyan looked cold. He had just received a distress signal from the fleet led by Gu Qianqian. Xie Liqing's fleet was stopped by him. At the beginning, the battle was almost one-sided. The fleet led by Xie Liqing was almost crippled by him. It was so easy that he could hardly imagine it. But the bad premonition seemed to always come true. When he tried to approach the main ship, a terrifying force burst out from the main ship. Then, Xie Liqing mecha troops, who had been injured and died in the previous battle, seemed to have suddenly changed their drivers. They all resumed their actions, and the combat effectiveness of the mecha troops fighting with the fleet led by him soared wildly. In just a few minutes, the battle situation was reversed again. A huge scarlet mecha flew out from Xie Liqing's main ship. This mecha looked like a heavy mecha, with a shield-like disc on its back and strange sawtooth-like designs on its arms. It was so dense that it made people's scalps numb. Gu Qianqian looked at the mecha projection presented on the simulation sand table. He didn't find the strange design of this mecha funny, but instead sounded an alarm in his heart. He had a hunch that this mecha would threaten his life. Sure enough, this bad hunch soon came true. The scarlet mecha was not as heavy as it appeared on the outside, but in the blink of an eye, it approached from the front, and scarlet light spots floated on the moving trajectory, like phosphorus powder sprinkled when a butterfly vibrated its wings in the night. It looked good, but it was deadly dangerous. Gu Qianqian didn't dare to be stunned. He gave orders carefully and calmly, which was completely different from his usual smiling and noisy appearance. The scarlet mecha approached the warship he led, and it made a move. The sturdy mechanical arm suddenly burst out a huge red beam, which was almost 100 meters long and cruelly pierced into the shield deployed by the warship. The fleet that Xie Yuyan brought from the Torcus Star Belt military factory was all equipped with an upgraded version of the Grey Light Shield as the battleship's protective shield. But now, the light shield that can rank among the top 5 in defense in the universe has become a shoddy project under the red beam. And everything is broken. What's more terrifying is that the energy of the upgraded Grey Light Shield is disappearing. It may not be accurate to say that it is disappearing. It is being absorbed by the red beam. Gu Qianqian was shocked. The reason why the Grey Light Shield is called one of the strongest light shields in the universe is that it can withstand the energy bombarded on the light shield and absorb it for its own use. In this way, the stronger the energy beam used to attack the Grey Light Shield is, the stronger the defense capability of the Grey Light Shield will be. But now, the red beam, which is obviously formed by an energy body, easily disintegrated the power of the upgraded Grey Light Shield. In the short time when everyone was stunned by surprise, the Grey Light Shield completely disintegrated and shattered. The Scarlet Mech dragged the 2 red beams on its arms and approached the warship body. The 2 terrifying beams pierced into the warship. The Scarlet Mech ran on the surface of the warship. The red beams cut the warship with its movements. An SSS-class warship was easily cut into 2 parts by it. There was a rumbling explosion. But the Scarlet Mech disappeared in the explosion. The next moment, Gu Qianqian's heart was alarmed. The mech he was driving suddenly retreated. Almost at the moment he retreated, the red beam cut down with terrifying energy, and the surrounding space was slightly distorted under this blow. Gu Qianqian's pupils dilated. The Scarlet Mech was too flexible, and the power brought by the red beam was too terrifying. If he was not careful, he would end up like the SSS-class warship. Gu Qianqian's face was heavy. He bit his back teeth tightly, and he was sweating coldly. It was not the first time he had experienced the danger of death, but he had never felt as much pressure as this time. He calmly controlled the mecha to avoid the attack of the new red mecha, and at the same time sent a distress signal to Xie Yuyan and Shiryu, and turned on the full mimicry mode to project the battle situation here to them. What happened? Why did the mechas whose drivers were all dead start to move again? They were like tireless machines. Even if the cockpit was pierced again, they could still control the mecha to continue attacking. Gu Qianqian did not dare to be distracted. But when he avoided the attack of the Scarlet Mecha again, he accidentally locked onto a mecha in the distance, and saw the situation in the cut cockpit from the simulated sand table. At a glance, Gu Qianqian's eyes widened in disgrace. The person sitting in the cockpit of the mecha was not a human at all, but it was still wearing the uniform of the Free Alliance. Its body was pierced with strange hairy keratin. Its face was covered with a layer of emerald green scales, and behind it was a pair of transparent, broken wings that looked a bit like a dragonfly. The radar couldn't see its specific appearance in a flash, but the little bit of image was enough to be terrifying. Gu Qianqian almost pulled back his thoughts in an instant. But it was too late. Such a high-intensity battle would never allow him to be distracted. The red beam was already in front of him. He could almost feel the surrounding space being torn and almost split. But all this was not as powerful as the impending death. He must not die here. Shiryu hadn't arrived yet. He had to delay for a while. Gu Qianqian shouted out in catharsis. And an energy light shield was erected in front of the mecha. Just block it. As long as he could block it a little, he would find a gap to survive. But the red beam could easily cut through the upgraded Grey Light Shield. How could the light shield of his mecha, which was originally more attack-oriented than defense-oriented, block it? Death was just around the corner. The next second, a silver-red beam appeared without warning. Gu Qianqian felt that the balance of the mecha he was driving disappeared. And he was also hit by a huge force. He's not dead. Are you okay? This thing is a bit difficult to deal with. Let's work together, and don't fight it head-on. It was Xie Jiangsa's voice. This mecha is too big. Although it is very flexible, it has some restrictions on its movements. You should immediately organize people to attack it remotely. We will hold it together, and wait for Shiryu to come. Xie Jiangsa has been on the battlefield for a long time. He has a sharp eye, and can see that no one on the scene can be the opponent of this Scarlet Mecha. The only one who can hold him and kill him is Shiryu. He has an indelible sense of weirdness in his heart, because he couldn't imagine who was driving this mecha. Xie Liqin had died in his hands, and the best of the Free Alliance had been investigated by him and Xie Yuyan. It was impossible for someone to drive such a terrifying mecha to maintain high-intensity combat. Gu Qianqian escaped from death. With the help of Xie Jiangsa, he was finally able to spare the energy to reorganize the front line. While holding the Scarlet Mecha, He calmly issued orders. Xie Jiangsa's combat quality and experience accumulated on the battlefield were not comparable to Gu Qianqian. He skillfully drove the mecha to move behind the Scarlet Mecha. As he watched the beam sword popping out of the mecha's hand pierce the Scarlet Mecha's back armor, a layer of honeycomb-shaped red light shield suddenly covered the opponent's back. The beam sword could not penetrate at all, and the energy gathered was swallowed up by the honeycomb-shaped light shield. Xie Jiangsa did not expect it to be so difficult, and retreated decisively. But at this time, he heard Xie Liqin's arrogant voice from the public channel. I have taught you for so many years. Is this all you can do in the end? It was too unexpected. So he lost his composure. Xie Liqin seemed to have been waiting for this moment. The red beam on his right hand disappeared in the blink of an eye. And the next moment, the knee of the mecha hit the cockpit of Juefeng heavily. This blow was strong and terrifying. Xie Jiangsa was really hit. And the mecha flew backwards, and blood gushed out of his throat. He ignored the surging blood and opened the public channel and shouted, Impossible! How could you still be alive? He left after confirming that Xie Liqin had no signs of life. He couldn't be alive. Xie Jiangsa narrowed his eyes slightly, stabilized Juefeng, and locked the cockpit of the Scarlet Mecha at the same time. Xie Liqin didn't answer him, and threw a normal-sized beam of light in his hand and rushed towards him. The beams intersected with each other, and in the blink of an eye, several rounds were made. Xie Jiangsa was more and more shocked. He was taught by Xie Liqin himself. While Xie Liqin understood him, he also understood Xie Liqin. The same fighting style and the same fighting habits. It was really Xie Liqin. Xie Jiangsa bit the blood that was surging and uttered a few words from his teeth. Why didn't you die? He was determined to kill him. But this man who should have died long ago came back to life again. What went wrong? Don't be distracted at this time. There's something wrong with the people in this warship. They are all monsters. Gu Qianqian also heard Xie Liqin's voice from the public channel. Although he didn't know why Xie Jiangsa asked Xie Liqin if he was not dead. The situation in front of him was obviously not the time to entangle these things. Xie Jiangsa's pupils dilated slightly. But the Scarlet Mecha gave him a sweeping kick at this time, chasing the wind, flying backwards again. Seeing the Scarlet Mecha approaching him again, Gu Qianqian gritted his teeth and blocked its way. Xie Liqin didn't take him seriously at all. In his opinion, the battle that could be resolved within 5 minutes dragged on for 7 or 8 minutes. And he had lost his patience. A cruel smile appeared on his mouth covered with light green scales, and the arm of the mecha suddenly grew larger. Gu Qianqian only felt a red light flying in front of his eyes, and the cockpit of the mecha was strangled fiercely. Then, scarlet electric current rushed out, covering the surface of the mecha and drilling into the core of the mecha. He only felt a sharp pain invading his brain, and his huge mental power dropped sharply. He gritted his teeth and growled, trying to extract his mental power from the core of the mecha, but found that he couldn't move at all. Boy, don't waste your energy. SSS-level mental power is more or less useful. The voice that came out of the public channel was terrifying and evil. When speaking, it seemed to be chewing something vague and disgusting. Gu Qianqian hugged his head tightly. The pain became more and more intense. His mental power dropped sharply, and his vision began to become blurred. Is he going to die? Old immortal, it seems that you are really tired of living. The voice that fell from the sky was with her usual arrogance, and the silver-blue beam of light broke out at dawn in the universe that was about to be swallowed by darkness. Chapter 188. The main text ends. The god of war flew through the universe with 12 floaters, dragging a long ray of light, which was extremely gorgeous and thrilling. Xie Liqin only felt a terrifying breath locking him. Out of instinct, the Scarlet Mecha suddenly let go of the mecha driven by Gu Qianqian and quickly retreated. The position where it originally stopped pierced a silver-blue beam of light, and the beam went straight forward and stopped at the mecha in front. After a brief gap, a rumbling explosion sounded, and the mecha pierced by the silver-blue beam burst into flames. The monster in the cockpit was completely wiped out before it could scream in pain. Shiryu stood in front of Gu Qianqian and asked in a calm voice, "How are you?" Gu Qianqian was already somewhat unconscious, and he responded vaguely. Xie Yuyan, who came from behind driving the Guardian, immediately took him away from the battlefield. Xie Liqin, have you really turned yourself into a monster? Shiryu swung out his beam sword and pointed it directly at the Scarlet Mecha. Xie Liqin was hiding in the cockpit of the mecha, so Shiryu couldn't see him. But judging from the situation on the scene, his entire fleet was probably not normal. Xie Yuyan had done a simulation analysis on the way here. The Scarlet Mecha was too powerful. The load it put on the driver made a person with SSS-level mental power exhaust his mental power within 10 minutes and suffer irreversible sequelae. Even if it was Shiryu, it would be impossible to drive this Scarlet Mecha for a long time. Aren't you also a monster? Xie Liqin asked back with a sneer. Admitting that he had become a monster, he believed that Shirji had perfectly transplanted Lan Zai's genes to Shiryu. Otherwise, how could a person born with a mental power level of only be so strong that he is now difficult to defeat? He has lived for more than 200 years. And except for Lan Zai, he has never seen such a powerful and terrifying person. After realizing the power that Shiryu might have, he changed his mind of wiping her out at first, and instead pulled her over, hoping to get something from her. Unfortunately, there were too many variables, and the God of War was suddenly destroyed. Shiryu could more or less guess what he was thinking, and snorted coldly, "Idiot. There are always people who would rather die than admit that others are strong and excellent. I want to see how capable you are in the end after spending so much time on so many unscrupulous researches." The silver blue light flashed, and the next moment, the Scarlet Mecha raised its arms, and the red beams popped out. The two beams collided with each other, and then separated in an instant, and were bounced back by the force at the same time. Xie Liqin looked at the God of War, who threw out another beam sword. His expression was pleasant. The color of his compound eyes slowly changed, and he said contemptuously, "You are just like this." Originally, his body would not have been so completely alienated, and the God of Death was not so strong. It was Shiryu's shot in the deep blue galaxy that gave him a great shock. He did everything he could to strengthen the God of Death and transformed his body again. The consequence of pursuing extreme power is that the Zerg genes take the upper hand and continue to erode his body. Xie Jiangsa's shot weakened his will and physical resistance to a very low point, and the Zerg genes transplanted into his body completely took the upper hand. Xie Liqin didn't mind his current appearance. In his opinion, as long as his will still exists, he is the final winner. But just after these few words were spoken, the God of Death disappeared from the spot, and the red beams dragged on his hands pressed towards the God of War with the force of thunder. The speed was too fast. It was impossible to avoid it. Head-on attack? Of course not. Such a powerful force needs to be resisted with a stronger force. Head-on attack is the stupidest and most laborious way. But the God of War did not move. Xie Liqin narrowed his eyes, and the speed of the God of Death was even faster. 1 meter. 3 inches. Within a few feet, the red beam tore as if it was going to split the space. And it had already reached the cockpit of the God of War. The space was distorted, but it was struggling to maintain the stability it should have. The God of War, who was supposed to be hit by the red beam, was shattered and disappeared under the distorted space. Is it an afterimage? Xie Liqin's pupils dilated, and a very strong beam of light shot out from behind him. When he tried to turn sideways, it brushed the shoulder of the God of Death. The honeycomb light shield covering the Death God twisted and shattered, and quickly gathered again to cover the gap. There was more than one beam coming. The power of the terrifying silver blue beam shoelaces was not inferior to the red beam. The two beams tore the space apart, and the universe, which had already begun to twist, gradually tore a black hole when the two beams intersected. The Death God dodged very awkwardly, avoiding the vital points every time, and could not cause any substantial damage to him. Xie Liqin gritted his teeth. He certainly knew the purpose of Shiryu leisurely shooting with his gun. It was to consume him. There were many places on the surface of the Death God that were hit by the silver blue beam, and the energy consumed was also increasing exponentially, and the load on him was more than doubled. If the transplanted genes were not strong enough, and he had mastered the method of replenishing mental power in a short time, he would not be able to maintain such a high-intensity battle. Xie Liqin could still cope with the current situation, but if it continued like this, the Death God would continue to be consumed, and he would be taken down by Shiryu sooner or later. The Death God no longer dodged awkwardly. Xie Liqin let the beam hit the mecha, raised his hands to block in front of him, and the honeycomb-shaped red light shield suddenly lit up and covered the entire mecha to form a huge honeycomb. At the same time, the scarlet virtual particle wings spread behind the Death God. The wings sprinkled with red light spots vibrated, and in the blink of an eye, they approached the God of War. Shiryu was still holding the spear, and when he saw the Death God approaching, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. The spear instantly disintegrated into 12 floaters, and at the same time, they pulled to form a large silver-blue net. The beams thrown out by the two hands of the god of war also merged quickly, and the beams suddenly became larger, dragging them even larger than the red beams. The large net formed by the 12 floaters just caught the god of death. The honeycomb-shaped red light shield on the surface of the god of death shone brightly, as if it wanted to forcefully break through the particle beams to form a large net. At this time, the god of war took the huge beamed sword and stabbed at the god of death. The honeycomb-shaped light shield on the surface of the god of death suddenly disappeared, and Xia Liqing's compound eyes trembled with extreme excitement. When the god of death was only a few inches away from the net-shaped beam, a terrifying force burst out from it, and the huge round shield behind the mecha suddenly fell off and turned into a giant sickle. The sickle connected with the net-shaped beam, and dazzling sparks were pulled apart in an instant. The web-like beams fell apart. Use matter to defeat energy. How is that possible? The next moment, the huge sickle intersected with the silver-blue beam, but it broke through the beamed sword and slashed towards the cockpit of the god of war. Xia Liqing's pupils dilated, and his compound eyes changed rapidly, with the colors inside becoming more and more intense. The miracle will be ended by him. He is the creator god who created everything. With a bang, fire splashed, and the huge and terrifying explosion submerged the entire universe. The silver-red beam from afar hit the cockpit of the god of death. With the power to harvest everything, Xia Yuyan was breathing heavily, and his fine hair was soaked with sweat. He and Shiryu agreed that she would hold Xia Liqing back and attract his attention, and then he would give orders from a distance to use the laser beam equipped by the warship to end the god of death. But it was too close. Too close. The god of war and the god of death were almost stuck together. Xia Yuyan looked blankly at the universe full of smoke, where black holes had been torn out one after another and were expanding around. Shiryu? Shiryu? What's wrong? Are you okay? Xia Yuyan pulled his collar and tried to lock the position of the god of war through the radar, but found nothing. His pupils contracted, and he thought of the scene in Lipakea when he watched Shiryu fall into the black hole and disappear. Thump, thump. The beating of his heart was so strong, and the buzzing in his head made his mind blank. It was lucky once, but could he maintain this luck the second time? The throat was dry, breathing was difficult, and the vision began to become blurred. Xia Yuyan closed his eyes tightly, and the guardian rushed towards the smoke regardless of everything. He could not see anything, and the radar did not respond. One black hole after another jumped wildly, as if to completely engulf this space. No! Still no. He should not agree with her decision. He should find a safe opportunity. He in the vast smoke and fire. A ray of silver-blue light was slowly beating. Xia Yuyan's heart was strangled by a big hand, and his mouth was dry. He did not even dare to look carefully at whether the silver-blue light was the god of war or the fragments of the god of war's mecha, because the light was too weak. The communication channel of the mecha was pulled, making a hissing noise. Suddenly, a hand gently attached to the guardian's shoulder. Xia Yuyan suddenly opened his eyes wide and heard the intermittent voice in the communication channel. Xiao Liang, are you coming? It was not real, but it was indeed Shiryu's voice. The guardian turned around suddenly and hugged the god of war behind him regardless of everything. Shiryu did not expect him to react so strongly. The mental power at the core of the god of war relaxed slightly and allowed the mecha to be hugged. She took a small breath, and when another black hole was torn in front of her, she took the guardian out of the universe filled with countless gunpowder smoke. In the center of the explosion, the scarlet mecha was shattered, and a scimitar stabbed the heart of the charred monster that floated out of the cockpit. Xia Liqing was dead, killed by Shiryu. At the moment when the silver-red beam hit the cockpit of the mecha, she forcibly used her supernatural power to seize the short-term control of the god of death, allowing it to be hit by the laser beam, completely destroying its defense. The encirclement and suppression went very smoothly. When Mu arrived with the support of the Judgment Corps, the remaining remnants of Xia Liqing were strangled to death, and his secret laboratory was exposed by his subordinates. When Xia Yuyan saw Shiryu bleeding from all 7 orifices, his heart almost stopped beating. But the person who couldn't even stand steadily was leaning on his side, gently touching his ear with the tip of his bloody tongue and whispering, Xia Liqing can't die anymore. You must do what you promised me. Xia Yuyan was stiff all over, and he wanted to push her away in anger, but the bloody smell on his nose couldn't be dissipated. He grabbed Shiryu's waist and tried to pick her up, But she held him with greater strength and sealed his lips. He heard her weak chuckle, "Madam Sure. This time you should go home with your Marshal Sure. Right?" He froze, closed his eyes, and kissed her lightly in front of everyone. Chapter 189. Sure Yu was seriously injured this time. Even though she had a strong self-healing ability, she had to stay in bed for half a month. During this period, the remaining forces of Xia Liqin were wiped out by the Judgment Corps and the Sequence Corps of other marshals. The first Sequence Corps that occupied the Beiyang Galaxy also surrendered after Xia Liqin's death. Now they are sent to prison. The final treatment depends on the decision of the parliament. But they will most likely not escape treason. The Black Triangle was turned into cosmic dust under the explosion of the evil dragon. That piece of the universe was also listed as a prohibited area due to the strong radiation formed after the explosion of the evil dragon. Perhaps it will become a desolate place in the next 100 years. The spring outside the window was bright and beautiful. Sure Yu leaned on the bed without any image, holding a little pudding and eating it bit by bit. It was tasteless, which was very different from her previous appearance of shining eyes when she saw the little pudding. She was the only one in the ward. It was obviously a warm spring season, but she felt a little lonely for some reason. Of course, this loneliness was also created by herself. Marshal Sure has been depressed for 3 days. After finally finishing the pudding, Sure Yu lay on the bed and opened the smart brain to call Xia Yuyan. The communication beeped several times, but no one answered. Sure Yu grabbed a handful of hair and climbed out of bed. After Sure Ji said that her body was fine, Xiao Piaoliang had ignored her for 3 days. Too much. Sure Yu puffed up her face, and then deflated in an instant. This time, she seemed to have gone too far. Wait! He didn't tell her about his fake death. It was obviously his fault. But he still had the nerve to be angry with him. She should be the one who was angry. Okay? Sure Yu was angry for 2 seconds, and then deflated like a ball pierced by a needle. My wife has the right to be angry unconditionally. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Sure Yu said weakly, "Come in." She was kissed by Xiao Piaoliang and passed out, and was sent to the Lilvia fortress for treatment. Sure Ji came from the capital galaxy specially. After she woke up, he grabbed her ears and scolded her for more than an hour. If she hadn't been tortured by Sure Ji since she was a child, she would have died again and again. That voice was comparable to the explosion of a shell, and ordinary people couldn't bear it. Sure Yu didn't even look at who opened the door and came in, just sighing. She was almost rusty lying in bed for the past half-month. If Xiao Piaoliang hadn't glared at her when she was about to be discharged from the hospital 3 days ago, she would not continue to lie in bed no matter what. Feng Xiao came in from the door in a blue and white military uniform. Seeing Sure Yu's face full of despair, he raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Didn't you say that the injury has almost healed? Why is it still like a dead fish?" It is absolutely right to describe her as a dead fish. When the news of Sure Yu's serious injury and coma reached him, he almost rushed over non-stop. When he saw Sure Yu unconscious in the treatment cabin, he didn't know what words to use to describe his feelings at that time. Feng Xiao also suddenly realized that Sure Yu was not invincible. She was a flesh and blood person. She was strong, but she could also get hurt. They always subconsciously ignored the weakness behind the strong, regarded her as an omnipotent god of war, and forced their faith on her. Therefore, he secretly made a decision in his heart. Sure Yu didn't know what he was thinking, and Kong Ming blocked him and said, "The wife ran away." Feng Xiao paused in taking off his military cap, touched his chin and looked up and down at Sure Yu, and suddenly laughed. His smile full of ridicule. "You guys played quite fiercely. And you still kissed each other even when you were bleeding from all 7 orifices?" He heard what Gu Qianqian said. Sure Yu fainted and still held Xia Yuyan tightly, which showed his obsession. Sure Yu back stiffened, but he touched his chin and laughed. His smile was extremely obscene. Feng Xiao knew what she was thinking when he saw her like this. He said with a sigh, "If you die from domestic violence one day, I will pick a good place for you to bury you." It's rare that Xia Yuyan came down to earth to help the poor, and he fell in love with such a salted fish. Sure Yu immediately rolled his eyes at him. "Can you speak? If you don't want your mouth anymore, you can donate it to useful people. My little beauty is gentle and pretty." Feng Xiao made a vomiting gesture, put his military cap on the table, pulled a chair over and sat next to Sure Yu, hugged his chest and crossed his legs, trying to give advice. "How did you get your wife angry and run away?" He didn't think there was anything wrong with Sure Yu calling Xia Yuyan his wife. Sure Yu grabbed a handful of hair, Where should I start? That day, Xiao Piaoliang glared at her. So she pretended to be in pain. And then? So and so. So and so. Anyway, when she was kissing him, she was bumped into by a bunch of people who came to see her without knocking. Sure, you closed his eyes in great pain. If he had known, he would have locked the door first. Sure, you thought about it and finally said, I did something wrong. Feng Xiao raised his eyebrows even higher. And he said, oh, meaningfully? With a long tone. For fear that others would not know that he could not say good things. Sure enough, his eyes were full of smiles. I heard that 3 days ago. You. Click. The door opened. Pressed someone down on the bed and kissed him. 2 voices came almost synchronously, one after the other. Xia Yuyan froze as he stepped into the door. Sure, Yu and Feng Xiao turned their heads at the same time. Feng Xiao bared his teeth and met Xia Yuyan's eyes, which were as light as glass. He felt a little overwhelmed for a moment. Behind the scenes, Xia Yuyan was Sure Yu official couple. It was one thing to say that he was Miss Xia, but when he faced him directly, he didn't dare to call him that. Feng Xiao didn't know what to say. Sure Yu had already jumped up from the bed, walked to Xia Yuyan in 2 steps, grabbed his wrist, and shook it twice in a rather shy way. Feng Xiao's pupils trembled instantly, and his mouth opened and closed again, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. Sure Yu didn't care about him. A very high wattage light bulb. He found that Xiao Piaoliang was a little tense. She was about to kneel down to admit her mistake, but he grabbed her wrist, pushed her against the wall, and sealed her lips. She didn't expect Xiao Piaoliang to do this. She couldn't react for a while. Her eyes widened slightly, and her mouth couldn't close, giving him an opportunity to take advantage of her. He gently bit the tip of her tongue and sucked it, which was slightly numb. Sure, you didn't expect him to apply it so quickly. His eyes caught up with the burning emotions. Just as he was about to make a move, he happened to meet Feng Xiao's interested eyes from the side and back. He opened and closed his mouth. And Sure Yu understood. It's pretty wild. Fuck. Her wise and powerful martial image. Sure Yu wanted to take the initiative, but Xia Yuyan grabbed her waist, and his warm big hands rubbed her waist, teasing her. Sure Yu was stiff all over. Subconsciously clenched his teeth, but bit his tongue. He only heard a light snort and panted slightly. Feng Xiao couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He covered his eyes, grabbed the military cap on the table, opened the window of the ward, and jumped down without hesitation, shouting, "Take it easy." His voice spread far away, and people scattered in the hospital garden looked over. Feng Xiao didn't expect that this was the 6th floor, and he almost fell to his death. Fortunately, he was quick enough to react and triggered the mimic exoskeleton to dive down like a gecko, barely avoiding the fate of falling to his death. After landing safely, he took a breath and greeted the 2 shameless people in the ward in his heart. Just as he was about to stand up, he met Gu Qianqian's interested eyes. He crossed his arms, and the obscene smile on his face was comparable to Sure Yu just now. He also looked up at the ward above and asked, "What intense scene did you see? Excited to jump down from the 6th floor?" It's no wonder he said that. He was the one who caught Sure Yu's shameless behavior. Feng Xiao put on his military cap, sat cross-legged on the grass of the hospital, and said sourly, "Single dogs will bleed from the nose." Gu Qianqian whistled instantly, looking at the window of Sure Yu ward, eager to try. Feng Xiao quickly pulled him down and made him sit on the grass, and warned him very carefully, "If you go to her for good things again, I'm afraid she will kill you." The eagerness in Gu Qianqian's eyes froze instantly. Last time, Sure Yu almost hit his head off, and it wasn't that he ran fast enough. Now the grass on the grave is already 3 inches high. Just forget it. Sure Yu didn't know that there were 2 small speakers downstairs, and she struggled to put her hand on the door and locked it. "Okay, no one will disturb you." A strong joy flew across her eyes, but Xia Yuyan, who was hugging her, suddenly let go, slowly took off his coat, and sat on the bed. A huge greeting appeared on Sure Yu's forehead. Xia Yuyan reached out to her from a distance. The big question mark collapsed instantly, and Sure Yu hurriedly walked to the bedside. Just as he was about to make a move, Xia Yuyan quickly pulled her left hand and gently rubbed her fingertips. Her left index finger was empty, and the Aries mecha ring was taken off by him after she fainted. Sure Yu saw him touching the base of his finger, stepped forward and touched his knees with his, and asked, "What's wrong?" He hadn't come to see her for 3 days, And he kissed her when he saw her. And he didn't seem to be angry. Xie Yuyan looked up at her, put his arm around her waist, and softened his eyebrows. It seems a little bit disrespectful to say it now, but I don't want to wait. He held her hand and solemnly put the ring he had polished by hand in the past 3 days on her left ring finger. Shiryu slightly widened her eyes, but he hugged her waist and fell on him, listening to his gentle whispers. Let's get married after we return to the capital planet. Since the first time they met, she always took the initiative to talk to him. She always followed his steps, and she always wanted to protect him. This time, he wanted to be one step ahead of her. He came to kiss her. He came to propose. He came to love her. Chapter 190. Shiryu was discharged from the hospital that day. When she walked out of the hospital holding Xie Yuyan in hand, she saw Feng Xiao and Gu Qianqian standing by the hovercraft and posing. She raised her eyebrows and said, "Why are you two still here?" The disdain in her tone was too obvious. "Someone wants to see you. Otherwise, why do you think I came here today? Seeing you lying on the bed sighing. You still come to eat dog food?" Feng Xiao was obviously still upset about what happened just now. Xie Yuyan looked calm, as if he didn't know how shocking his move was just now. Shiryu automatically ignored the second half of his sentence and said, "Who wants to see me?" Feng Xiao glanced at Xie Yuyan, spread his hands and said, "Lan Luo." He and Gu Qianqian immediately stayed in the judgment core after Libikea. And of course, they also got acquainted with Lan Luo, who pretended to be Shiryu. Shiryu blinked again, and secretly glanced at Xie Yuyan. Back in the deep blue galaxy, after the explosion of the judgment, she was almost bloodthirsty, and didn't care about Lan Luo. She thought about him afterwards, but she couldn't contact him, so she had to put his matter aside. She didn't think that destroying the deep blue galaxy would kill Lan Luo and Lan Shi. These two butterflies were not ordinary Zergs. They had the ability to tear space and travel through wormholes. Later, the two never showed up, and the Zerg disappeared. Then they negotiated with the Caslan Empire. And then Lu Shiwang and Xia Liqin went crazy and died one after another. She really didn't have the extra energy to pay attention to finding Lan Luo. "Where is he?" Xie Yuyan asked. "He is with Wenmu, and he is providing him with good food and drink." Feng Xiao couldn't help but hold his forehead when he said this, although he also knew that Lan Luo had lived for more than 100 years. Older than any of them. His character was too naive, full of childishness, and had the same long silver hair as Xie Yuyan. And he liked to eat pudding like Shiryu. That's what. He seemed to have foreseen what the little one would be like in the future. Thinking of this, Feng Xiao secretly glanced at Xie Yuyan, but was caught by him. He had to smile awkwardly and said quickly, "Do you want to go see him now? It seems that he is here on behalf of the Zerg." He originally wanted to bring Lan Luo with him, but he didn't know what happened. He refused to come, just like a cat eating pudding in the fortress, as if he wanted to eat all the pudding owed in the past few years. Xie Yuyan nodded. "Shiryu asked, on behalf of the Zerg?" She still hasn't figured out how Xiao Piaoliang was blown to death and ran away under her nose. Xie Yuyan paused and pretended to be calm. "Go see him first." At that time, he was indeed in danger of death. If Professor Melis was not there, he would never be standing here. After contacting Shiryu, she also asked about the original matter, but he never explained it clearly. In addition, there were many things to do, so he was allowed to get away with it. He knew too well that Shiryu would settle scores later. If she knew that he was determined to fake his death at the time, it would definitely not end well. Shiryu looked at him twice and said "oh" in a long tone. Xie Yuyan felt a little numb. Sitting on the hovercraft, Shiryu pretended not to notice Xiao Piaoliang's slight stiffness. He grabbed his fingers and played happily. From time to time, he pinched the ring on his ring finger and turned it left and right, like a child who had found a new toy. Feng Xiao and Gu Qianqian were really unbearable to watch. One of them opened the smart brain to handle official business, and the other went to the Star Network for a stroll. The hovercraft was quiet, and someone's guilty heartbeat was particularly obvious, until they arrived at the destination. Xie Yuyan didn't hear Shiryu ask him what happened at the beginning. His throat was dry and he swallowed unconsciously. But he happened to meet Shiryu half-smile. She let go of his hand and got off the hovercraft first, with both hands in her pockets, and strode into the fortress base. Feng Xiao walked up to him, pressed the brim of his military cap, and whispered, "Brother Yuyan, what did you do to offend her? The little temper of being upset is too obvious." Gu Qianqian walked on the other side of Xie Yuyan, and swaggered to put his hand on his shoulder. He had always been casual with Xie Yuyan. And now he leaned close to his ear to give advice. Salted fish. It's easy to coax. Xie Yuyan looked at him sideways. Gu Qianqian immediately pulled his collar, cleared his throat and said, if one little pudding can't solve it, then two little puddings. If one little pudding can't solve it, then kiss directly on the mouth. He smiled ambiguously after he said that. And Feng Xiao, who was standing aside with his ears erect, instantly supported his forehead. He shouldn't have expected Gu Qianqian to spit out ivory from his dog's mouth. He was probably still brooding over not being able to watch the live broadcast just now. Xie Yuyan's ears turned slightly red. He put his 5 fingers into a fist and coughed softly. Then whispered, "Thank you. I try." Feng Xiao, who had not yet recovered, almost choked on his saliva when he heard his words. No. He felt that he could no longer keep up with the pace of these people. Brother Xiaoyan. Luo Luo. Help. Come quickly. Seeing Gu Qianqian and Xie Yuyan walking into the base with their shoulders linked like good brothers, and seeing the soldiers guarding around casting obscure and curious glances at them, Feng Xiao straightened his back with difficulty, trying his best to maintain his tall demeanor, and followed behind the two. No wonder the well-trained judgment court had to look at him. In fact, Xie Yuyan now was completely different from the unattainable flower of Jailing a few years ago. The fireworks on him had completely overwhelmed the coldness of the mountain top. Feng Xiao thought about it and smiled. As the son of a marshal of a country, he lived a free life. But his father could not help comparing him with Xie Yuyan, a child from another family. After he disappeared, he also muttered bad things about him. He was always a little envious. But later he knew more, and envy turned into sympathy. This is probably the best arrangement. Lan Luo has been living a miserable life these days. When the deep blue galaxy exploded, he was forcibly dragged by Lan Shi to the universe where the Zerg lived. He became a Zerg royal family inexplicably, and was severely punished by Lan Shi as an elder. His face was bruised and swollen. The Zerg has a strict hierarchy, but the number of royal families is small, and the competition is fierce. Bloody fights often occur. Lan Shi is the current queen of the Zerg. She suddenly took Lan Luo back and announced that Lan Luo would be her successor, which caused a great stir within the Zerg. In the rules of the Zerg universe, only the strongest are qualified to become kings, and only the strong can become candidates for the king. After Lan Shi became the queen of the Zerg, no royal family has ever been recognized by her as a candidate for the king. Lan Luo suddenly appeared, and undoubtedly became a thorn in the eyes of other insects. He was blocked by people every other day to challenge him. He never thought of fighting with others. Those insects respected his wishes at first, but as he refused more and more times, the insects no longer listened to him and took the initiative every time. The insects didn't know the 4-word stop when you were done. Anyone who wanted to become the king wanted his life. In this way, Lan Luo had to fight back. It was probably because there were more people around Shiryu and Xie Yuyan. He also became cunning. When he couldn't beat them, he always used clever methods to defeat his opponents unexpectedly. But no matter how clever the method is, it will always work under absolute strength. The more Lan Luo thought about it, the more miserable he became. There was already a pile of pudding shells around him. When Meow stood beside him and twitched his mouth, he really couldn't imagine how a person could eat so many puddings in one breath. But this person was still a master, and both his own marshal and marshal sure spoiled him. When Shiryu came in, he saw Lan Luo reaching out to Wenmu for a pudding. So he took out a small pudding from his space bag and threw it at him. Lan Luo, who had been hit by her several times before, seemed to have eyes on the back of his head this time, and he raised his hand to grab the small pudding. Shiryu raised his eyebrows, walked over and rubbed his head with his hand. "Where have you been playing? Old man? You finally decided to come back?" Lan Luo quickly hugged her long hair and moved to the side, looking at Shiryu vigilantly, smiling and saying, "If I dared to show up with your crazy energy at the beginning, I would have cut off your wings and hung them on the public channel for public display." The judgment suddenly exploded. Shiryu was really crazy, and the Zerg that invaded the deep blue galaxy at that time was wiped out except Lan Shi and the Zerg that he took away Xie Yuyan. Shiryu took back his hand, recalled his state of mind at that time, and smiled with narrowed eyes. Maybe it will be chopped into several pieces for public display. With a click, the little pudding in Lan Luo's hand fell to the ground. He looked at Shiryu vigilantly, and when his eyes touched Xie Yuyan behind her, he quickly jumped up and ran behind him. "Yuyan, you take care of her." Shiryu crossed his arms, and the smile on his face became more intense. Xie Yuyan was alert and immediately pulled Lan Luo out from behind him, saying with great desire to survive, "Normally, it can't be killed. Lan Luo's self-healing ability is terrifying. As long as he is not killed in one blow, he can recover completely." Lan Luo opened his mouth in shock, looking at Shiryu and then at Xie Yuyan, wanting to know what happened during his absence. Why did the status in this family change so drastically? Shiryu cried out, crossed his arms, beat the rhythm with his 5 fingers on his other arm, and said with a smile, "You are quite conscious?" Xie Yuyan pursed her lips, walked to Shiryu, took her hand, and left the lounge in front of everyone. Lan Luo breathed a sigh of relief and sat back on the sofa, but suddenly remembered that he had a mission on this trip. Thinking of the hard heart under the face of Princess Lan Zerumei, he shook his body and hurried to chase after her, but was grabbed by Gu Qianqian's arm. Don't. If you disturb me at this time, you will not be cut into pieces, but sliced." Lan Luo looked at him blankly, but accurately caught the word sliced, and obediently retracted his foot. He continued to squat in the lounge, but he had no desire to eat pudding at all. Gu Qianqian and Feng Shao were busier than each other, and when Mu was also busy, the 3 of them soon left him alone in the lounge. Lan Luo squatted for a few hours in boredom, and he couldn't stand it anymore. He simply turned into a butterfly and wanted to explore the way. He was different now. He could open the passage and run around without becoming bigger. He decided to go to Xie Yuyan Lounge to find someone first. As soon as he poked his head, a pudding hit him on the forehead, followed by Shiryu's slightly hoarse voice, "Get out." Lan Luo was alert and immediately flapped his wings and ran away. He could vaguely hear a low gasp. Chapter 191. Shiryu has been in high spirits in recent days. Not only did he not cause trouble to Lan Luo, he also readily agreed to cooperate with the Zerg. Things went incredibly smoothly. Lan Luo was completely confused while holding the pudding. However, he was able to complete the task assigned by Lan Shi, and his tense mood was slightly relieved. After passing the news back to the Zerg, he began to wander around the Lilvaya fortress. When Miao has completely become his little follower, he was dragged by him to buy all kinds of puddings in major shopping malls, almost filling up the space bag. When Miao implicitly reminded him that if he bought so much and couldn't finish it, he could order it directly on the Star Network if he wanted to eat it, and it could be delivered to his door, without having to go to the mall himself. Lan Luo had been exploited in the Zerg territory for several years. Every day he was either fighting or on the way to fight. He would rather waste time wandering around the mall than want to go back to his previous life. Besides, he had a lot of time. Going shopping was not a waste, but an enjoyment of life. He strongly rejected Wen Miao's reminder. Besides, according to the speed at which he eats pudding, a space bag of pudding is nothing to him. He still has to offer to Shiryu. So thinking about it, 2 space bags of pudding are not enough. He wandered around and returned to the Lilvaya fortress. He caught a glimpse of Lan Shi and instantly shrank behind Wen Mu. Lan Shi has a sweet face, but she is an out-and-out demon. He was almost killed by her words in the past few years. After finally winning the fight, Lan Shi had to teach him a lesson in person, and he had to suffer 2 beatings every time. In short, in the past few years, he not only had no pudding to eat, but also lived a miserable life. He was covered with bruises every day. If it weren't for his strong recovery ability, he would have turned into a dead butterfly long ago. He absolutely didn't want to go back to the Zerg. Lan Shi saw his resistance, and her brows piled up like a mountain. Lan Luo and Lan Zhe looked alike, and had similar soft personalities, but their ways of dealing with things were completely different. Lan Zhe was never afraid of trouble or fighting. Lan Luo, on the contrary, was always thinking about being lazy, and didn't want to improve his own strength at all. Lan Shi was very disappointed with him. But after years of teaching him, Lan Luo didn't change or wake up at all, and he avoided her more and more. She frowned. Lan Luo, I didn't allow you to come back to play. Look at you now. What kind of words are you talking about? He didn't look like a royal family at all. He mingled with humans and liked to eat human food. The more Lan Shi thought about it, the angrier she got. How attractive is the human world? Lan Zhe never wanted to go back after coming here, and Lan Luo didn't want to stay in the Zerg territory. Lan Luo had been exploited by Lan Shi for the past few years, and was almost afraid of her reflexively. After hearing her words, he went behind Wen Mu more diligently. Lan Shi didn't like his timid look like a young wife. She opened her mouth to teach him a lesson again. But a scimitar flew from the front of her side and pointed directly at her forehead. Her eyes became sharp in an instant, and she slightly turned her head to avoid the fatal blow from the scimitar. This level of sneak attack was nothing to her, but she was not expecting the scimitar to suddenly turn. In the blink of an eye, a bright golden light flashed in her peripheral vision. Then, the pain from the side of her face made Lan Shi lose consciousness for a moment. A strand of black hair fell from her eyes. Lan Shi subconsciously covered her cheek, and bright red blood flowed from between her fingers. And her originally soft face suddenly became more ferocious. Shiryu walked out slowly with the scimitar in her hand. Seeing Lan Shi looking at her with cold eyes, she pretended to be surprised and said, "Lan Shi, why are you so careless and put your face on my knife?" As she spoke, her eyes still showed doubts and worries, which was a sincere expression. But everyone knew that she was giving a show of power. A show of power that made Lan Shi angry but not dare to speak. "You?" Lan Shi glared at her. Shiryu seemed not to see her angry expression, playing with the scimitar, and said, "What am I talking about? Lan Shi, you'd better weigh your own weight first, and then consider whether you are qualified to teach my people a lesson on my territory." If Shiryu words just now were still trying to maintain the decency between the two races, then now, it is undoubtedly to tear the face and attribute Lan Luo to the category of her property. Lan Shi did not expect her to be so arrogant, and her glass-like pupils shrank slightly and gradually turned into compound eyes. Just at this moment, the young man with long gray-black hair standing in front of her pulled her. Lan Shi suddenly came back to her senses, and her eyes changed back. The young man said, "Marshal Shi, Wang is Lan Luo's elder." Just a word, no other meaning. Shiryu raised an eyebrow, knowing that the young man was emphasizing the relationship between Lan Shi and Lan Luo. But she didn't buy it. The scimitar in her hand rolled up a flower, and she said indifferently, "Soon it won't be." Lan Luo didn't want to return to the Zerg, and she respected his idea. Lan Shi couldn't even dream of taking Lan Luo away from her. Now it is the Zerg that is begging for cooperation with the Federation, not the Federation begging for cooperation with the Zerg. Lan Shi mercilessly attacked the Federation fleet in the Rachel Star Fragment Belt, and the Zerg invaded the Deep Blue Galaxy twice. If the previous debts can be written off with the word cooperation, the Federation might as well surrender to the Zerg. Lan Shi has not dealt with Shiryu much, but she saw with her own eyes the scene when she went crazy in the Deep Blue Galaxy. Over the years, she has also heard a lot about her from Lan Luo. She knows that she is not a person who will easily compromise, and she knows that no one can control her. She calmed down a little, wiped the blood off her face, and when she took her hand off, the wound on her face had completely healed, and it was impossible to tell that she was scratched by Shiryu with a scimitar a few minutes ago. She swept across Shiryu's face with a slightly mocking look, and said, "Shiryu, cooperation is what we agreed on before, and the Federation Marshal should not go back on his word. Right?" Lan Zai's departure from the Zerg made her full of resentment, and his death made her even more worried. She wanted to destroy the First Federation, but her plan had just begun to be implemented because Shiryu encountered an unprecedented disaster, and it was completely strangled in the bud. Before the critical survival of the race, she chose to compromise and accepted the opinions of other royal families to cooperate with the Federation. But this did not mean that she no longer minded Lan Zai's affairs. Shiryu met her slightly cold eyes, turning the scimitar from time to time, and smiled lightly. "Who agreed with you?" "Which federal marshal?" Standing beside her, Xia Yuyan was like a young wife who had just entered the house in ancient feudal times, looking at her nose and her heart, as if she had not noticed Lan Shi's gaze on her at all. Lan Shi slightly widened her eyes, as if she couldn't believe that the two were so shameless. She tightened her 5 fingers hanging by her side. Lan Luo saw that the situation was not right, and hurriedly ran out from behind Wen Mu and grabbed her wrist, dragged her behind him, and looked at Shiryu pitifully. Shiryu's mouth twitched, and he crossed his arms and said nonchalantly, "I haven't seen you for a few years. Your elbow has turned to the horizon." "Who protected him just now?" Lan Luo shuddered, and immediately pushed Lan Shi into the arms of the young man beside her, turned into a little butterfly and flew in front of Shiryu, shaking her wings and holding her hair hanging down from her temples and shaking it gently, saying aggrievedly, "The only one who will suffer in the end of your fight will be me." Lan Shi was a little fierce, and didn't respect his ideas very much. But if it weren't for her deterrence during these years in the Zerg, those Zerg who wanted his life would have swallowed him into their stomachs long ago. He would not go back with Lan Shi. And he also knew that Shiryu was warning Lan Shi. The First Federation would eventually cooperate with the Zerg. And it would be best for him to be a lubricant between the two sides. Shiryu knew his little thoughts. Snorted and laughed. Picked him up and threw him into Xiaoyu's arms. And looked at Lan Shi again. You can cooperate. He will stay in the Federation as a hostage. The he she mentioned was naturally Lan Luo. Lan Shi just came back to her senses from Lan Luo's behavior and heard this. She immediately raised her eyebrows. But the young man gently pinched her wrist and said, Marshal sure. Lan Luo is our next king. We can't leave him here. His eyes are also gray-black, with a layer of dark light. Low-key, mysterious and dangerous. Compared to the arrogant Lan Shi, he is more thoughtful and more difficult to deal with. Shiryu glimpsed from the corner of his eye that little Lan Luo was already sitting on Xiaoyu's shoulder and playing with his silver hair heartlessly. And said, he was captured. And you didn't come out to rescue him. Why is he indispensable to you now? In a word, if you want to take him away, there is no need to talk about cooperation. Don't threaten me with such stupid words as cooperation with other countries. I think you must not want to know the consequences of threatening me. She is strong. So strong that she almost leaves no way out. Negotiations between races should not be merciful. When the Zerg invaded the deep blue galaxy, they did not show mercy to humans. If the Federation could not afford to go to war again, Shiryu would not have been talking nonsense with Lan Shi here. All cooperation is based on the needs of both parties. The Zerg needs living space, and the Federation needs time to recuperate. Both sides know what the other wants. And at the same time, they do not want to fight to the death. Shiryu can be so arrogant because she knows that Lan Shi will never dare to bet whether she will go to war with the Zerg if she disagrees with him. The consequence of being cautious is to lose your weapons. Lan Shi is of course unwilling to agree. But the young man next to her obviously has other ideas. The negotiation between the two parties did not produce any results. And Lan Shi said that she needed to go back and think about it. Shiryu is also willing to give them enough time. After all, it is not her who is squeezed out of living space. The Zerg are not in a hurry to delay. So why should she rush to save them? Lan Luo saw Lan Shi leave, and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Let go of Xiaoyu's long hair. Flew to the edge of Wenmu's space bag. Took out the little pudding. Held it in front of Shiryu. And sent it to her like a flatterer. Shiryu accepted his bribe without hesitation. But when he was about to follow, he grabbed him and threw him to Wenmu, saying coldly, be honest and stay aside. Don't get in my way. Lan Luo was stunned, watching the two people walk away side by side. He clenched his two small fists and asked Shiryu to fly away to let her see the power of the chicken coop head attack. But as soon as he flew out, a hand stretched out from behind to pick him up. Wenmu struggled to hold him in his palm and hurriedly said, little ancestor, don't make trouble. I take you to eat pudding. Marshal sure is now more powerful. And Commander Xia dare not touch him. Little guy should not go up to serve food. Otherwise he will be thrown back. Wenmu pulled the little guy and secretly took a look at the two backs disappearing in front of him, suppressing the gossip in his heart. Shiryu is the well-deserved first marshal of the Federation. But Xiaoyu has no idea of reviving from the dead. When Wen Niao tried to call him marshal, he waved his hand to reject it. In the eyes of the people of the Federation, he was already a dead man. And there was no need to come back to life to challenge their cognition. His mission had also been completed. Before, his life had been imprisoned by the shackles of command and responsibility. He wanted to give his free life in the future to the people he loved. There was Shiryu in the Federation. And there were many people who wanted to protect the Federation. They were the pillars of the Federation's future. Let the name Xiaoyu be buried in history along with the deep blue galaxy. He didn't need to write more about the glory that had once existed. What are you thinking about? Shiryu came out of the bathroom wiping her hair. The clothes on her body were obviously put on casually, and were loose. Xiaoyu looked up at her, and a drop of water from her hair happened to drip onto her cheek. He smiled and wiped the water droplets off. Pulled Shiryu to sit on the bed, but stood up and took the towel from her hand. Why don't you dry your hair? There was a dryer in the bathroom, and it dried hair quickly. Although he asked this, he knew that Shiryu didn't like to use a dryer, and always dried her hair by herself. He didn't know where this strange habit came from. Shiryu felt his slender 5 fingers shuttle between the ends of her hair, squinted happily, hugged his waist and leaned against him, and whispered, my wife is so nice. Xiaoyu paused in the action of drying her hair, stretched out his hand to hold Shiryu's chin, forced her to look up, and look serious and serious, call me husband. It was really a different and novel experience to hear these 3 words from his mouth. Sure you didn't listen to him and called out again, like a rebel, beautiful wife. Xia Yuyan's forehead was bulging with blue veins. He bent his knees and squeezed between her legs. He bent down to kiss her, but stopped at her lips, turned to kiss her earlobe, and whispered coaxingly, call me husband. This problem has not been solved yet. Sure you hummed twice, pulled his collar and kissed him. Today I must make him call me by the right name. Chapter 192. The Zerg finally compromised. Sure Yu was very persistent about Lan Luo's matter. He would never agree to Lan Shi taking him away. The situation inside the Zerg was critical. The royal family had been affected by the weakening of the Tree of Life, and their strength was declining. If they did not solve the environmental problems in their universe, only destruction would be waiting for them. Sure Yu was not good at negotiations. Xie Yuyan handled the matter. When he had a cold face and did not speak, no one could get any good from him. Let alone the Zerg, who did not think much and liked to solve problems with force. They were basically led by him. Of course, things would be called cooperation only if they were beneficial to both parties. The Federation maintained the Tree of Life for the Zerg and solved the problem of environmental pollution for the Zerg. And the Zerg had to give corresponding rewards. One of the rewards Xie Yuyan asked for was energy power crystals, which were also the energy core of the Zerg. He frankly admitted during the negotiations that the Zerg needed to take energy power crystals as one of the basic conditions for cooperation. He did not negotiate with the Zerg blindly. Before that, he caught Lan Luo and questioned him in the conference room for a whole day. He asked him until he was dizzy and then let him go. The little guy didn't want to go back to the Zerg at all. He just wanted to be a salty butterfly next to Xie Yuyan and Sure Yu. Of course, he poured out everything he saw and heard in the Zerg universe, like pouring beans. Energy crystals are high-concentration energy crystals. In the universe where humans live, it takes tens of millions of years to form geological changes. But the Zerg is special. The special structure in their bodies can gather energy together and condense into energy crystals. Lan Luo said that energy crystals are not uncommon in the Zerg territory, and they are even secretions of some special Zergs. The number he proposed made Lan Shi pale. But after some tug-of-war, the two sides completed the transaction with a number that Xie Yuyan was satisfied with. The Zerg had no upper hand in the negotiation with Xie Yuyan, and their bottom line was clearly known. Lan Shi was not stupid, and soon guessed that Lan Luo was betraying her. After signing the racial cooperation agreement with frustration, she wanted to find Lan Luo to settle the score. Lan Luo was backed by someone now, so she was not afraid of her. She was either with Sure Yu or Xie Yuyan all day long, either sitting on their shoulders and eating small puddings happily, or sleeping in their pockets. And her life was very uncomfortable. Sure Yu was not able to stay idle for a few days. After her injury healed, a lot of things fell on her head. She was busy in the command room every day, and Xie Yuyan was often drafted by her. The cooperation with the Zerg was negotiated half a year after the Black Triangle incident ended. After repeated consideration, Sure Yu decided not to make public the cooperation with the Zerg. Among the terms of cooperation between the Federation and the Zerg, there was a clause that the Zerg was not allowed to enter the universe where humans lived privately. And the same was true for humans. Only a few marshals knew about the cooperation between the two sides, and the proceeds from the cooperation were all deposited into the national treasury. And a special department was established to manage it, supervised by the 7 marshals and the head of state. Of course, there are several vacant federal marshals now, and there is no head of state at present. But that is a story for later. It is time for Sure Yu to return to the capital star, and when Mu will continue to garrison the Lilvia fortress. At the same time, the Federation announced to the universe that the broken Black Triangle will be reintegrated into the territory of the First Federation. The Toya's Republic and the Korite Federation at the junction of the Black Triangle are more silent than one another, and other opposing voices in the universe cannot make any waves at all. Moreover, the battle footage of Sure Yu and Xia Liqin was widely circulated by countries in the universe after the battle. The First Federation, which has even more technology than the Castellan Empire, has encountered more wars in the past 10 years than in the past few decades, and all of them are large-scale battles, and they are all victorious. This makes countries in the universe more wary of the First Federation, and at the same time, they dare not easily touch its edge. You know, Lu Shiwang and Xia Liqin wanted to bring down the First Federation one after another, and the whole universe was watching the excitement, sharpening their knives. waiting for the First Federation to be in chaos, just like 100 years ago, so that they could reap the benefits. But things did not go as planned. Shiryu and the previous leaders of the First Federation had completely different styles. She did not use empty words, nor did she seek appeasement. After the Black Triangle declared war on the First Federation, she killed Xia Liqin with extremely tough means, and the Black Triangle was also destroyed under Xia Liqin's scheme. In fact, the First Federation was not affected much in Xia Liqin chaos. The only one who experienced a false alarm was the Beiyang Galaxy. And Xia Liqin wanted to use the people of the Beiyang Galaxy to threaten Shiryu. But he didn't have time to do anything to them. Shiryu returned to the capital galaxy of the First Federation under the attention of the public, and was greeted by the cheers of the people. After this incident, the First Federation also felt a long-lost peace for a long time. The elections for marshals and heads of state were gradually put on the agenda. Unexpectedly, Feng Xiao submitted his retirement application to her, and went into politics. Shiryu pointed at the retirement application on the smart brain, crossed his legs and waited for him to give an answer. Feng Xiao spread his hands helplessly, and said, "Anyway, I can't be a doctor in this life. And I can't make a big name on the front line. It's better to be a politician." It's hard to say when he had this idea, but it was definitely not an impulse. After getting to know Shiryu, he realized that experiencing things he had never experienced before was happy and challenging. He had been interested in medicine since he was a child, but he had no idea of becoming a person like Shirji. He just liked the feeling of saving people. The sense of accomplishment of watching a life come back to life in his hands is irreplaceable by other honors. As a doctor, he can only save other people's lives. If he becomes a politician and becomes the future head of state, he can save more people. It's a bit shameless to think so much now, but he thinks so sincerely. Shiryu met his firm gaze and nodded at last. She respected everyone's decision and knew that all good things must come to an end. As long as everyone was alive, there would always be moments of separation and reunion. Feng Xiao stood at attention and saluted Shiryu. "Please give me more advice next time we meet." "Marshal Shir." Shiryu put away his unserious attitude and saluted him back. The two smiled at each other. Gu Qianqian had been waiting outside the command room for a long time. He was neither standing nor sitting. When Feng Xiao and Shiryu came out, he looked at Shiryu and then at Feng Xiao, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Perhaps because his family was too rich. He had been thinking of just getting by since he was a child. He had no goals in life, and the greatest pleasure was to enjoy himself. After meeting Shiryu, he joined the army because he wanted to help her and wanted to do his part. But he had no practical ideas or concepts about what he really wanted to do. He didn't expect Feng Xiao to suddenly leave the Judgment Corps. He fell into a brief confusion. Probably because he didn't expect that his friends, who fought side by side, would be separated again. Shiryu had known him the longest, and knew what he was confused about. She walked up to him and patted his shoulder. "Where's Brother Xiaoyan?" She was not a life mentor, and could not point out the direction for others' future. Gu Qianqian would think clearly about what he wanted and the path he would take in the future. Gu Qianqian grabbed a handful of hair and frowned, in the lounge. "I wanted to pull him over, but he refused to come, saying that he was too embarrassed to see you." Yes, he was being hypocritical. Shiryu walked towards the lounge with both hands in her pockets. After returning to the capital star, she went to see Lu Dongyan. The most reliable and steady boy among the five was almost defeated by Lu Shiwang. He did not see her, but came in person today. During the time she was hospitalized in the Lilvia fortress, she also heard from Shirji that Lu Dongyan had not lost his memory from the beginning. He wanted to know what Lu Shiwang would do next, so he pretended to forget Shiryu and others. Shiryu was silent for a long time after knowing this. Too many things happened during that period. She was worried about leaving the negotiation with the Caslan Empire to others, so she went to the capital star system of the Caslan Empire in person. Naturally, she could only put Lu Dongyan matter aside. If they had paid more attention at that time, they might have guessed Lu Dongyan thoughts, and the subsequent things would not have happened in a hurry. The door of the lounge was open. Shiryu stood at the door and saw Lu Dongyan sitting on the sofa in a daze. His back was no different from before, but there was a bit of indescribable loneliness. She knocked on the door and saw him turn around in a panic. In her bewildered eyes, she said, "Brother Xiaoyan?" She also used the previous address. She wanted to tell him that everything Lu Shiwang did had nothing to do with him. He should not blame himself for the mistakes, and he should not pay for Lu Shiwang's mistakes. Lu Dongyan was stunned for a moment. And soon, he became energetic and nodded vigorously. Sure, you walked up to him and handed him the ashes that Gu Mingzhan had collected for Lu Shiwang in the space bag. This is his last thing. You decide how to deal with it. She wanted to give it to him when she saw him last time. But unfortunately, he didn't see her. And she couldn't let someone else pass it on. Lu Dongyan fell silent as he looked at Lu Shiwang ashes, and reached out to take it in his hand, and wanted to hand the military rank he had prepared before coming to Shi Yu hand. He probably didn't qualify to be a soldier of the Federation anymore. Shi Yu took her hand back first. She sat beside Lu Dongyan with a cynical attitude as before, leaning on the sofa with her hands behind her head. Why are you two resigning? You want to leave me alone, right? One has already resigned. If you think you are wrong, then make up for your mistake until the last moment of your life. Don't think about running away. But I allow you to take leave. And the leave is not more than half a year. Lu Dongyan looked at her stupidly, still holding Lu Shiwang ashes in one hand and his military rank in the other. Gu Qianqian patted him on the shoulder. Why are you standing there? Why don't you take back your military rank? Lu Dongyan felt mixed emotions, but he still took his military rank back into the space bag. Shi Yu grabbed his shoulder and leaned her head in front of him. I will have a wedding soon. Do you have any ideas? She smiled ambiguously, showing off a little pride of picking snow lotus on the top of the mountain. Lu Dongyan took back all the mixed emotions in his heart, thought for a while and said, when? He already knew that Xia Yuyan was not dead, and he was relieved for it. Feng Xiao also hurried over to mutter, and Luo Xiaozi rushed here breathlessly, and saw that the discussion in the lounge was in full swing. And Shi Yu was proudly showing off the ring on her hand. He walked into the lounge with great effort, collapsed on the sofa and stretched out a hand. Hurry up and pour me a glass of water. I'm dying of exhaustion. After he came back from the Castellan Empire, he was appointed as Shi Yu adjutant. Shi Yu and the Judgment Corps went to the Black Triangle together, and he handled some miscellaneous affairs on behalf of Shi Yu. After the frontline affairs were over, he was sent to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to deal with those countries that wanted to inquire about the strength of the Federation. He was busy like a top, and had no time to rest all day long. Shi Yu received a resentful look from him, turned his eyes away with guilt, and obediently poured him a glass of water. Feng Xiao also diligently massaged his shoulders. Shi Yu was the instigator, and Feng Xiao was an accomplice. Seeing them begging for mercy in front of Luo Xiaozi, Lu Dongyan thought of the days when he was still studying at the first military academy of the Federation many years ago, and the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. Seeing this, Gu Qianqian extended his elbow and nudged his waist. Brother Xiaoyan, after Xin Yu gets married, I plan to travel around. The position of Marshal's adjutant will probably be left to you. Luo Xiaozi received the appointment letter to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs yesterday. He will probably not return to the Judgment Corps in the future. Feng Xiao wants to go into politics. After thinking about it, he decided to travel around the universe. After returning, he will probably be forced by his father to go back and inherit the family business. Seeing him sighing and muttering that he didn't want to grow up, didn't want to inherit the family business, but only wanted to spend money, Lu Dongyan nodded seriously. Who would have thought that a crisis of alien invasion would make them partners unexpectedly, and they would go so far together and have an inseparable bond? The luckiest thing in his life was probably choosing to study in Hylon Star, and then meeting this group of people and becoming good friends with them. Sure, you didn't want to make his wedding known to everyone. Xia Yuyan thought so too. He was considered a dead man, but he did not deliberately hide his existence. Many people knew that he was still alive, but they tacitly did not ask, because the family status was still not determined. Who would be responsible for the wedding was not settled. Shi could not bear it, so he and Professor Melis packed up the two and locked them in the laboratory for a while, leaving the wedding to Shi Xiao. And then Feng Xiao and Xie Jiangsa and others assisted. After checking the body as usual, Shi Yu looked at the white walls in the laboratory with a face full of resentment. They were obviously in the same laboratory, but she had not seen Xiao Pieliang for 5 days. This was the longest time they had been apart since the Black Triangle incident. Shi could not bear it, and said with disdain, "Is it that serious? How can you be a marshal of a country if you are sad for a man?" Shi Yu was too lazy to pay attention to him. Shi had done something wrong recently, and Professor Melis had ignored him for several days. It won't be long before the professor kicks you out, Shi Yu said bluntly. The stingy uncle never reflects on himself when he makes his wife angry. And I don't know how he married his wife. Sure, you thought about it, and still felt that Professor Mellis had a good temper. Otherwise, how could he tolerate his bad temper of making sarcastic remarks and liking to mock people? By the way, he also likes to brag. Last time, he said that he had developed a potion that could quickly restore the vitality of the Zerg. But he turned around and tricked her into drinking it, causing her to become bald overnight. It happened that the federal parliament was being held when her hair started to fall out. And she was a marshal of a country. Now everyone knows that Shiryu, the first marshal of the Federation, has the problem of baldness in the early teens. For this reason, countless netizens on the Star Internet provided her with hair growth secrets. And her journalist friends, who interviewed her in public, often looked at her with sympathy. Even if her hair grew back, this situation could not be improved. If Xiao Piaoyang hadn't stopped him, Shiryu would have picked up a knife and chopped Shirji that day. She felt that it was not a potion to restore the vitality of the Zerg life tree, but a potion to accelerate the death of the life tree. If humans drink it, their hair will fall out. And if trees drink it, won't their leaves fall out? Shirji is definitely an undercover sent by other countries, just waiting for the First Federation and the Zerg to go to war. Seeing Shiryu's murderous eyes, Shirji probably guessed what she was thinking about. And he smiled and hurried out of the laboratory. He was afraid that if he stayed here, he would be attacked by Shiryu. Seeing Shirji running away, Shiryu swaggered out of the laboratory under the sight of several other researchers and went to find her little Piaoyang. If the stingy uncle hadn't been guarding her like a thief, she wouldn't have missed seeing little Piaoyang for 5 days. Ha! They were obviously raised by the stingy uncle. Why did he take good care of little Piaoyang and treat her like a thief? Biased. Shiryu had already used his supernatural power to find out the laboratory where little Piaoyang was, and walked over accurately, and greeted Professor Mellis, who was recording data inside. Professor Mellis was a very gentle woman, and she felt like a spring breeze when talking to her. Shiryu often said bad things about the stingy uncle in front of her. When Professor Mellis saw Shiryu, he immediately waved to her and called her to his side. Shiryu looked at Xiao Piaoyang sleeping in the treatment cabin and asked worriedly, "Professor, how is he?" Xie Yuyan gene collapse was completely repaired, but the gene sequence in his body was still in an unstable state. Shiryu only found out later that Xie Yuyan did not wait for his body to recover completely before leading the fleet to the Black Triangle. In the process, a slight mistake could cause a second gene collapse. She almost killed Xiao Piaoyang on the spot when she knew about this. It has recovered very well, and the gene chain has changed a lot. After it is completely recoded, you can have a baby, Professor Mellis said with a smile. When she heard the word baby, Shiryu almost fell to the ground. She grabbed a handful of hair and stuttered, "For the time being, I haven't considered this issue for the time being. By the way, it seems that no protective measures were taken before. Fuck. It seems that neither of them has any awareness or cognition in this regard." Professor Mellis saw that her ears were slightly red, and smiled with curved eyebrows, but did not make fun of her. Although Xie Yuyan was not her own child, he was like her child. She watched him grow up and taught him to know the world. She also heard him call her mother when he was young and ignorant. At that time, her eyes were red, and she regretted everything she had done. She carefully maintained his body, hoping that he could become like a normal person one day in the future and meet someone who loved him. Now it seems that God is favoring him. The cold darkness has passed, and what awaits him is warm light. Professor Mellis thought for a while, leaned close to Shiryu's ear, and whispered something to her. Seeing that the redness at the root of her ears deepened a little, the smile on her face became more and more intense. When Xie Yuyan woke up, she saw Shiryu sitting in a daze on the chair next to her. She didn't even notice that he sat up. He called her a few times, but she was still in a trance, which made him a little worried. When he reached out to pull her hand, she finally pulled her thoughts back from the unknown world. "What are you thinking about?" He rarely saw her absent-minded. She was always alert and alert. Shiryu took his hand in return and smiled mysteriously. "I won't tell you." It was as if she deliberately said that she had a little secret, waiting for him to dig deep. Xie Yuyan bent his fingers and rubbed them on her palm. "What secret is it? Why don't you tell me?" She pinched his messy hand and said without hesitation, "I can't tell you for the time being." Xie Yuyan was wedded by her, but the salted fish who had made up his mind would not let go no matter what he said or did. Then he got angry. He turned his back to him and didn't say anything like a child. But the person who had a little secret climbed onto the bed reluctantly, put her arm around his waist, and put her ear to his back. She could hear the heartbeat coming from his chest. One after another. Very steady. But slowly getting faster. Shiryu chuckled and closed his eyes in the dark. The silent little pretty is very beautiful. The little pretty who wants to do something bad is extremely attractive. And the angry little pretty is even more lovely. Xie Yuyan's sequence has recovered very well. And the wedding is almost ready. Shiryu looked at the wedding dress that was delivered to her. And stared at Xie Jiangsa for a long time. Finally, she pointed at the exaggerated hem of the wedding dress and said, "You asked for my size just to make this wedding dress?" Her voice was really high. And Xie Yuyan, who had breakfast and took Lan Luo for a walk, could hear it standing at the door. He pushed the door open and saw Xie Jiangsa sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, relying on his status as the eldest brother-in-law. He held his head high and said, "If you don't wear a wedding dress for marriage, what do you want to wear?" This was too righteous and based on facts. So Shiryu couldn't answer it for a while. She sat opposite Xie Jiangsa, crossed her legs in the same way, and was about to discuss with him whether she could actually wear a military uniform at the wedding, when a noise came from outside the door opened by Xie Yuyan. The loudest voice was from Gu Qianqian, who called out, "Be careful. Be careful. This is a wedding dress that I found more than 100 designers to jointly design. It is very expensive. Miss Xie will look good in it." "Xie, Xiao, big, Piao little, Liang miss, ? Gu Qianqian said as he entered the house first, and happened to meet Xie Yuyan eyes standing at the entrance. He recalled the name he blurted out just now, and immediately put his 5 fingers into a fist and coughed lightly, explaining, "Just what? Why are you standing at the door so early in the morning?" Xie Yuyan said expressionlessly, "Waiting for you?" Gu Qianqian rarely saw him look so cold, and he immediately laughed. "You are too polite. Too polite. From now on, we are all family. There is really no need to wait for me specially." Feng Xiao and others who followed him in almost laughed to death after hearing what he said. They thought that it would not be long before a headline would be exposed on the Star Internet. Why was the heir of the Gu group and the former officer of the Judgment Corps thrown into the wilderness late at night? Perhaps because they accidentally leaked the secret. The 3 of them also felt Xie Yuyan cold eyes. They stopped laughing at the same time, stood straight in military posture, just like they did in the military training at school, raised their heads and chests and said loudly, "Good morning, Madam Marshal." Xie Yuyan's cold face cracked for a moment. He shouldn't expect your friends to be serious. Even Lan Luo sat on his shoulder and covered his mouth and laughed. Xie Yuyan walked into the room with a blank expression, seeing the smile on Shiryu's lips that he had not yet covered. The arc of his mouth tightened again. Xie Jiangsa beside him made a sound of TSK, and spread his hands to him, as if to say, "I have tried my best to help you fight for your family status. But the other party has more people, and I am afraid I am not a match." Xie Yuyan pulled Lan Luo off his shoulders and threw him in his face. Shiryu quickly pulled his hand and asked him to sit next to him. Gu Qianqian and the others who didn't mind the trouble had already walked in with wedding dresses. The fishtail design of the skirt was extremely enchanting, and it was a tube-top design, which was too exciting. The excitement in Shiryu's eyes flashed, and she suppressed it with a strong desire to survive. She cleared her throat and said, "Can you guys be more reliable? Wear this for marriage." She hadn't worn a skirt since the end of the world. After becoming a federal marshal, she played the role of a man in all the major banquets she participated in and invited women to dance. She was afraid that she would wear this wedding dress when she got married and scare the guests who came to the wedding to death. Perhaps he had joked enough. Xie Jiangsa took out a gift box from the space bag. The gift box was very large, and it contained a brand new marshal's uniform. For Shiryu. Gu Qianqian also reluctantly took out a gift box from the space bag, which also contained a set of formal clothes. For Xie Yuyan. If he were to say, it would be exciting if both of them wore wedding dresses at the wedding. Xie Yuyan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the 2 gift boxes. He was really afraid of these unreliable people. If they really let him wear a wedding dress, he would rather not get married. The wedding dress incident ended, but the 2 wedding dresses were left at the residence of Shiryu and Xie Yuyan. There was still about half a month before the wedding. Xie Yuyan had no military rank or position, and he was relaxed. Recently, he followed a food blogger on Xinguang and learned to cook with him. Lan Luo liked to stay in the kitchen with him the most, acting as a little tool. Shiryu painfully finished a meeting and came out of the study. Seeing Lan Luo eating with a small plate in the kitchen, he felt a strong sense of jealousy. Her dream was to be a salted fish. How come she became a social animal? Lan Luo saw that she was staring at her small plate. So he quickly moved the plate to the side, leaving his back to Shiryu. And his intention to monopolize the food was obvious. Shiryu sneered at him with disdain and walked into the kitchen in 2 or 3 steps. In the kitchen, Xia Yuyan was wearing an apron, and his long silver hair was tied behind him casually. A few strands of hair fell down with his movements, floating on his waist, inexplicably soft and warm. He was very focused and didn't notice Shiryu's arrival at all. When a pair of hands wrapped around his waist, he was startled and turned his head quickly. Shiryu hugged her waist, his chin on his shoulder, and said vaguely, "My little beauty can go to the hall and the kitchen, and even go to the dance. The best wife in the world." As she said this, she went to kiss his ear. Xia Yuyan's ears were tickled by her, and he quickly said, "Stop it." Shiryutsai didn't listen to him and stretched out her hands to play tricks. Her hands hidden under her apron quietly unbuttoned his shirt and flicked it upwards a few times. Seeing that he didn't look back at her, she simply moved downwards. Xia Yuyan snorted and dropped the spatula in her hand. Shiryu then leaned against his ear and laughed proudly. "Shiryu? I'm cooking," he said angrily. Shiryu bit his earlobe lightly and said casually, "You do yours. I do mine. We cannot interfere with each other." "God damn it. Don't interfere with each other." How can she say that? Lan Luo was eating dinner in the restaurant with a hum. After finishing the plate operation, he was still a little unsatisfied. He was not aware of the passage of time. He flapped his wings to enter the kitchen, but found that he could not open the door. And even his ability to tear space did not work. The question mark in front of Lan Luo's head was gurgling out. Suddenly, he noticed that a space bag had been placed by the door at some point, and some small puddings were dropped next to the space bag. Lan Luo turned around the space bag and recognized that it was the space bag that Shiryu had confiscated yesterday. He immediately shook his wings happily and got into the space bag. Sure enough, he saw a full bag of small puddings inside. Lan Luo poked his head into the kitchen with the door closed, and immediately became a little bigger. He grabbed the space bag and ran away. When he ate a lot of small puddings with a hum, and secretly hid the remaining small puddings and flew out of the room. He found Shiryu and Xia Yuyan sitting in the restaurant eating dinner. He touched his bottomless belly, smiled and flew over. He smelled a burnt smell before he got close, and the delicious food on the table was now dark, as if it were some kind of highly toxic substance. Xia Yuyan sat in the main seat with a cold face. He didn't know why his face was a little red, and his hair was a little wet. He looked at the virtual screen of the intelligent brain without saying a word. Shiryu sat next to him, with a satisfied and flattering look between his eyebrows. He didn't know what he had done wrong. Lan Luo looked at this and that, and finally approached Xia Yuyan fearlessly, and found that he was ordering takeout. He stretched out his small fleshy finger on the other side, and poked one of the dishes. Seeing the food being added to the shopping cart, Lan Luo flapped his wings happily. But in the next second, he saw Xia Yuyan move the dish he ordered out of the shopping cart. A huge exclamation mark appeared in front of his forehead. Being dragged off Xia Yuyan's shoulders and thrown on Xie Jiangsa's face in the morning had already given him a great shock. He had been angry for a long time. It was only when Xia Yuyan promised to make him delicious food in the evening that he reluctantly forgave him. So, has the love that just returned not long ago disappeared again? Lan Luo showed a tearful expression, and Xia Yuyan didn't even spare him a glance, and asked coldly, "What did you do just now?" Lan Luo secretly took away a bag of small puddings. He was feeling guilty. After hearing his words, he suddenly became smart and thought that what he had just done was exposed. He began to shake his head desperately. Could Xia Yuyan still not see his guilty conscience? He believed that he was bought by a salted fish, and picked it up and threw it at Shiryu in his pitiful eyes. Once again, face to face. This time the hit was not light. Lan Luo's eyes were full of tears, but he was picked up by Shiryu and stuffed with a small pudding. He was instantly healed, and he ate the little pudding happily. In Xia Yuyan's view, this scene confirmed the traitorous behavior of a certain butterfly. Chapter 193. Shiryu has seen a lot of things in the world. She has only been married before. She is definitely not nervous. 3 days ago, Xie Jiangsa took his wife away, saying that according to ancient customs, they cannot meet casually before marriage. He said it in a very serious manner. I don't know if Xiao Pieliang was deceived by him. She didn't even stay when she pretended to be pitiful. Sure, you had to spend 3 days of single life pitifully. Finally, the wedding day came. Sure, you woke up with 2 big dark circles under her eyes. When Sure saw her panda eyes, the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely. What did you do last night? Normal people really can't stand such dark circles. Sure, said weakly, lying on the bed, closing my eyes and opening them again. It was dawn. It would be strange if Sure believed her. He immediately called Professor Mellis nervously to ask about Xiaoyu's current situation. He probably thought that Sure sneaked out to steal his cabbage last night. After learning that Xiaoyu had a good rest, he cast a suspicious look at Sure, still not believing that she had dark circles under her eyes because of insomnia. What kind of personality is Sure? She slept through most of the freshman military training. I guess she can sleep soundly even if the sky falls. How could she lose sleep over such a trivial matter as getting married? That's right. Getting married is a trivial matter. Sure, probably knows how it feels to be dumb and unable to express the bitterness. But it is impossible for her to admit that she was worried about the wife she got all night and flew away. She propped up her eyelids that were about to droop with both hands and said, "Nothing. Hurry up and get ready to go to the wedding scene. I want to get married quickly." After she finished speaking, she walked past Sure and took her marshal's uniform and put it on. The marshal's uniform is not allowed to have fancy things, so her uniform is exactly the same as the previous one. The only difference is probably that this uniform is new. Gu Qianqian and Lu Dongyan slept at her place last night. When Sure changed her clothes and came out, they had been squatting on the sofa and whispering for a long time. No one knew what they were talking about. Sure didn't bother to find out what they were talking about. She straightened her collar and walked out immediately. Gu Qianqian saw that her steps were stiff, just like the first generation of robots, and hurried to her side and pulled her back. "Where are you going?" Sure frowned and said, "To the wedding scene. Today is her wedding day. Isn't it clear where to go?" Gu Qianqian showed an exaggerated expression, took out a mirror from the space bag and put it in front of Sure, looking her up and down, and said disdainfully, "Do you know what you look like now? You dare to go to the wedding scene like this?" The person in the mirror had big dark circles under his eyes, and looked haggard no matter how he looked at him. He had nothing to do with the high-spirited Marshal Sure. Lu Dongyan also added, "You are not going to get married like this, but to regret your marriage. What did you do last night?" This question again. Sure said calmly, "Just sleep on the bed." She was answered with 2 light chuckles, and no one believed her. Gu Qianqian even leaned close to her ear and said, "You shouldn't have done too much last night. Right? Otherwise, if the groom didn't arrive at the wedding in time today, people would talk about it in private." A huge exclamation mark suddenly appeared in front of Shure's forehead. What does it mean? What does it mean? Why do these 2 people think that she is so hungry that she can't even wait for a whole night? Meeting her questioning eyes, Gu Qianqian gave her an expression that said, "I know everything." And Sure almost broke on the spot. "Please, stop talking about these nonsense. She wants to marry her wife home immediately." Gu Qianqian didn't feel her inner cry at all, and he and Lu Dongyan dragged her onto the hovercraft together and contacted the makeup artist. And after the contact, he was still whispering in her ear, "I'm telling you, a wedding is the most important thing in a person's life. You can't go marry Miss Ye in this state. She will be sad. She will think you don't value this wedding and don't love her at all." Then, the following 10,000 words are omitted. Shure's mouth twitched as he listened to it, but he couldn't help thinking that Xiao Piaoliang was often upset. Maybe she really cared about this kind of thing. He had to suppress the urge to rush to the wedding scene. She loves Xiao Meili the most, but she can't leave a knot in his heart. She has to look good, presentable, and enviable. Sure hypnotized herself in her heart, but anxiously looked at the time again and again. Finally, she arrived at the makeup artist's appointment. She was pressed on the chair and urged in the other party's curious and gossipy eyes, "Can you please be faster? Just make me more energetic." The makeup artist recognized that the person sent by Gu Qianqian was Sure, the first marshal of the Federation. She suppressed her excitement and nodded calmly, "No problem. Please close your eyes. It will be done soon. Get married. It's actually a wedding. Xianyu is getting married." Why didn't she see the news of her marriage on the news? Xianyu is no longer the same Xianyu as before. She is the first marshal of the Federation. Shouldn't the news of her marriage be publicized everywhere? Everyone should send her blessings. No, that's not the point. The point is who the groom is. The makeup artist roared wildly in her heart, but her hands did not slow down at all. Soon, Shiryu, who had dark circles under his eyes, became a spirited young man, looking heroic and gentle. Shiryu wanted to stand up and leave immediately, but was held down by the makeup artist. Wait a minute. We still need to make the final touches. She had to sit back and anxiously looked at the time. The wedding would start in half an hour. She turned her head and looked at Gu Qianqian and Lu Dongyan, who were sitting on the sofa and looking at the smart brain. She really wanted to rush over and grab their shoulders and shake them wildly. The wedding is about to begin. The emperor was so anxious that he was restless. How could these two eunuchs be so calm? The two eunuchs probably noticed her gaze that wanted them to be sliced, and finally pulled their attention back from the intelligent brain. Feng Xiao had no idea where he had been before, but now he walked in from outside with a kapok flower in his hand, while Shiryu was still sealed on the makeup chair. He stuffed the kapok flower into the pocket in front of her military uniform. The rich and bright kapok flower was covered with dewdrops, and each petal remained in the most vivid appearance. Shiryu looked up at him, and Feng Xiao leaned on the dressing table, crossed his arms and said, "Your wife asked me to give it to you." The amount of information in this sentence was too huge, and the makeup artist paused for a moment, and then began to roar wildly again. Shiryu's inner anxiety was slightly appeased. She reached out and poked the soft petals of the kapok flower and asked, "How is he now? The wedding will start in less than half an hour. Can I go there quickly?" She regretted listening to Gu Qianqian lies and coming to this place. After marrying her, she can love her as much as she wants. If she runs away, she will have no place to cry. This was the first time Feng Xiao saw her so irritable. He turned his head and laughed unceremoniously. "It's fine. There are a lot of people with her. You don't need to worry." It was because she didn't need to worry that she was more worried. The wedding was about to start, and she hadn't arrived at the scene yet. Is it normal for a wife not to worry? After the makeup artist finally put on the final makeup for her, Shiryu couldn't wait to stand up, leaving a few people behind, took out the god of war, and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Gu Qianqian didn't even have time to call her. Lu Dongyan walked to Feng Xiao and asked with some concern, "Does she know where the wedding is?" It was a question that hit the soul directly. Feng Xiao laughed out loud on the spot. They arranged everything for the wedding, and they hadn't told Shiryu the location of the wedding. She ran away in such a hurry. Did she not want to get married? Shiryu was halfway through the flight when he realized that he had no idea where to fly. But Ares was so conspicuous that not only did the patrol team responsible for patrolling the capital star system discover her presence, but even ordinary people on the ground pointed at her in surprise, wanting to know what happened. Ares was the mecca of the first marshal, and everyone knew about it. It suddenly appeared over the capital star, immediately attracting everyone's attention, and the star network also rushed to report it. Shiryu was numb. She called Gu Qianqian and yelled, "Tell me where the wedding is. Otherwise I go back and slice you up." After the wedding, she must catch these unreliable guys and beat them up. Gu Qianqian narrowed his eyes at her roar, and immediately stretched out his hand to press down. "You're getting married today. Don't be so angry." Seeing that Shiryu was really going to come back and slice him up, he quickly added, "I don't know where the wedding is either. The final location was decided by your wife." Shiryu was almost fainted. She just wanted to get married. Why was it so difficult? At this time, God of War, there were more and more ordinary people on the streets below. But at this time, a piece of news broke out on the Star Network that the first Marshal Shiryu was getting married today. The whole new network was boiling. Who is it? Who has the ability to take this salted fish into the bag? In just a few minutes, all the men who had contact with Shiryu were listed, and strange voting activities began to appear on the Star Network. Shiryu didn't know that the news of her marriage had been exposed. She held her forehead and planned to contact Xiao Piaoyang directly. But the other party called first. She answered the call in a second. The man on the other end of the call was wearing a formal suit and a kapok flower on his chest. His silver hair was tied up high, and his face seemed to be made up, which made him look better than usual. Shiryu showed a crying expression. "Wife, where are you?" She always felt that her wife was going to run away. Otherwise, why didn't she even tell her where the wedding was? This was not the first time Xie Yuyan had seen her show such an expression. Every time she did something bad, she always liked to use such an expression to show her pity. "What's wrong?" Xie Yuyan asked helplessly. "We're getting married today." Shiryu suppressed the urge to roar loudly. Xie Yuyan guessed her current mood a little. smiled gently, and said to her, "Open the cockpit." Shiryu was slightly stunned, but stupidly listened to him and opened the cockpit. The spring weather was particularly good today, and the wind blowing was also warm. Shiryu saw the judge, who was only a few feet away from the god of war. She was stunned by a sledgehammer at the moment. She looked at the simulation sand table stiffly, only to find that the judge had appeared for a full minute, and she never noticed it. Shiryu grabbed a handful of hair and looked at the judge, who was also opening the cockpit. The man who came out wore a mask, but did not hide his silver hair. He stood in front of the cockpit and reached out to her from a distance. The swaying wind lifted his silver hair and blew his clothes. The clouds in the sky floated by, avoiding the light from the stars. His body was coated with a layer of light, beautiful and gorgeous. From a distance, he looked like a god descending from the sky, making people dare not play with him. No, that is the god in the eyes of others. But her little beauty. Xiaoyan met Shiryu's stunned eyes, slightly bit his fingers, and felt a little nervous. At first, he also wanted to hold a low-key wedding. After all, he didn't want others to know that he was still alive in this world. But after thinking about it, he still wanted to announce to the whole universe that Marshal Shur of the First Federation had already been taken, and others should not have any ideas. As for why he had this idea, it was all thanks to Biska, who succeeded Duke Kelly as the new ruler of the Castellan Empire. A month ago, the Universal Mecha Summit was held in the First Federation. The representative of the Castellan Empire was Biska, who came to the capital star system of the First Federation with representatives from other countries. As the first marshal of the Federation, Shiryu had to go to the Universal Mecha Summit to show up, and therefore, he had a simple exchange with him at the summit. This was the first meeting between the two countries after the signing of the Armistice Agreement and the Peace Agreement. In addition to the delicate relationship between the two countries, many countries who like to watch the excitement and do not mind the big things wanted to use this to stir up trouble. When Biska asked reporters from other countries how he viewed Shiryu, his answer made Xiaoyan feel uneasy. Shiryu is the most ideal partner. Everyone said he was very humorous, and Xiaoyan almost picked up a knife to chop him that day. It turned out that without knowing it, his salted fish began to flirt with women everywhere. Xiaoyan sneered a few times to suppress the impulse in his heart, but sent Biska a few big gifts. Pulling back his thoughts, he looked at the god of war. Shiryu was a little at a loss in the cockpit. He was about to walk towards her, but she suddenly jumped out of the cockpit and hugged him accurately. The two mechas were already extremely eye-catching. After the cockpit was opened, the reporters who gathered here released drones and began to film the scene. When Xiaoyan appeared wearing a mask, the atmosphere had already reached a climax. There were constant cheers on the ground, and the drones in the air were filming crazily. Shiryu hug pushed the atmosphere to the peak. The two hugged each other tightly, and the rings on their ring fingers were clearly photographed and transmitted to everyone through the Star Network. She and you got married? Is this a rumor or a fact? The groom appeared in a high-profile mecha, and the two held a wedding in front of everyone. The news was overwhelming. Biska rubbed his stomach palely, his eyes on Xiaoyan, who was wearing a mask. Just as he was about to talk to the assistant next to him, his abdomen was cramped again, and he rushed to the bathroom without any image. Who can tell him why the food in the Federal Hotel is not clean? Why has he had diarrhea for 3 days without any improvement? And his original plan to rob the bride can only be shelved. Vicious. Xiaoyan is really vicious. No one can hear Biska's resentment. Xiaoyan and Shiryu hold hands and kiss in the eyes of everyone's blessings. When the silver-blue mecha disappeared in the sky, the people were still unsatisfied. After the most enthusiastic excitement, everyone began to wonder who the other protagonist of today's wedding was. Perhaps because the silver hair was too eye-catching, all the men who were originally on the list were voted off. And someone secretly mentioned 3 words. Some people cheered for this. Some raised doubts. But everyone hoped that the truth was what they thought. No one tried to reveal anything. And on this unexpected day, everyone was full of blessings. Please be happy. Luo Xiaozi and Xie Jiangsa squatted at the originally scheduled wedding venue, looked at each other, and went to Xingwang to order a sad song for themselves. Who can tell them why the wedding venue suddenly changed? Why all the guests who were on the way didn't come? Those 2 people are really bold. They went home directly after kissing, and didn't want to do the next process. Right? Lan Luo moved his little feet and squatted in front of the 2 people, poking his head and said, "Do you want me to take you there?" He is also the forgotten one. Lan Luo has discovered that after he came back from the Zerd territory, his family status has become lower and lower. Originally, Xie Yuyan would protect him in front of Shiryu. But now he and Shiryu are completely the same. Xie Jiangsa pinched his little wings and said, "Is your passage safe?" The doubt in his words made Lan Luo roll his eyes. He is no longer the same as before. Okay. Except that he can't beat Lan Shi. There are few Zerg insects that are his opponents. When the two people and the butterfly rushed over in a hurry, they happened to hear a king bomb. Shiryu, Gu Qianqian and Shiji sat at the table, holding cards in their hands. Gu Qianqian proudly played his best cards and beat Shiryu and Shiji. Xie Jiangsa and Luo Xiaozi stared at each other for a long time, and then looked at Lan Luo, who was holding a small pudding and ready to eat. "Are you sure you didn't take us through time? Today is the day when Shiryu and Xie Yuyan are getting married. How can the three of them have the leisure to play landlord here? Didn't they say they kissed in the spotlight? According to the character of that salted fish, can he do nothing after returning?" Xie Jiangsa thought about it and looked around the room. He didn't see Xie Yuyan, and he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Just at this time, Xie Yuyan's voice came from the side. "Brother, why did you come here just now?" Xie Jiangsa looked over in the direction of his voice and saw Xie Yuyan wearing an apron and holding dishes. He felt bad all over. Yu Yan, who had never touched a woman's house, was wearing an apron and cooking in the kitchen. The silver hair that had always been well-groomed was now tied behind her back with a hairband, giving off the air of a house husband. He was Xie Yuyan. His hands should be making battle plans on the simulated sand table, and his mind should be forcing the enemy to retreat on the battlefield. And that salted fish was playing landlord with others in the living room? The veins on Xie Jiangsa's forehead bulged, and he walked to Shiryu in 2 steps, grabbed her collar and said, "I handed Yu Yan to you, and you treat him like this? You can't afford a home robot." Or, "Jiangsa?" Before Xie Jiangsa finished speaking, Professor Melis's doubtful voice came first. She was also wearing an apron and holding a plate of food in her hand. Immediately afterwards, Feng Xiao and Lu Dongyan heard the noise and came out of the kitchen one after another. Xie Jiangsa, just, what's going on? Gu Qianqian blinked his eyes, more or less understood the situation, and explained, "Brother, we are playing a game. The loser of landlord will go to the kitchen to cook a dish. Do you want to join us?" Xie Jiangsa, excuse me. He instantly loosened Shiryu's collar, as if he had just reached out and did nothing. Shiryu was unprepared, and when he loosened his hand, she fell to the ground with her buttocks, grimacing in pain. Xie Jiangsa covered his face, feeling a little embarrassed. Shiji laughed without hesitation. He was the only one who could laugh at people so openly from the past to the present. I think this is more or less the reason for his many encounters with Dark Shark. Seeing the end of a misunderstanding, Gu Qianqian pointed at Shiji, who was laughing, and said excitedly, "Doctor, you are the landlord. If the landlord loses, you have to make 2 dishes. Go to the kitchen consciously." Shiji's laughter was instantly ended. He was like a duck whose neck was suddenly pinched. He quacked twice, but couldn't quack. Finally, he went into the kitchen with a resentful look. Why did he play games with these little bastards? He is an elder. The elders are entitled to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Shiryu took advantage of Gu Qianqian's help, turned over as a slave, and refused to continue playing landlords. She lingered and approached Xie Yuyan, took off his apron for him, and captured Lan Luo as a soldier, asking him to send him to Shiji in the kitchen. Professor Melis put down the dish in his hand and followed him in with some worry. Shiji is a good researcher, but cooking, he can probably blow up the whole kitchen. If she is not watching, she will not be able to eat this meal today. Shiryu leaned close to Xie Yuyan, opened her mouth like a spoiled child, and asked him to feed her a mouthful of freshly cooked food. Feng Xiao and Lu Dongyan immediately made vomiting expressions, put down the dishes in their hands, and prepared to invite others to play landlord. As for the food on the table, whoever wants to eat can eat it, except for the 2 dishes made by Xie Yuyan and Professor Melis. The others are unbearable to look at. After a whole day of trouble, Shiryu finally set away a room full of troublemakers. He fell on the big bed in the room, and finally felt that the dust had settled in his heart. Xie Yuyan came out of the bathroom, combing her long silver hair. Seeing Shiryu slumped on the elaborately decorated big bed, she sat beside her and gently squeezed her hand. "Hurry up and take a shower." Shiryu smelled the fragrant smell on his body, turned sideways and hugged his waist. put his head on his thigh, closed his eyes and said, "My wife finally married me. I was worried that you would run away last night and didn't sleep well." It is absolutely impossible for her to admit in front of others that she is worried that her wife will run away. But if it is to her own little beauty, there is nothing she can't say. Xia Yuyan listened to her lazy voice, took her hand and kissed her gently. Imagine. He finally escaped the pull of the god of death. How could he escape when he could stay by her side? Sure, you also knew that he was worrying for nothing. But the anxiety in his heart could not be dispelled by the 3 words worrying for nothing. Only when she really saw him and felt that he was by her side could she feel at ease. Xia Yuyan smiled, helped her up, kissed her ear and whispered, "Hurry up and take a shower." Sure, you kissed him on the cheek, then reluctantly got up and went into the bathroom. Xia Yuyan smiled and sat on the bed, waiting for her. He turned on the smart brain, but found a pair of eyes on him. It was sure you. She leaned against the bathroom door, had taken off her coat, met his eyes, and said lazily, "Wife, I'm so sleepy. Can you help me?" Chapter 194, Daily Life of a Salted Fish Raising a Child, 1. Bailu was born 5 years ago, and looks very much like Yu. When the two stand together, no one would ever doubt that they are not mother and son. But Bailu, who spoke with the expectation of his parents, was a little spoiled. When he was wronged, he would pout and complain to his father. He was very skilled in his job. Yu was often glared at by Xia Yuyan because of him. How could she bear it? She often muttered that the hospital had taken the wrong child. How could her son be so spoiled like a little girl? She would always complain to her father, exaggerating things. But he looked as pretty as his father. Everyone was often fooled by his pretty face, just like a little green tea. Ji couldn't stand this the most. He had been watching Bailu before and after he was born. There was absolutely no possibility that he was taken away by mistake. Today was a day for mother and son to spend time together. Yu had a rare vacation. But Xia Yuyan was dragged away by Xia Jiangsa, saying that they had something to talk about between men, and she was not allowed to get involved. She sneered at this. If you want to talk about little secrets, just talk about little secrets. But what about men's topics? Lan Luo also disappeared early in the morning. He has become more and more wild in recent years. He often wanders around relying on his own abilities. Yu was too lazy to think about it during her busy schedule. She turned over and planned to continue sleeping. But she had just closed her eyes and slept for a while when she felt a soft little thing kneading her face unscrupulously. And a not-so-heavy little ball was pressed on her body. Yu's sweet dreams were disturbed by this little ball. She squinted her eyes, picked him up and threw him aside, and pulled up the quilt to continue sleeping. I don't know who instilled the wrong concept in Bailu that you can't sleep too long a day, which led to Yu rest at home. He would wake her up every time he rested at home. He was conscientious and never absent from work. After being pulled away by Yu, Bailu rolled over, leaned on the pillow beside him, and sat up again. The 5-year-old boy had the same fair skin as his father, but his pupils were dark and bright. He stared at the silkworm pupa in front of him for a long time, quietly leaned over, pulled the quilt with his little hands, and his voice suddenly became louder. "Mom, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. The sun is shining on my butt. I'm hungry." A series of baby voices were crisp and loud, and the last 3 words were shouted the loudest. He shouted, and imitated his father's usual way of calling his mother, and put his head in front of the quilt wrapped in Yu, and whispered, "Marshal Sher, get up." There was a little tail in his tone, a baby voice, and a deliberately created doting, which was really cute. Yu laughed unconsciously, closed her eyes, and reached out of the quilt, hugged Bailu's waist, and lifted him into her arms, raised her chin and rubbed his soft hair, patted his back gently and said, "Be good. Let Marshal Sher sleep for a while." When Bailu was just born, Yu didn't know how to hold him. Let her drive the mecha. Let her fiddle with the energy gun. Let her go to the battlefield. He could definitely do it impeccably. But taking care of a newborn child was definitely difficult for her. At the beginning, she was always in a hurry, and Bailu was mostly taken care of by Xia Yuyan and Professor Melis. Later, she slowly learned to take care of the child, such as patting his back intimately to coax him to sleep like now. When Bailu was still a little bit younger, he was very fond of this. She coaxed him casually, and he would obediently lie in her arms and fall asleep with her. But recently he has become more and more lively and energetic. And sure you sometimes can't resist it. Sure Bailu blinked again and again, raised his little hands to hold Sure Yu's face, and looked up. 5 seconds later. Sure Bailu. Sure Yu's voice broke through the roof, almost blowing the whole building off. She stared at Sure Bailu, who was holding the pillow and crying, with a small tooth mark on her face, and held her forehead with difficulty. She was wise. Cough cough. How could she give birth to such a crybaby? Did something wrong? And still dared to feel wronged? Sure Yu silently said a few words not to argue with her own son, and sat up with the quilt. After staring at Sure Bailu with tears in his eyes for a minute, she tried to reason with him. Xiaobai, you can't bite your mother. You know? Sure Bailu secretly glanced at her and brought out his trump card. Dad taught me. Sure Yu, eh? Really? She said suspiciously, not quite believing it. Sure Bailu nodded seriously, raised his chubby index finger and said, Dad said that in extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are needed. No matter how much Mom calls, you have to stay in bed. And Dad is not at home. Speaking of this, he secretly glanced at Sure Yu. Sure Yu, eh? Very good. Very good. Worthy of being the little bastard taught by Marshall Xie himself. Perfect understanding ability. Seeing that Sure Yu didn't speak, Sure Bailu carefully moved his body and tried to move away from her. But she hugged her waist and lifted him over. Before she made any move, Sure Bailu held Sure Yu's neck with a strong desire to survive, and said with a wow, Mom, you look good again today. I'm so hungry. Let's go for breakfast. Okay? This was his best way to act like a spoiled child. He was as pretty as his father, and his eyes blinked when he spoke, as if he could speak, but he was a little liar. Sure Yu put his hands on his hips and looked at the little liar. He smiled flatteringly, sighed heavily, and picked him up resignedly, pretending not to see the cunning in his eyes. What do you want to eat? She asked. Half an hour later, Sure Bailu squatted at the kitchen door holding a bottle of nutrient solution, blinking his watery eyes and said, Mom, are you hungry? Do you want to drink a bottle of nutrient solution? The kitchen trash can was full of burnt vegetables, and the majestic Marshal Sure on the battlefield was sweating profusely at this moment. She turned her head and looked at Sure Bailu, who was drinking the nutrient solution with relish, and said with a fake smile, Sure Bailu, didn't you say you wanted to eat sweet and sour fish? How come you are drinking the nutrient solution? Sure Bailu, who was drinking the blueberry-flavored nutrient solution, froze for a moment, and said obediently, Dad said, don't force yourself to do things. The food cooked by Mom, Dad said I'm still young and need adequate nutrition. The nutrient solution is inclusive. He kept talking a lot. It's really a pity that he could change the subject so eloquently. But those random glances betrayed his guilty mood at the moment. Sure Yu felt blood rushing to his forehead. If you don't take care of her, you don't know? Only after taking care of her do you realize that your little crybaby is actually a little devil. Although she is not big, her ability to argue is not inferior to Gu Qianqian. Oh, I didn't realize it before. She is always backed by her father, and I have to deal with her personally. Sure Yu was so angry that he threw the spatula and went back to the room with a burnt body. Sure Bailu hurriedly followed her with his little legs, and said considerately, Mom, do you want to eat the little pudding? As he said, he took out a little pudding from the miniature space bag on his waist, and followed Sure Yu with a grunt. Dad said that if Mom is in a bad mood, she can use the little pudding to coax her. If the little pudding doesn't coax her, she can hug her and kiss her. Sure Yu looked down at the little one hugging her thigh, gently moved her legs, hugged her chest and said, Little rascal. Sure Bailu noticed that her attitude softened, and immediately reached out to give the little pudding. Sure Yu took it expressionlessly, and Sure Bailu smiled with the same little white teeth as hers, rubbed his little face against the side of her leg, and said obediently, Mom, go take a shower and change clothes. I will take Mom out to eat delicious food. Outside? Delicious? Sure Yu raised an eyebrow. Sure Bailu nodded immediately, his eyes shining. There are small puddings that Mom loves to eat. Beautiful mecha models. And he kept talking, and he lost around with his short fingers. How could Sure Yu not know what he was thinking? 9 out of 10. He wanted to go out to play, but his father didn't let him. And now he wanted to trick her into taking him out while his father was away. She half squatted down, facing the enthusiastic little bad guy, and gently touched his soft hair. Sure Bailu immediately looked at her expectantly, and the next smile froze on his face. A devil whispered in his ear, "Your father told me yesterday that you haven't finished your homework yet." Marshall sure touched the little bad guy's face. With a sad face, "In order for my little baby to do his homework well, Mom had to sacrifice a little and drink nutrient solution to fill her stomach." Sure Bailu, there is no need for such a sacrifice. Sure Bailu and Sure you are not only similar in appearance, but also in their dislike of studying. After learning, he has been fighting wits and courage with Xie Yuyan all day long, trying hard to find time to slack off. He decided to fight for it and negotiate with his mother. If his mother is willing to take him out to play today, he will help keep watch next time when his mother is lazy and sleeps in, and will never let his father find out. Sure you carried him into his small room, stuffed him on a chair, and said with his arms around his chest, "I'm done taking a shower. If you don't complete the task assigned by your father, don't even think about going out to play." After that, Sure Yuan Shui went back to his room with his head held high, with a smug look on his face for having turned the game around. Sure Bailu opened his mouth and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. When he saw the small note left by his father on the virtual screen that popped up on the desk, he put his chin on the desk and started playing with his fingers. Not long after, he dialed Xie Yuyan communication channel and cried. Chapter 195, Daily Life of a Salted Fish Raising a Child 2. Sure you looked at Xie Yuyan, who hung up the phone in a hurry, sitting on the bed with her legs crossed, and muttered quietly, "After so many years, how can you still be so careless?" She pulled up her loose bathrobe, took out clean clothes and changed into them, and then prepared to check on the progress of Sure Bailu's homework. She had just complained to her father, and even exaggerated it. I guess it was because she had finished her homework and had eaten a lot. Sure you sneered and decided to let a certain little bad guy see her authority as a mother. Otherwise he would think about pulling her pigtails to complain to his father all day long, which was simply abominable. Sure Bailu put his chin on the table, his little feet dangling, playing with his fingers from time to time, and occasionally fiddling with the photos of him and his parents on the table, or flipping through the paper storybook that his father specially printed for him. He didn't do any of the homework questions displayed on the virtual screen. Hearing the knocks on the door, he immediately straightened his back, put all the small objects that he had messed up back to their original places, and looked at the virtual screen intently, pretending to do his homework seriously. Sure you opened the door and came in, and saw the little guy holding a pen and staring at the virtual screen, as if he was really doing his homework seriously. She raised her eyebrows unexpectedly. Although she was a mother, she didn't spend much time with Sure Bailu. Most of the time she was playing with him, or the mother and son were fighting wits and courage. Today was the first time she saw him doing homework. The posture of the 5-year-old kid was really a bit like his father. Sure you approached quietly. When she saw the virtual screen, all the surprises turned into understanding, and she was a little bit amused. Sure Bailu was famous for not liking to study. Gu Qianqian and others often used this matter to laugh at Sure Yu, saying that like mother, like son, or she was thick-skinned enough, so she didn't go home and beat the child. Sure Yu gently placed the back of her hand on the table and tapped it twice. When the little guy looked at her, she smiled and said, "Little Sure Bailu, you haven't done any questions in more than half an hour? You dare to complain to your father. It seems that you have been taking too much nutrition recently, and you are too bold." Sure Bailu put his hands on one side and turned around. Under Sure Yu's covetous eyes, he hugged her waist and rubbed her waist with his side face, saying in a baby voice, "Mom, these questions are so difficult. Can you teach me how to do them well?" He didn't feel guilty about not doing any questions, and he was still using the topic diversion technique he was always good at. Sure Yu pinched his little collar and pulled him out of his arms, staring into his big dark eyes, and said, "Your father told me that he taught you all these." Little Sure Bailu was not panicked at all. He tilted his head and thought for a while, then pouting to hug Sure Yu and said, "I want my mother to teach me." Well, he started to act like a spoiled child again. Sure Yu suspected that she had given birth to him of the wrong gender. Thinking of the communication just now, she sat down next to Sure Bailu resignedly and took a serious look at the questions on the virtual screen. Sure Bailu was only 5 years old. The homework Xie Yuyan assigned to him was not difficult. It was a short story about the Federation history that he usually told him, and it was all multiple choice and judgment questions. Sure Bailu, like his mother, had little interest in the history of the Federation, but he loved mechas. They were all short stories about history that he had heard before, and he could tell a few when asked. But when he was asked to do them, he became confused and could not remember the names of people, places, or times. Seeing that his mother wanted to teach him to do his homework, Sherbilu straightened his waist and read out the question loudly. In which year was the Federation founded? Anyone in the Federation should know the answer to this multiple-choice question. Shiryu looked at the four options A, B, C, and D in Sherbilu's eager eyes. He said calmly, "You can't do such a simple question? Try this question yourself. If you don't get it right, don't think about going out to play today." Sherbilu slightly widened his eyes and said angrily, "Dad told me to let Mom teach me to do my homework. As long as I finish it, I can go out to play. Mom doesn't teach me." He started with a loud voice, and then his little head drooped down, and he pinched his fingers from time to time. "Exuding the breath of Mom is too much." Xia Yuyan seemed to have really said this when she communicated with her just now. Shiryu coughed lightly unnaturally. She doesn't raise children like Xia Yuyan, who pours all his love into Sherbilu. He is nervous and cautious about every stage of his growth. Occasionally, he reviews the father-son relationship in the recent period, makes a growth plan for Sherbilu, and always thinks about how to make Sherbilu grow up happily, healthily and smartly, more prepared than going to the battlefield. She likes to be spontaneous and often makes her son cry, thinking of what he just promised. Shiryu said vaguely, "Choose quickly, and go out to play after you're done." Sherbilu looked at her, then at the homework questions on the virtual screen, tentatively chose an answer, and then looked at Shiryu secretly. Seeing that she didn't react, he quickly chose the next question. He secretly glanced at Shiryu again, and still didn't react. He immediately pursed his lips and excitedly solved all the remaining questions in one breath, which took less than 5 minutes. Then, he gave Shiryu a little hopeful look. Shiryu scanned his homework from top to bottom and read it carefully, which made Sherbilu very nervous. 5 minutes later, she looked at Sherbilu and said, "Just barely. Let your dad come back and correct it for you." Sherbilu immediately hugged Shiryu with a wow, and his little mouth began to chatter, "Mom, let's go change clothes." He couldn't wait to go out and play. On weekdays, his father said what he said, and his mother only listened to his father, so he could go out for a long time. Thinking of this, Sherbilu pouted his little mouth. Shiryu glanced at Sherbilu's homework with some concern. She was a lazy student in elementary and middle school. She never studied hard. She did learn federal history in military school. She remembered some of it to cope with the exams, but after so many years, she only had a general impression. How could she remember the time, place, names, and specific events? Forget it. When Xiao Pilyang comes back, she will tell him that it was Sherbilu who insisted on going out to play and did the questions randomly. It had nothing to do with her. Shiryu was deceiving herself. Sherbilu was already rolling around like a little ball. He changed his clothes and stood at her feet, looking at her with burning eyes. His meaning was very obvious. Shiryu picked him up resignedly, and he happily hugged her neck. "Where are we going to play? Let me make it clear first. You only have 2 hours, and you have to come back for a nap after lunch. And you can't mess up your schedule." 2 hours? Sherbilu raised his voice, and then whispered, "Mom is so stingy. Dad always takes me out to play for a whole day." Shiryu didn't buy his tricks, and shook her little butt and said, "Then why don't you ask your dad to come back and take you out to play?" Sherbilu immediately backed off, hugged Shiryu's neck and rubbed her cheek, and said obediently, No, I want to play with Mom." Shiryu snorted and laughed, took out a small duckbill cap and put it on his head, and also took one for herself, and the two of them got on the hovercraft hand in hand. Sherbilu was going to the Oriental Plaza in the capital galaxy to play, where a mecha exhibition was being held, with countless mechas of various sizes, but they were all mecha models, and the audience was exactly children. He had no clear idea that his mother was a federal marshal. He only knew that his mother had a very beautiful mecha called Ares, and that she would occasionally come to his brain to play with him. Sherbilu was extremely envious, but he was young, and he couldn't even climb into the cockpit, let alone drive a mecha. He could only look at the model of Ares that sneaked into his brain. There was a mecha exhibition at Oriental Plaza, and it was Ares that secretly told him. Sitting in the hover car, Sherbilu twisted around excitedly, wanting to discuss the mecha exhibition with Ares, but afraid that his mother would know and not let Ares play with him again. So he had to suppress his excitement, like a book of 100,000 whys. asking Shiryu one question after another. Shiryu was really afraid of his excitement. So he opened the virtual screen of his brain and searched for the mecha exhibition at Oriental Plaza for him, letting him see it himself. But soon, a bigger problem came. Shiryu, who was only 5 years old, could not read all the words. He did not look up the dictionary, but tilted his head to ask Shiryu. Shiryu had no choice but to hold him in his arms, read to him sentence by sentence, and taught him to read. However, the little guy was curious about everything at a young age. He wanted to get to the bottom of a new term, and Shiryu was overwhelmed by his questions. After finally getting off the car, Shiryu leaned on the floating car door with one arm, feeling unprecedented fatigue. She rarely had time to spend alone with Shiryu. Most of the time, the two of them were making a fuss, and Xiaoyan was watching them from the side. The little guy always hugged his father and hummed in the end. Really, children are so difficult to take care of. And Xiao Piaoliang is so great. I will reward him well when I go back tonight. Shiryu didn't know what his mother was thinking. He looked at the stalls in the square with great interest, and the beautiful mecha models one after another. He clenched his little fists and rushed forward. Shiryu quickly pressed down his cap and followed him. Does this little bastard know that he shouldn't run around in crowded places? Shiryu really didn't have this concept. When he went out to play with his father before, he was always led by his father's hand. When he was with his father, he didn't dare to make such a fuss. He was like a little fish swimming into the sea, and everything he saw was new and interesting. He poked his head here, lifted his feet there, and wanted to take everything into his eyes. But he was overwhelmed. Shiryu finally caught the little cub running around. He immediately climbed up along the pole, lay on Shiryu's shoulder, and pointed at the tall mecha in the distance with surprise and said, "Mom, that mecha is so beautiful." His voice was very loud, and many people around looked over. Seeing that he was beautiful and cute, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. Shiryu was glad that her hat brim was pressed down low enough. Otherwise he might be recognized. She hurriedly hugged the little bunny and whispered, "Don't be startled." Shiryu pouted, "Mom is so boring." Shiryu's forehead bulged, and he really wanted to take him home to teach him a lesson. However, Shiryu found a new perspective on her shoulder, and he stayed in her arms and refused to get off the ground, directing Shiryu to walk left and right. Shiryu really felt like she had given birth to an ancestor. After a round of walking, she was already sweating profusely. She was not so tired even when driving a mecha and fighting a battle with others. But Shiryu was like a tireless perpetual motion machine. When he was reluctantly taken away from Oriental Plaza by her, he was still clamoring to continue walking. If he had not been suppressed by her, he would definitely run back. With a heavy lesson of cooking in the morning, Shiryu decided to take him out to have lunch before going back. But she really underestimated Shiryu's ability to act. Shiryu looked at Shiryu, who was sitting in the middle of several little girls, listening to their chattering but maintaining a cold look. She wanted to spit on him speechlessly, but she was too busy to take care of herself at the moment. The mothers of several little girls were particularly enthusiastic about her. Xiaolu is old enough to go to school, right? Xiaoyu, which school do you plan to send him to? Yes. Yes. Xiaolu is so young, but his logic is so clear, and he knows so much. How do you educate your children? My Jasmine is not like that. She still can't learn things even after I teach her several times. Xiaoyu. Shiryu was not only wearing a baseball cap at this moment, but also wearing a mask. When others asked her name, she called herself Xiaoyu and coughed from time to time to show that she was sick and couldn't take off the mask. She really didn't expect that Shiryu would suffer such a blind date style attack when he was only 5 years old. It was all because of this little guy. Why did he look so good? He could fool people. He coaxed several adults to take him home as their own son with just a few words. Shiryu said one sentence without thinking and another with a laugh. In short, when she said goodbye to several mothers and led Shiryu out of the restaurant, she was almost exhausted. However, she was not able to get rid of it when she led Shiryu to see Xiaoyan standing beside the hovercraft without a smile on his face. Her heart skipped a beat. Half an hour later, Shiryu quietly glanced at his mother, who was facing the wall with him, and carefully moved closer to her. He had moved less than a centimeter when he heard his father's cold voice behind him. "Stand still." Shiryu was instantly alert and straightened his back. He heard his father call him by his first name for the first time. "Shiryu. Who taught you to fool me?" 20 multiple choice questions and 10 judgment questions. All wrong. Sherbilu pursed his lips in grievance. He could only see his mother's waist when he moved his eyes. He wanted to explain, but finally shut up. He knew very well that if he did something wrong and tried to quibble, his father would be even angrier. He didn't dare to move his little feet. He lowered his head and looked like an eggplant that was beaten by frost and snow. Shiryu secretly glanced at him, turned around quietly, and wanted to wink at Xiao Piaoyang, asking him to save some face for her in front of the child. Xia Yuyan met her flattering smile, sneered, sat on the sofa with his arms folded, and began to scold her. Sleep in the study tonight. Shiryu, Chapter 196, Daily Life of a Salted Fish Raising a Child, End. Sherbilu decided to run away from home. Since the last homework incident, his reputation in front of his father has plummeted, and the homework he has to do every day has doubled. The time he is allowed to go out to play has been shortened to half of the original time. The mecha models that his mother bought for her at the mecha exhibition were also confiscated by his father. If he wants to get them back, he must pass the small test set by his father. Sherbilu took the first small test with great confidence, but failed. The second time, he failed. The third time, he still failed. Sherbilu was furious. Sherbilu gave up. Why did his mother only get punished to sleep in the study for a month when she made a mistake? But he had to do homework all the time when he made a mistake? Sherbilu tossed and turned all night and couldn't figure out this problem. In the end, he attributed it to his father's partiality to his mother. One morning when his father was not at home and his mother was still sleeping in, he dragged Lan Luo, who had turned into a little butterfly, and ran away from home in a swagger. He was going to find Uncle Xiaoyan, who was the best to him. The day before yesterday, he heard his mother and Uncle Xiaoyan communicating, and heard that Uncle Xiaoyan was conducting military training for the new students of the 1st Federal Military Academy on 4 Season Star. Sherbilu had made a very complete strategy. He knew that it was impossible for him to successfully reach 4 Season Star by himself, and he might not even be able to enter the Interstellar port. So he kidnapped Lan Luo and forced him to buy a ticket for the Interstellar spaceship to 4 Season Star, so that he could grow up and take him to 4 Season Star. Lan Luo held Sherbilu in the restaurant of the Interstellar spaceship, pinched his face when he was not paying attention, and when he raised his head angrily to question him, he quickly said, "You ran away like this? And your mother will definitely beat you when she finds out." He was kidnapped by Sherbilu in his sleep, and when he woke up, he found that he had arrived at the Interstellar port. Sherbilu was a little devil, and threatened him that if he dared to catch him back, he would tell Shiryu about his hiding of pudding. Lan Luo was scared for a second. When he reacted, they were both on the spaceship and there was no time to go back. He resigned himself to his fate and took Sherbilu on the road to 4 Season Star, hoping that he would not carry Shiryu on his back. Thinking of this, Lan Luo felt a chill in his spine and touched the smart bracelet in the space bag, wanting to send a message to Shiryu. But Sherbilu was like a spirit. Before he took out his smart bracelet, the little guy had already pressed his wrist and showed a smile exactly like his mother, Lan Lan. "If you dare to tell Mom and Dad, you won't have any little pudding to eat in the future." Lan Luo, Sherbilu and Shiryu look so similar, and he has the exquisiteness of Xia Yuyan. When Lan Luo saw him smile like this, he instantly felt that the two devils were standing in front of him, and he let go obediently. Sherbilu swaggered and took his smart bracelet and stuffed it into his space bag, and said in a baby voice, "Lan Lan, I will keep your smart bracelet for you, and make sure it won't be lost." Lan Luo, He had a hunch that he would be led into a ditch by this little guy. Sherbilu didn't know that he had been listed in the danger list by Lan Luo. He took out a small pudding from the space bag and handed it to him, saying in a baby voice, "Obedient children will have small pudding to eat." Lan Luo, It was very similar to the scene of Xia Yuyan coaxing Sherbilu. Lan Luo took the small pudding from his hand with the mentality of not eating it if it was a waste. Sherbilu immediately laughed, sat up from his arms, patted his shoulder with his soft little hands, and looked relieved. Lan Luo felt that he could not bear it anymore. Shiryu gave birth to a little kid who was as difficult as her. Only Xia Yuyan could calm him down. He sighed and wanted to speak, but the spaceship suddenly shook. He immediately hugged Sherbilu into his arms. At the same time, a shrill alarm sounded inside the spaceship. No one knew what happened, but the vibration of the spaceship became stronger. In the universe, a fleet suddenly appeared. The mecha troops on the fleet rushed out and surrounded the spaceship. The guns on the warships were also aimed at the spaceship. It seemed that if the spaceship moved abnormally, they would fire without mercy. Lan Luo rolled up his long silver hair, put on a baseball cap, and took out a small hat for Shi Bailu to put on. The little guy didn't realize the danger of the situation. He looked at the warships outside the floor-to-ceiling window of the restaurant curiously, and tilted his head to comment, "No better than Uncle Xiaoyan's fleet." Lan Luo was really impressed by his focus. But Shi Bailu was only a 5-year-old child after all. It was really difficult for him to clearly perceive the danger. He turned Shi Bailu's head back and pressed it into his arms, gnashing his teeth in his ear and said, "You better be good. You've really killed me this time." He should have taken this little one back when he was at the Interstellar port. Now that he had encountered such a thing, it was hard to say what would happen next. Even if Shi Bailu returned safely, Shi Yu and Xie Yuyan would probably skin him alive. Shi Bailu struggled to get his head out of Lan Luo's arms, and saw someone trembling with fear next to him, and someone else sobbing softly. Someone ran to the door and wanted to leave the restaurant, but found that the door of the restaurant was locked and could not get out from inside. As a result, negative emotions continued to spread, and the people who were sobbing softly began to cry loudly, and the crying of several children was even louder. Lan Luo looked at Shi Bailu with some concern, but saw that he was just frowning. He was obviously a little crybaby, and now he had no intention of crying at all. At this time, the interstellar spacecraft had been completely controlled by the fleet outside, and everyone was warned not to act rashly. Soon, the closed door of the restaurant was opened, and the panicked passengers huddled together. Parents with several children also covered their children's mouths, not daring to let them cry out. The first person to come in was a man with short hair. He was thin, and his sunken eye sockets made his cloudy eyes look particularly large. When he opened his eyes and looked at people, he could scare people to tears. Shi Bailu accidentally met his eyes. There was no fear in his eyes, and he was so calm that the man was stunned. He became excited and stared at Shi Bailu for a long time, and soon looked at Lan Luo who was holding him. When he noticed the silver hair hanging by his ears, his pupils shrank instantly, and the white of his eyes, that almost filled the entire eye socket, looked particularly terrifying. After a moment of surprise, the man trembled with excitement and uttered 2 words in the horrified eyes of others, "Lan Luo." His voice was not small, and many people heard it. Lan Luo had a keen sense, so he naturally heard it. He tightened his grip around Shi Bailu and called out the man's name in surprise, "Su Hao." After Xia Liqing's death, his eyesight was almost destroyed, but the person who performed genetic modification on him was never caught. But Shi Ji provided a clue. Su Hao, Shi Ji's former assistant and student, had an outstanding talent in medicine and was an absolute genius. But to some extent, he was a person who could sacrifice everything for research. When Lan Luo and Shi Ji lived together, Su Hao had proposed to study his genes, but was rejected by Shi Ji. After Shi Ji's fake death, Su Hao became the most useful person under Xia Liqing and conducted various researches in the laboratory that was later destroyed. It was almost possible to witness how crazy he was. Over the years, the Federation has conducted very strict investigations, but he has never been caught. Now, he suddenly appeared here. What does he want to do? Because he came? It's impossible. Shi Bailu ran away from home completely on the spur of the moment, and he was dragged here by him. Shi Yu and Xie Yuyan protected Shi Bailu very well, and outsiders didn't even know that Shi Yu already had a child. That was a coincidence. Lan Luo didn't have time to think about it. Su Hao had already walked over with a paranoid and crazy smile. He looked at Shi Bailu in his arms and said, "Where did the child come from? Is he a Zerg like you?" He walked closer and closer, and saw Shi Bailu's appearance at a close distance. After knowing the relationship between Lan Luo and Shi Yu, plus Shi Bailu's appearance, it was easy to guess his identity. "Shi Yu's son?" he asked, with obvious ecstasy in his voice. He stretched out his thin hand like a dead branch to touch Shi Bailu, but Lan Luo grabbed his wrist and bent it to the side. With a click, Su Hao's hand was broken. He seemed to feel no pain, and his face was still wearing a scary smile, and his broken hand snapped and restored to its original appearance. This strange scene made the other passengers in the restaurant open their eyes wide, and after they reacted, they screamed one after another. Even the best repair medicine that has been developed cannot repair human injuries in such a short time. Not to mention that Su Hao's hand was broken and there was no one to set his bones. After returning to the Federation, Lan Luo heard that Xia Liqin had genetically modified himself and transplanted Zerg genes to become a monster. Now seeing this scene, he quickly thought of Xia Liqin at the time. Su Hao is Xia Liqin's subordinate. He can genetically modify Xia Liqin and himself. Lan Luo made a decision in an instant. He must take Shi Bailu away immediately. Otherwise they will fall into Su Hao's hands. He is fine. But it is hard to say what this madman will do to Shi Bailu. He was about to make a move. But Su Hao seemed to have anticipated his thoughts first. He raised his hand, and several people surrounded him. These people are no longer real people. Their eyes have all turned into compound eyes. And the exposed skin is covered with scales, fluff, and some is strange wet skin that makes people's scalp tingle at just one look. Lan Luo tried to tear the space apart, but found that the space was suddenly imprisoned. And he couldn't open the passage to leave here. Su Hao caught the surprise in his eyes and laughed. Don't waste your energy. I came here today to catch the Zerg. Now that the Zerg has not been caught, it seems that catching you is also good. Xia Liqin died faster than he thought, and his research had to be interrupted. He had been hiding for so many years, and had a hard life. But now the gene transplantation technology is countless times more powerful than before. But more than a year ago, he encountered a bottleneck. The Zerg genes he has now were obtained from the deep blue galaxy. Those Zergs are almost at the bottom of the Zerg food chain. No matter how much he studies, it is impossible for the gene chain itself to break through the gene limitations. If he wants to take his research to the next level, he must study the genes of higher-level Zergs. He knew that the Zerg and the Federation had reached a consensus to some extent, and that Lan Luo had always been by Shiryu's side. But he had no chance to attack Lan Luo, and the risk of attacking him was too great. He was not sure that he could defeat Shiryu yet. So he set his sights on the department that Shiryu later established, and indeed tracked down the traces of the Zerg through clues, and also met other Zerg royal families. This time he showed up at the risk of being exposed just to capture that Zerg royal family. But with Lan Luo and Shiryu child here, he decisively gave up another Zerg royal family. Shiryu's son is really a pleasant surprise. With him, Shiryu will definitely be cautious. Moreover, he can completely extract her genes from her son. And he can also figure out why Shiryu is so strong. Has Lan Zai's genes been transplanted into his body? If he can get Shiryu genes and transplant them into himself. Su Hao just thought about it, and felt that the blood in his body was boiling. And his eyes began to change. And red threads crawled all over his whites, and slowly covered his eyes. Lan Luo pressed Shi Bailu's little head on his shoulder, and whispered, "Close your eyes obediently. Don't look around before I tell you to open your eyes." Shi Bailu tilted his head, and looked at Su Hao with interest. With a curious light in his dark pupils. "Why did your eyes turn red? Did you get conjunctivitis?" He always spoke in a baby voice, with a simple and innocent childishness. No one would think that his words contained malice, but only that he said whatever he wanted and was too simple. Shi Bailu is now a broad road to becoming a strong man for Su Hao. He does not mind the offense in his words, but shows a smile that he thinks is kind and says, "Do you want to know? Come with me, and I will tell you." Lan Luo knows how bold Shi Bailu is too well. He wants to warn him not to mess around. But Shi Bailu touches his chin and says, "I'm going with you." "Where are we going?" "To a fun place." Su Hao answers quickly, but his scrutinizing eyes sweep over Shi Bailu. He knows very well how cunning Shiryu is. The person in front of him is her son, who may be as cunning as him. Shi Bailu thinks for 2 seconds, wrinkles his nose and says, "You and the people around you are so ugly. I don't like to play with ugly people. Can you make yourself beautiful?" He finishes, and seems to feel that it is not enough, and adds, "If you become beautiful, I will go to play with you." Listening to this, it is obvious that only children would say it. Su Hao narrowed his eyes, thinking that this little bastard was still just a half-grown child. And he felt ridiculous for his newly raised vigilance. How could he go back to his old ways? And now he even had to be vigilant against a child. He ignored Shi Bailu's words, raised his hand to the people around him, and pointed several energy guns directly at Lan Luo and Shi Bailu. "Lan Luo, I advise you to be honest and take him with me. Otherwise the guns and cannons may not hurt you, but they may hurt him." In order to capture the Zerg royal family, he made full preparations. Even Lan Luo might not be able to escape his ambush in a short time, not to mention that he now has a child. Su Hao was confident that he could take them away before the Interstellar port discovered that the Interstellar spaceship had an accident. Shi Bailu blinked his eyes. more or less understanding what Su Hao said, pointing at him angrily. Didn't your father teach you to end the conversation politely when talking to others? This was the first time that Su Hao was pointed at and asked. Didn't your father teach you? He was so angry that his cheeks were puffed up. And he didn't know who he was accusing. Su Hao didn't have much patience, so he could say so much nonsense. But it was all because of the unexpected gains today. He ran out of patience, and was too lazy to play the game of I lied to you with Shirbailu anymore. He sneered and raised the energy gun to point at Shirbailu. Shut up. No child could face his ugly and terrifying face, and the black energy gun without feeling scared. But Shirbailu was the exception. He seemed to have no sense of danger at all, and pointed at the energy gun with his fleshy index finger, saying disdainfully, Your energy gun is as ugly as you are. I have a very beautiful one. He actually took out an energy gun from his space bag, which was inlaid with various rare minerals, and looked gorgeous and luxurious. Lan Luo's forehead bulged, knowing that this energy gun was given to Shirbailu by Gu Qianqian on his birthday this year. At that time, Gu Qianqian was almost beaten up by Shiryu, asking him not to bring extravagance to Shirbailu. Now it seems that Shirbailu has been poisoned by him to some extent. Why did you bring this gun? Lan Luo felt that he was probably affected by Shirbailu's attitude of not changing his face even when facing a mountain collapse, and the sense of urgency in his heart disappeared inexplicably. Shirbailu proudly puffed up his chest. Dad said that when you go out alone, you must ensure your own safety. Uncle Gu said this gun is very powerful, so I took it with me. As he spoke, he patted his bulging little space bag. It was obvious that he brought a lot of things. Lan Luo didn't know what to say for a moment. The two of them talked as if no one was around. Su Hao and the monsters around him were completely ignored. The other people curled up in the corner were also affected by their attitudes, and gradually lost their original tension. Su Hao hadn't felt the feeling of being ignored for a long time, and every minute and every second wasted here made him anxious. He pressed the trigger of the energy gun with his 10 fingers, and a cruel smile suddenly appeared on his lips. It's not the living who can do research. The dead are better and more obedient. Lan Luo noticed his action and was about to avoid it, but Su Hao's energy gun exploded without warning. He was the first to bear the brunt of the explosion. Su Hao's vitality is strong, but it does not mean that his defense is strong. The energy gun that suddenly exploded blew him into a bloody mess. Black and red blood flowed from his thin arms like dead branches, crackling and falling to the ground, burning the ground. Everything happened too suddenly, and the pain reacted to Su Hao's nerves faster. He opened his eyes wide, but heard a burst of laughter. The one who laughed was Shirbailu. He did not restrain his emotions at all, but covered his mouth, which was simply a cover-up. Su Hao was extremely angry. He even felt that the sudden explosion of the energy gun was because of Shirbailu. His arm injured by the energy gun healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, but it still looked like a dead branch, and his black nails suddenly became longer and grabbed toward Shirbailu. He had only taken 2 steps when the ground he was standing on suddenly cracked. He stepped on empty air and fell off a leg, and the ground suddenly healed again. Su Hao was stuck on the floor of the restaurant in a funny posture. Shirbailu covered his eyes with his hands, hiding the golden light that flashed in his eyes, and laughed even louder. He looked like he had seen something funny, and no one would suspect that he was hiding the golden light in his eyes. Lan Luo knew that this little guy was playing a prank, and sighed in his heart that he was worthy of being Shiryu child. Shirbailu inherited Shiryu gold ability, which was discovered by Xie Yiyan accidentally. At that time, this little guy was 3 years old. He controlled his ability by instinct, and the house was messed up by him. It was not until he grew up a little that he mastered the control method of his ability. Lan Luo touched the little guy's back and patted him gently, suggesting that he should not mess around. Shirbailu pouted and lay on his shoulder obediently, with his little hands around his neck, playing with his fingers from time to time. Lan Luo said softly, "Close your eyes obediently and don't peek." Shirbailu stretched out his tone weakly. "Okay." If he responded, he would be obedient. Lan Luo glanced at the people huddled in the corner of the restaurant and found that the parents who reacted quickly had already hugged their children tightly. He didn't hesitate anymore, holding the energy gun and shooting a few shots at Su Hao, who was stuck on the ground by Shirbailu. The energy gun was very powerful. After a few shots, Su Hao's body was blown apart. Dark red blood flowed on the ground, and the burning ground made a sizzling sound, and Su Hao's body turned into a skeleton. This scene was too bloody, not to mention children. Even adults couldn't stand it. And some people had already started to vomit. Lan Luo frowned as he looked at Su Hao, who was left with only a head and a skeleton with some blood. He discovered a diamond-shaped crystal in his broken chest. Dark red blood flowed through the diamond-shaped crystal, and the little flesh and blood that Su Hao had left began to proliferate wildly. In less than a minute, he returned to his original appearance, except that his legs were still stuck on the ground. At this time, the people brought by Su Hao also launched an attack on him. Lan Luo fired a shot at the door of the restaurant, while holding Bailu to avoid the monster's attack. When no one was paying attention, the nails on his hands suddenly grew longer, and he easily twisted the neck of one of the monsters. Sure enough, he also found a dark red diamond crystal in his body. It was very similar to the energy crystal formed in the body of the Zerg. But there was a big difference. Lan Luo did not hesitate to defeat the dark red diamond crystal. Sure enough, after the diamond crystal was broken, the monster no longer had the ability to move. Its function was equivalent to that of a human heart. But at this time, a terrifying sense of crisis suddenly came from the side, and Lan Luo subconsciously dodged to the side. But it was too late. He held Bailu firmly in his arms, but his right shoulder was hit, and warm blood suddenly splashed out. Bailu, who was lying in his arms, felt a touch of warmth on the back of his hand, and smelled the strong smell of blood, and suddenly became afraid. Lan, how are you? He asked, but he still remembered Lan Luo's words just now, and did not open his eyes. Lan Luo swallowed the blood in his mouth and said with effort, "It's okay. Be good and don't talk. It will be fine." It was Su Hao who attacked him. In the short time he dealt with other monsters, he had already escaped from the restrictions of the ground. His left leg, which was originally stuck in the ground, was cut off by him without hesitation. At this moment, only his right leg supported him to stand on the ground. The blood that flowed out almost covered the ground, but he seemed to feel no pain, and his face was gloomy. "I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such an ability." He naturally attributed the sudden cracking of the ground just now to the special ability possessed by Lan Luo. Lan Luo wished he would think so. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a fake smile, "You are more like a Zerg than I am." He bit the blood, and others could not hear his words clearly, but Su Hao knew it clearly. He sneered and did not respond, but gave orders to his subordinates, "Catch him, no matter life or death." Unable to tear the space, he had no way to take Bailu away from here immediately. But the Guardian was still in his hands. In a flash, Lan Luo made a decision. He rushed to the door with Bailu in his arms, and put on the mimic exoskeleton and mecha ring for him while running. He was too fast, and Su Hao and others could not stop him immediately. But he rushed out with Bailu regardless of his injury, and the monster guarding the door could not stop him. He walked forward and whispered in Bailu's ear, "You will enter the cockpit of the Guardian later. The core of the Guardian will start the automatic driving mode. Be good and just sit inside. Soon, your parents will come to pick you up." Bailu heard the heaviness in his words, and ignored everything else. He opened his eyes, and hugged his neck and said, "Lan, do you want to sacrifice yourself to cover my retreat? According to the plot, we should die for love at this time." Lan Luo listened to his baby voice, and almost slipped, and fell to the ground. He gritted his teeth and said, "What do you mean by sacrificing yourself? I don't have such a noble spirit of dedication. It's you who is too much of a hindrance. Be good to me. You know how fierce your mother is. She will definitely beat you up when you go back this time." Bailu instantly covered his mouth, and dared not speak. He blinked his big dark eyes, hugged Lan Luo's neck, and kissed his cheek, saying, "I will be good. We still have to go to Four Seasons Star to find Uncle Xiaoyan together." Lan Luo knew that although he was a little noisy, he was still obedient when he should be obedient. He ran around a corner again, destroyed the gate of the interstellar spacecraft, activated Bailu's mimic exoskeleton ring, and sent him into the cockpit of the Guardian. Finally, he reminded him, "Be good." In fact, he didn't need to repeat this repeatedly. Bailu didn't have the driving authority of the Guardian, so he could only sit in the cockpit obediently and follow the Guardian, who turned on the automatic driving mode to leave. The Guardian has also been strengthened, and his speed is not inferior to the Judge. When the thrusters are fully opened, there are only a few mechas that can catch up with him. Seeing the Guardian leave, Lan Luo clenched his fists. The reason why the Zerg chose to cooperate with the Federation instead of invading directly is because Lan Shi knows that humans are weak. But human technology is unshakable by the Zerg. The mecha driven by you can completely suppress Lan Shi. And once other humans enter the mecha cockpit, the threat to the Zerg will also increase sharply. Lan Luo's combat power is already top-notch within the Zerg, and it is not difficult for him to fight against 100 alone. But when facing the threat of an entire fleet, he feels his powerlessness. Human technology can limit his ability to tear space. And the Zerg has Su Hao, who has conducted more in-depth research. And it is possible that there are other means that have not been used. He dare not let Bailu stay here any longer, because he can't even protect himself. Seeing the battleships in the distance start to move, Lan Luo's golden butterfly wings spread out behind him, and the wounds on his body healed in the blink of an eye. He floated in the universe, as small as a speck of dust, but so brilliant that people could not ignore him. He indulged Bailu to come out to play, so he couldn't let him get into trouble. He had to ensure that he left the universe absolutely safely. Mechas appeared one after another, and Lan Luo's face was heavy. He did not fight these mechas head-on, but chose to escape in a roundabout way. At this time, his small body compared to mechas and battleships also created enough advantages for him. The overly powerful laser was difficult to aim at him at this moment, and the energy bombs fired by other mechas were easily avoided by him. This was destined to be a game of mouse playing with cat. Su Hao quickly realized this. He was unwilling to give up either Lan Luo or Bailu. But at this time, he had to make a decision. Either kill Lan Luo as quickly as possible and chase Bailu with all his strength, or catch Lan Luo. The red in Su Hao's eyes became more and more intense. He jumped into the cockpit of the mecha and frantically gave orders. Bomb! Carry out a wide-range bombing for me. Since the shells couldn't hit one after another, they would bomb them all at once. He didn't believe that Lan Luo couldn't be killed this way. After he gave the order, he didn't care what Lan Luo's final fate would be. The mecha he drove was going to chase the Guardian. But at this time, a light blue light shot from a distance. It was a particle beam. The particle beam hit the mecha driven by Su Hao directly, and instantly removed one of the mecha's arms. Su Hao, who had just covered the core of the mecha with his mental power, screamed in pain. Just a few seconds later, the Guardian who had just left came like a god. Lan Luo, who was running away in a panic, opened his eyes in disbelief, while the Guardian swung out two beam swords and rushed into the battle. He was not a descended god, but a devil from hell, with two beam swords that could cut everything. He was madly harvesting the lives of monsters on the battlefield. His movements were simple and rough, but they were as smooth as dancing, and there was no mistake or redundancy in the connection between attacks. 10 minutes. In just 10 minutes, all the mechas that came out of the battleship were annihilated. The mecha driven by Su Hao had its limbs cut off, floating in the universe in a mess, and the self-exposure device was also destroyed by the beam sword of the Guardian. He could only become a prisoner powerlessly and embarrassedly. Lan Luo breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously, but suddenly raised his heart. Sitting in the cockpit of the Guardian was Bailu, who was only 5 years old this year, and was far from the age of driving a mecha. More importantly, he had no driving authority of the Guardian at all. What happened? The Guardian slowly approached Lan Luo, and the cockpit was opened. There was only one person inside, the little Bailu. At this moment, he was wearing a mimic exoskeleton, but he clenched his fists excitedly, staring at the virtual screen in front of him with burning eyes, and didn't notice that the cockpit of the mecha was opened, and Lan Luo had appeared in front of him. Lan Luo breathed a sigh of relief, sat down in the cockpit, and heard Bailu's voice. Mom! Mom! You were so awesome just now! Can you do it again? Do it again! Do it again! He was so excited that his voice broke. If he wasn't wearing a mimic exoskeleton at this moment, his face would definitely be red. Was it you who just drove the Guardian? How is it possible? I haven't heard that a mecha can be remotely controlled. No, Xiao Yin first mecha judgment. Can be remotely controlled, but there is a distance limit. How did you do it? Soon. Lan Luo heard Yu's angry voice. Bailu, do you know how dangerous it was just now? You dare to run away from home? You are so bold and you deserve a beating. Right? You ignored Bailu's words at all. If you had scolded him like this before, Bailu would have become an ostrich. But now, he was still immersed in the excitement just now, completely ignoring the anger in Yu's words. and said in a baby voice, "Mom, do it again. Just now it was really handsome. So amazing," he kept muttering. And Shiryu wanted to roll her eyes when she heard it on the other side of the virtual screen. Knowing that Bailu inherited her gold ability, she has always been worried about him. So she took down the AI and formation mecha of the God of War and installed them on his brain, asking the God of War to help pay attention to Bailu's situation. Just now, the AI core of the God of War temporarily took over the Guardian, and the battle situation just now was also a combat response simulated by the AI core of the God of War based on the data collected by following her battles for many years. Lan Luo listened to the mother and son bickering, smiled, and when he recovered his breath, he got up from the ground and put his head close to Bailu, and said to Shiryu on the virtual screen, "Your little bastard's safety today depends entirely on me. I want 500 little puddings. At this time, you should try your best to get benefits." Shiryu obviously eats pudding without restraint, but she wants to confiscate his little pudding. It's too much. But Xie Yuyan is completely on her side. After Bailu was born, he became a little monitor. If he didn't collude with him, he would tell Shiryu that he hid the little pudding. He has been miserable these years. Lan Luo thought that even if Shiryu didn't give him 500 little puddings, he would give him at least 250 little puddings. But after he heard a sneer, he heard Shiryu say, "Still want little puddings? I settle the account with you later." Lan Luo instantly closed his mouth, as if he was silenced. Really? He was so confused just now that he forgot that he was still sinful. Now, he could have run away. But now he jumped into the pit he dug. Lan Luo sighed helplessly. Bailu touched his cheek with his little hand still covered with the mimic exoskeleton and pleaded with Shiryu, "Mom, it's all my fault. Lan was kidnapped by me, and he was injured. Don't blame him. As long as you do it again, I promise to go back and study hard, never be lazy again, and become a smart person like Dad." He tried to make a flattering expression, but at this moment he was wearing a mimic exoskeleton, so he could only wink at the blind man. And Shiryu sneered. Half an hour later, Shiryu arrived with the fleet. Since the Black Triangle battle, half of the Judgment Corps stayed in the Livia fortress, and the other half of the Judgment Corps followed her as Shiryu Guard Corps. This was also the first time that Shiryu was surrounded by officers and appeared in front of Bailu. The little guy opened his mouth in surprise, and the little stars of admiration in his eyes gurgled out. Bailu had seen his mother wearing a marshal's uniform, but his mother was always lazy at home. She never stood or sat properly. She would sleep in and never get up early, so he had no idea what the word federal marshal meant. Occasionally, he would sigh in a low voice that such a beautiful marshal's uniform was worn ugly by his mother. But now, he kept staring at his mother and didn't want to move his eyes at all. This mother was a mother she had never seen before. The long hair that always curled up at home was meticulously tied behind her head. The high ponytail had a heroic spirit that Bailu had never seen before. She wore the straight marshal's uniform with solemnity and dignity. "This is my mother." Bailu's mother. She was full of vigor and heroic. The uncles in military uniform stood respectfully in front of her, waiting for her orders. After receiving her orders, they saluted her respectfully and carried out the orders decisively. Bailu also became serious, straightened his back, and stood beside the officers. Seeing the officers nod, he pretended to understand and nodded seriously. Perhaps it was because his little appearance was too cute, and people who passed by him after receiving the order couldn't help but look at him twice. After finding that he and Shiryu were almost cut from the same mold, the fire of gossip in their hearts burned fiercely. After waiting for the officers to leave one after another, Bailu straightened his back and imitated their military posture. He walked to Shiryu in a crooked and powerful way, and said, "Mom?" After shouting, he suddenly felt that something was wrong, and quickly reacted. He quickly raised his little hand, saluted, and shouted again, "Marshal Shir." Shiryu lowered his head and glanced at him, and Bailu immediately straightened his chest, like a soldier being inspected by the marshal. Shiryu was amused by his appearance, squatted down to look him in the eye, and said, "Little Bailu, reflect on what you did wrong today." Bailu took a deep breath, and wanted to stammer and act like a spoiled child as usual. But he quickly restrained himself and said seriously, Bailu shouldn't run away from home. Shouldn't make Mom worry. Bailu was wrong. Bailu won't dare to do it again. Lan Luo watched for a long time, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Shiryu immediately glanced at him, and he immediately covered his mouth and dared not move. Shirbailu's filter for Shiryu is now about 100 layers thick. His little hand was sore from holding it up. But he didn't put it down, but waited for Shiryu to say that the ceremony was over. Shiryu knew what was on his mind. She bit her fingers and flicked Shirbailu's eyebrows. Under his burning gaze, she said, "At ease. Go back and make a good self-criticism in front of your father." Shirbailu nodded vigorously and began to think about how to make the best self-criticism. Shiryu picked him up and patted his back gently. Shirbailu's tense spine slowly relaxed. He stretched out his little hand to hug Shiryu's neck, leaned softly on her shoulder, and whispered, "Mom." After using his supernatural power and being excited for a long time, the little guy was probably really tired. He fell asleep after leaning on Shiryu's shoulder for a while. When Xiaoyan called, Shirbailu was sleeping soundly with his arms around Shiryu's shoulders. Perhaps today's experience was still a little scary for him. He kept his arms around Shiryu's shoulders and refused to let go, even groaning in his sleep. Xiaoyan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that both mother and son were fine. He just learned that the interstellar spaceship Shirbailu was riding on was hijacked. Otherwise he would have come with Shiryu. Now that the mother and son were together, he swallowed all the worries that were on his lips. And he would talk about the retribution later. Lan Luo came back after changing his clothes, and Shiryu threw him a space bag. Seeing the full of small puddings inside, he smiled happily, turned into a little butterfly, and got into Shiryu's pocket and fell asleep. Today was also a thrilling experience for him. If it weren't for the Guardian going away and coming back, he might not be able to stand here so intact. Su Hao completely transformed himself into a monster. His transformation of himself was more thorough than that of Xia Liqin. In addition to maintaining his human appearance, the human genes in his body had been replaced with Zerd genes one by one. Shiryu gave him an execution order without even looking at him. This incident had a significant impact. Since the First Federation re-established its position in the universe, there has been no hijacking of interstellar spaceships. This was the first time an interstellar spaceship was hijacked after the Winter Star incident. There were many casualties on the interstellar spaceship, and an explanation was needed to the public. After cleaning up the battlefield, a small meeting was required. When the officers of the Judgment Corps entered the meeting room one after another, they all couldn't move their legs. Marshal Shur, who had the final say, was sitting in the main seat at the moment, and a cute little kid was squatting at her feet. The kid was holding Marshal Shur's calf and muttering, "No, no, no, absolutely not. I want to attend the meeting too." The news that Marshal Shur had a son had just spread in the Judgment Corps. After completing their work, the officers who had seen Shirbailu couldn't wait to show off to others that they had seen Marshal Shur's son, and described his appearance vividly. The officers and soldiers who had never seen Shirbailu were curious and scratched their lungs, and some were angry that their military ranks were not high enough, and they could not see Marshal Shur's baby in the first place. Shiryu's forehead was throbbing with veins. Shirbailu seemed to have passed the energy just now. He looked at Shiryu with a pitiful look again, stood up, squeezed between her legs, hugged her waist, and whispered, "Mom, I'm scared. That man was so scary just now. He pointed a gun at me." He started to act pitiful. A minute later, Shirbailu was thrown out of the conference room by Shiryu by the collar. All the officers looked at his pitiful back and turned their heads away reluctantly. Even if the little guy would behave well, he couldn't participate in the meeting. This was a matter of principle. Shirbailu had to sit in the lounge outside the conference room holding the fancy energy gun that Gu Qianqian gave him. His pouting appearance directly won the hearts of the other officers waiting for orders in the lounge. A female officer took out a bottle of drink from her space bag and handed it to Shirbailu. Her eyes burning, sure. She didn't know how to address Shirbailu for a moment, so she had to mute his name and said, "Do you want a drink? The marshal is very busy, but this meeting will last about half an hour and will be over soon." Shirbailu cheered up and smiled at the female officer, his neat little teeth shining white. "Thank you, sister." The female officer was overjoyed by the word sister. She immediately took out a lot of things from her space bag and put them on the chair for Shirbailu to choose. He politely took the first bottle of drink, but didn't drink it. When other people saw him, they also gathered around to talk to him. The little guy became the favorite of the Judgment Corps in the blink of an eye. When Shiryu finished the meeting and came out, he saw that the sofa in the lounge was piled with snacks. Shirbailu sat in the middle of the snacks, calling her sister on the left and brother on the right. He was having a great time. The officers were polite and restrained, although they were almost dazzled by Shirbailu's cute appearance when talking to him. They didn't touch him. Shiryu saw that the people inside were chatting enthusiastically, and he coughed heavily, which immediately drew everyone's attention back. Everyone in the lounge returned to their seats and sat down as if nothing had happened just now. The officers who were meeting with Shiryu looked at the little white glutinous rice dumpling on the sofa, and they were so envious. This is Marshal Shir's little cutie. I really want to take a serious look and touch it. Shiryu had just taken 2 steps forward, and Shirbailu turned around like a little cannonball, hugged her legs, and called her mother crisply. Shiryu was used to his baby voice calling her, and didn't think it was a big deal. But the officers inside and outside the lounge were numb all over by his call, and the little bubbles of love in their hearts popped out, and they wanted to hold him in their arms and rub against him. The little baby of the Marshal's family is so cute. When did the Marshal give birth to such a cute baby without their knowledge? Shiryu picked up Shirbailu and said to him, everyone has been talking to you for a long time. What do you want to say to your brothers, sisters, uncles and aunts? Both Shiryu and Xiaoyuyan never relaxed their training on Shirbailu's politeness and social skills. Shirbailu extended his hand into a not-so-standard military salute, and said in a baby voice, thank you all for playing with me. Shiryu also thanked him, and in the wolfish eyes of everyone who wanted to snatch Shirbailu from her arms, she held her and left everyone's sight. Without her here, the lounge exploded inside and outside, and the discussion was in full swing. It didn't look like the command center of the Judgment Corps at all. It was almost the same as a vegetable market. This time, the Judgment Corps made a detailed statement to the public about the hijacking of the Interstellar spacecraft. Shiryu held one in his arms and one in his pocket. It was already dark when he returned home. Xiaoyuyan was waiting in the living room. He already knew that the 3 babies at home were fine, but he still couldn't stop worrying. If Shiryu hadn't stopped him, he would have chased after them long ago, and he wouldn't have wanted to stay at home. Seeing that Shirbailu was safe and sound and wrapped in a marshal's uniform by Shiryu, Xiaoyuyan breathed a sigh of relief. He walked a few steps to the mother and son and held them in his arms. Shiryu didn't say anything and let him hold them. After a while, Xiaoyuyan let her go. She turned sideways, and Xiaoyuyan carefully took Lan Luo out of his pocket on the side. He was sleeping soundly and didn't feel anything at all. Shiryu whispered, let the doctor check his body. He was injured today. Xiaoyuyan nodded, and went into the house with Shiryu and sent Lan Luo to his nest. Shirbailu slept a lot today. He showed signs of waking up as soon as Shiryu put him on the bed. Perhaps his consciousness was still confused. He subconsciously hugged Shiryu and rubbed against her, muttering, Mom, I miss Dad. Xiaoyuyan came in from outside and heard this sentence. For a moment, he didn't know whether to be angry or laugh. Shirbailu was usually very well behaved in front of him. He would occasionally act like a spoiled child, but he would always complete the tasks he assigned seriously. Since he was born, the father and son have been together almost every day. He has never heard Shirbailu say that he misses his father, but he often hears him say that he misses his mother. It's only been a dozen hours since we last met today, and it seems that he is really scared. Xiaoyuyan walked to the bed and gently patted Shirbailu's back. He seemed to feel that his father was beside him, rubbed against him, and fell asleep again. Shiryu felt a little jealous. He kept saying he missed you on the way, and he still misses you now that he's asleep. Xiaoyuyan rarely heard her say such sour words, so he tilted his head and kissed her on the cheek. You're exhausted today. Go take a shower. I take care of him. Shiryu hummed twice, and was not satisfied with just a kiss on the cheek. She grabbed Xiaoyuyan's shirt collar, pushed him down on the bed, and kissed him hard. She has been sleeping in the study room for the past half-month. It was obviously Shirbailu's fault, but she was implicated every time. This time was even worse. She was punished to sleep in the study room for a month, while Shirbailu only needed to take a small test and could do it again once, twice or 3 times. Xiao Piuliang is really biased. Her kiss was a bit indignant. Xiaoyuyan guessed what she was thinking at the moment. He smiled helplessly, opened his mouth and bit his tongue, and coaxed him vaguely, be good. Take a shower first. Shiryu was not coaxed so quickly. She was about to tear off Xiaoyuyan's shirt when she suddenly heard a puzzled baby voice next to her, Mom, I want a kiss too. The two of them were instantly stiff. Shiryu turned her head mechanically and met Shirbailu's misty eyes. Her brain crashed for a while, and she didn't know how to react at all. Xiaoyuyan pushed her away without hesitation. grabbed a buttonless collar, and decisively hugged Shirbailu into his arms, whispering in his ear, "Sleep well. You are dreaming now. Wake up tomorrow and ask your mother for a kiss." Shiryu saw that he was seriously coaxing Shirbailu that he was dreaming now. And the little fool Shirbailu was really fooled by him. So he closed his eyes again and began to sleep. Curled up the corners of his mouth and smiled silently. Winked at Xiaoyan. But he glared at him. Understanding the silent warning in that look, Shiryu restrained his posture, hummed twice, and went over to hug the child and his father together. Closed his eyes and whispered, "I have ZZ. Xiao Piaoyang. And a little butterfly. It's great."